Hey everybody, I hope you're doing well. So I want to give a quick few messages before the compilation starts. And to begin, I want to give a huge thank you to all the voice actors and authors that are included in this compilation. And of course, all the people that have supported the channel over this past year. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys. I've also taken the liberty of remaking two of my favorite stories from this past year. Those stories being Just Another Night and Notes in the Dark. So it'll begin with those two stories and then it'll begin from my earliest videos to later on. So yeah, the channel membership is also up for any of you guys that want to sign up for that. Obviously, you shouldn't feel obligated to sign up for it or anything. I don't really need the money too much. It's just for people that really want to support the channel. But yeah, let me know how I've improved over the year period, if I have, hopefully. And I hope you guys enjoy. It's about 30 minutes to midnight when my phone vibrates and starts to blare its ringtone. I jump off the couch and nearly have a heart attack. It's just another night, one that's been wonderfully quiet so far. After a chaotic Friday evening that lasted until 5 in the morning, it's nice to spend this Saturday alone at home, watching whatever crappy movies are on TV. I recover and answer it. It's Mike, though I can barely hear him over the pounding music in the background.
We're leaving the club now!
He screams.
The girls ditched us and Trent wants to get home early so he can go to church with his family.
Sounds good. Did you bring enough cash for a cab this time? Mike's stories of getting stranded downtown in the middle of the night have become legendary.
Nah, Jason's friend has a car. He's driving us back.
I frown. Has he been drinking?
Like 1 or 2 beers. He says he's fine.
He says something to someone nearby, but I can't make it out.
I'll be home soon. Don't worry about staying up for me.
Thanks, but I'm not tired. That and Mom and Dad always told us to deadbolt the door, and if I do that, you won't be able to get in. He laughs.
I'm not sleeping in the front yard again. Okay, I'll be home soon.
He hangs up and I go back to my movie. There's something about mindless violence and explosions that just seems so relaxing. Or maybe it's the fact that school's finally done for the winter holidays, and my parents wisely decided to go on a cruise with friends for a week before Christmas. Mike and I have the house to ourselves. For him, it means no stern looks when he staggers home reeking of alcohol. For me, it's no constant reminders to start looking for a job in time for graduation. The movie goes to its 15th commercial and I head back to the kitchen for a snack. As I throw a bunch of eggs, cheese, and vegetables into a skillet, I hear a loud cracking noise in the backyard. I press my face to the cold, frosty window and look out. But there's nothing out there but a few bare trees and some fresh fallen snow. Probably just an animal. It can't be easy to survive the winter. My cell phone rings again, so I wander back into the living room to grab it. It's Mike. I can hear sirens in the background.
So Jason's friend kinda, lost control of the car?
It sounds like he's holding the phone half a foot away from his mouth. Oh God. What happened?
We hit a pole. Car's totaled, but we're all okay. I think. Cops are here. They're talking to the driver. He's definitely drunk.
No kidding.
They're ignoring the rest of us, and there's a bus here, so I'm gonna go on and get home.
Sounds like a plan. I pause and grimace. Wait, do you know what bus to get on?
I'll figure it out. I'll call you when I'm close.
He's gone, and I go back to the movie. There's a lull in the action when an attractive male protagonist and an attractive female protagonist engage in awkward sexual conversation, which might have worked if they had any sort of chemistry. And my mind wanders to my job hunt. A few of my classmates say they know great companies to work for. Apparently, mechanical engineers are invulnerable to the bad unemployment rate. But I'm really not sure if I just want to jump into things. Traveling would be fun. There'd be something immensely rewarding about sending Mike a photo of me on the beach while he'd be studying for midterms in the middle of October. Totally worth passing up on an easy job for. A sudden, blaring noise comes from the kitchen. I jump up into the thick smell of smoke. The omelet. Damn it. There's about a foot of black smoke hovering in the kitchen. I run in, pull my burnt snack off the stove, and open every window, letting the chilling air in. My creation is little more than ash, so I open the back door and throw it out for whatever animals are trying to get through the night. So much for that. There's some leftover pasta in the fridge, and I'm happy to eat it cold. At this point, I'm better off not heating anything up. I settle down and continue the movie, but my mind's going back to traveling. I've always wanted to go across the pond, check out Europe, maybe backpack through Germany, see the sights in France, practice my fake accent in Britain. What's it like there in summer? Hot, I bet. But not any hotter than it is here. Hopefully less humid. Again, my ringtone snaps me back to the real world.
Now you pick up!
Mike's shouting, but I can barely hear him. Wherever he is, the reception is terrible.
I've been calling for hours!
I look at the clock and roll my eyes. You last called 45 minutes ago. Where are you?
I have no idea. The bus is going in the middle of nowhere. I have no idea where any of these stops are. Hell, I don't think they're even in English.
I sigh loudly. Not this again. How much have you had to drink?
Drink? I can't even...
He trails off, replaced with the loud, harsh static. I pull the phone from my ear. A few seconds later, it disconnects. Whatever. He'll find a way home. The movie eventually ends, but it's just past midnight and I'm hardly tired. Now I'm regretting allowing my roommate to convince me to leave my gaming console at school. This is the perfect sort of boredom for grabbing a sniper rifle and telling 12-year-olds how great their moms are in bed. And then Mike would have joined right in. He probably spends more time playing than I do, and he doesn't even live with me. I think my parents are relieved that we're going to the same school. He's been trying his absolute best to get his life back on track, and I'm able to be there in case he needs a shoulder to lean on. A loud scream comes from the backyard. I go back into the now freezing kitchen and grab a flashlight from the cupboard. I shine it around, but there's nothing out there. The remains of the omelet are gone, and there are a ton of paw prints around the area. Raccoons? Squirrels? Maybe coyotes. Whatever they were, they moved quickly. The smoke in the kitchen is gone. I close all the windows and lie back down in the living room. I guess I doze off because when I wake up, it's 1:30 in the morning, but there's been no contact from Mike. So I give him a call.
Hello?
Now it's like he's talking into a phone on the other side of the room.
Are you there? Please, say something!
I'm here, I say slowly. Have you figured out a way home yet?
I can't.
Despite the low volume, I can hear panic in his voice.
I've been riding for days, maybe weeks. I can't tell. Transferring from bus to bus. None of them are going anywhere.
I swear I can hear him whimper. I can't help but grin. I'm gonna hold this against him for years.
I don't want to get off. There's something wrong around here. Something dark. It's waiting for me.
Yeah, it's called the night. And it's not very friendly to blackout drunks, now is it?
Stop it. Just stop.
Hello? Mike? I check my phone. It's still connected. If you can hear me, just get off and grab a cab, okay? He comes back with a slightly clearer voice.
We just passed Wedmore. I recognize this place.
That's good, seeing as we drove by it nearly every single day when we were kids. I sit up and suddenly I'm feeling groggy. Time for bed. Anyway, I'm gonna go—
No! Please stay. Don't hang up.
Okay. Now I'm wondering if he took any substances beyond alcohol. It's like he's combined the hallucination of shrooms with the depressants of beer. I grimace. It's what the old Mike would have done.
Just talk to me. How are things at home?
They're good, I say. There's a bunch of animals outside making lots of noise. I think they're raccoons, but they could be bears. Might want to watch yourself.
Cool.
The connection's even better.
Just went over the bridge. I'm a few stops away.
And there you go. Was there any reason to have been concerned?
Like you wouldn't believe.
He pauses.
Man, I cannot wait to get home. I think I can hear my bed calling me.
Is it saying, "Clean me"? He laughs loudly and heartily.
I'm nearly there. Jesus, I'm glad the night's over. Thanks for not hanging up.
I'm always here. You know that.
It was weird.
He continues.
I couldn't call or text anyone. I tried to get on Facebook, but it looked really strange. And as soon as you called, I realized where I was. It's like it came out of nowhere.
His voice rises.
And there's our street. I'll call you when I'm near the house. Holy crap, that's dark.
He hangs up, and I go to the front window and look out. All the streetlights are on, casting their pale orange tint onto the road. I gaze as far down as I can. No sign of him. I'm about to go and clean up the kitchen, but my phone rings.
Where the hell is our house?
I throw my free hand up incredulously. The same place it's always been, you idiot.
I can't see it. The street is way too dark. I don't even know if I'm on the sidewalk or the road.
What are you talking about? It's bright as day out there. I go over to the front door and flick the light a few times, showing off our snow-covered driveway, the one Mike was supposed to shovel before heading out. There. Can you...
I saw it! The light! Turn it back on!
I do so, even though it adds nothing to the overall brightness of our neighborhood.
I see it. Okay, yeah, I'm close now.
I look out the window, but still can't see him. There's just a pair of headlights coming down the street. How close are you?
Nearly there. Oh, thank God I'm nearly there.
The headlights slow down at my driveway. Are you in a car?
No? Do you know how easy a car would have made all this?
I think there's a lot of things that could have made this easier. He's silent for a moment, and then he sighs.
Look, I know what you're thinking, but I swear I only had a few drinks.
His voice lowers.
I'm done with that other stuff. I made that promise, and I'm going to keep it.
I know. The car's pulling into my driveway. It's the police. What the hell is going on here?
I'm steps away. The house has never looked so good.
Mike says. The car stops and two officers get out, both struggling on the slippery driveway. They take their caps off and hold them against their chests. No!
What is it? I'm at the driveway. Can you see me?
The world stops around me. This was supposed to be just another night. Everything I'd done, the movie, the omelet, those animals outside, what I'm gonna do when I graduate, had been so consequential. That was the point. That was the goddamn point. The officers are walking up the steps. My throat is suddenly very tight, but I managed to get the words out. Yeah, bro. I can see you.
Awesome. I'll be there in a minute. Thanks for guiding me home.
It's what I'm here for. See you soon.
Can't wait.
He hangs up. A few seconds later, there's a knock on the door. I open it.
Monday, December 28th, 1800 hours.
I'm not sure how long humans are supposed to stay sane without human interaction, but I've been doing all right so far. I think. The silence is much worse anyway. The initial shock of it all was extremely unnerving though. After the panic attack and near mental breakdown, I sat down determinedly, pen in hand, and started writing down what I knew about this whole situation.
Observation 1. Almost all living organisms in this city have vanished overnight.
People, animals, and insects are all gone. I'm not sure about microscopic organisms yet. The only other living things left behind are trees, grass, and most other plant life. I'm not sure how flowers and such will survive without other living organism aiding them in pollination and such. I'll watch and see.
Observation 2. Everything else seems to be as everyone left it.
Cars are still in their driveways and some doors to houses are open as if someone just stepped through the doorway.
Observation 3. Electricity is not running. Phone lines and the internet are not working.
Street lamps are dead. Phone lines just beep and browsers greet me with dead web pages. None of my contacts are responding and my phone won't charge. It's practically useless now.
Observation 4. The sun did not rise this morning.
Does this even count as a morning? It's been at least 9 hours since I've woken up and it's remained pitch dark outside. The sky is still completely covered with clouds, so no stars and moon can be seen.
Observation 5. The wind is gone.
I haven't felt a breeze kiss my face or heard the rustling of a gust through branches since I woke up. The weather is showing no signs of changing.
Observation 6. There is no sound.
No birds or crickets chirping, no engines rumbling, nothing. The only sounds are the ones made by me. It all sounds much louder than it should. My footsteps on gravel, my breathing, the sound of this pen scratching this paper, ringing in my ears, and the drumming of my own heartbeat. I can feel it in my head. It all seems so wrong. I want to shrivel up inside myself and just disappear. The only thing keeping me sane is this watch. Thank God that it's digital. I would lose my mind from analog ticking. And I can never forget my trusty flashlight making this all possible. I would be stumbling in the dark if not for it. I'll look for some batteries later. I can't risk it dying. I think I'll spend the rest of this night gathering my things so I can explore outside the city limits tomorrow. I don't know if this is some sick prank, emergency evacuation, or mass alien abduction, but I will get to the bottom of this.
Tuesday, December 29th, 07:33.
Last night I went to bed at 10ish, or tried to anyway. My heartbeat was unbearably loud and I was hyper aware of my bodily functions. The sound of swallowing saliva, my breathing, snoring, and worst of all, my heartbeat. The constant drumming in my head. All my things are packed. I filled my car with various foodstuffs from the local supermarket as well as batteries. Lots of batteries. Some portable lamps and more flashlights. I don't think that counts as stealing. Normally, my conscience would bother me right now, but I'm actually feeling good about this. Excited even. It feels good being prepared. I have this all planned out. I've got some spare tires in the back, some jumper cables and first aid, and I could always hop into someone else's car if need be. That dread of yesterday seems to be gone for now. The nearest town is about 58 kilometers from here. If I drive safe at a speed of 30 kilometers, I should arrive in 2 hours, more or less.
1900 hours.
So it turned out that this town is empty as well. No light, no sound, no wind, nada. The sky hasn't cleared yet either. I'm starting to wonder if that's even cloud up there. It's impossible to make out. Anyways, I found a place to stay for the night. A little 3-bedroom house. My heart sank as I walked by their empty dog kennel. It reminded me of Lady. Waking up yesterday without her sleeping at my feet was bad enough. But when she didn't respond to my calls, it filled me with dread. It wasn't long before I realized she was truly gone. Her and everyone else. It broke my heart to leave home. All I have left of her are my memories and her squeaky bone. I'll keep it in my pocket from now on. I spent some time searching this place, not really for supplies, but to learn more about the family. The framed photos around the house led me to believe that a family of 3 once lived here. Brings back old memories. I should have spent more time with them. On this very desk sits a small photo of them together, all 3 dressed in white shirts and grinning at the camera. It made me smile. It's not human interaction, but it's better than nothing. I put the photo in my pocket. Earlier, I went out looking for a loudspeaker. It's no use searching every single dark house, so I drove through the town and called out for people using it. I should have worn earplugs or something. My ears were not prepared for the sudden noise. Now my ears are ringing louder than before, and it was all for nothing. There were no signs of life. During my search of this bedroom, I found a handgun under the bed. I haven't identified any danger out there, but it's better being prepared anyway. I don't know much about guns, but I know enough to be able to shoot and load one. My dad showed me once when I was younger. Funny how the memories flood back to you after you lose the people you shared them with. The gun is fully loaded. I hope I won't have to use it.
Wednesday, December 30th, 09:26.
I'm no stranger to sleep paralysis. It's creepy waking up in the dead of night with a paralyzed body. What was always worse for me, though, is the shadow men who would watch me as I laid there helplessly. It's a sleep phenomenon. The shadow men aren't really there. It's all in your head and generated by your subconscious mind while you're asleep. I learned that the best thing to do is stay calm and keep my breathing even, while reminding myself that the man can't hurt me. I was still quite young when I last had sleep paralysis, and at the time, I didn't know all this about sleep and thought it was normal. My parents would wake up to me screeching in the dead of night and rush into my bedroom expecting to find a burglar or at least an actual threat. But they would always find me shaking like a leaf beneath the covers and bawling about the shadow man watching me. They would try to calm me down, stroking my forehead and reciting Psalm 23:4. They told me it was all in my head, that none of it was real. It was real. I would scream back at them. I would tell them I saw him with my own eyes and that he stood right there at the foot of my bed. They were so worried, so they did some research to prove me it was all a natural phenomenon. They took me to a nice gray-haired doctor that explained it to me one day with some cartoons and infographics I could understand. He told me it was perfectly normal and happened to other people as well. He said that we all have sleep paralysis every night to stop our bodies from thrashing around and getting hurt during dreams, and that the shadow man was nothing but a figment of my imagination. He gave me a red lollipop and sent me on my way. My parents got me some new lava lamps and that was it. I had a few more experiences with the phenomenon, but after a few months, it stopped. I can't remember if little me bought the doctor's explanation, but I remember just being glad when the sleep paralysis stopped soon after. It's so dark that when I lie down, I can't even tell if my eyes are open or not, whether it's all a dream or not. Last night, I had a reunion with my old friend. He was even darker than this eternal night.
11:59.
I'm aware that this food will expire sooner or later, so I've been eating only fresh foods like fruit and vegetables, while stocking up on canned goods and honey which will last longer. I haven't found any vegetable gardens or fruit trees yet, but I'm interested to see if fruit and vegetables are still able to grow. It shouldn't be possible without sunlight and rain, right? As long as I can find the grocery store, I'll be good, I think. I've heard that honey doesn't expire at all. Let's hope so.
2000 hours.
I'm not sure what to do next, so I've been sitting around and thinking about the old days. It's painful to think about it at all. All I wanted was to be alone, and now I finally got what I wanted. So why am I crying? I've been staring at this photograph for about an hour. These strangers I've never met. They make me feel more human. I miss the simple things in life. Swimming on hot summer days, stargazing, watching the sunset. It hasn't even been that long, and it already feels like I'm losing it. This world is so messed up. It feels so wrong. I can feel every cell in my body protesting against this new world. Humans aren't made to deal with life like this. This isn't life. Is this the afterlife? My parents taught me that hell is a lake of fire, so even this can't be it. If this is heaven, I would rather die.
2100 hours.
I've spent some time walking around outside. The darkness is like a heavy and oppressive blanket. My shoulders hunch over as I walk. I feel like I'm carrying the world on my shoulders. If I were claustrophobic, I would have died a long time ago. The air is thick. It's hard to breathe. The silence is mocking me. Sometimes the silence is unbearable, and sometimes the ringing in my ears is deafening. I've been starting to click my teeth together habitually to create some sound and drown out the ringing. And the heartbeat. I can feel my heartbeat in my head. I feel like God's plaything.
2300 hours.
I've been sitting in my car with the engine on. The rumbling is comforting.
Thursday, December 31st, 0502.
I don't think I know what to do now. I'm quite certain that this darkness must be affecting the whole country and maybe even the world. I think the next step is to find out for sure. Even if this darkness won't end, I need to find out the reason why. I need to know if the sun and moon are still up there at least. I need to get to the beach and see if there are waves. If so, then there's still hope. If not, this world has changed forever and chances are I'll never see the sun and moon again. The ocean is 1,900 kilometers from here. With rest stops for sleep, the entire trip will take over 80 hours. I need to drive slowly and cautiously. I can't risk missing something important on the way or crashing on the long road. It will be a challenge, but I need to keep moving. The preparations are complete and I'm ready to leave. I need to find people. I'll keep the photograph on the inside of my windshield to remember what I'm fighting for.
1022.
I've been driving with the car's interior lights on, as well as the MP3 player, which I completely forgot about. I've been playing Mr. Sandman on loop for the past few hours. It reminds me of home and of my mother. She would always sing it to me at night to calm me down after my late night panic attacks. They were so good to me. I didn't deserve them. I can't turn this music off. It's yet another thing keeping me going, and Lord knows I need all the motivation I can get.
1700 hours.
I hold the squeaky toy as often as I can. Lady was a good dog. It was us two versus the world. She was always sweet and gentle. She would bite this bone softly, just enough to make it squeak. Evident by the very few bite marks on the bone, there are 3 scratches on the bone to be exact. Now I know it like the back of my hand. This bone, the CD in the player, and this photograph are my symbols of hope. They keep me going. I'll hold on to them for as long as I can.
Friday, January 1st, 0900 hours.
My friend, the Shadow Man, decided to visit me again last night. I saw him in my rearview mirror. He sat watching me on the back seat. The light of the lamp seemed to curve around him, evading him. He disappeared after a moment, and I was left unsure of how to feel. At least I'm not a scared little kid anymore.
1500 hours.
The drive has been uneventful. I've made a few stops along the way to use a toilet and restock on fresh foods. Other than that, my mind has been cloudy. I feel like I'm half asleep. I really shouldn't be driving with this state of mind, but I'm running on fumes. I don't want to lose my momentum. I feel like my sanity is draining away with every passing moment. I need to keep moving. If I stop now, I may not be able to start again.
Saturday, January 2nd, 0102.
My worst fear has been realized. My car broke down. I'm such an idiot. I should have saved the battery. I've been keeping the engine on to help me fall asleep. I needed that MP3 player on. I'll admit it. I'm scared, and staying sane should be my own top priority, right? I have food and water. This trip is just a side quest, right? It doesn't matter. I'll walk. If I stay in this car, I'll eventually starve to death or lose my mind. I need to keep moving.
0600 hours.
I've been walking non-stop for hours. I was so afraid to stop, but my body is about to give up. All I took with me is a backpack filled with food and water. I realized a minute ago that I forgot the photograph behind in the car.
650.
I found a car in the road, a white Volkswagen City Golf. It brings back memories. It was the first car I'd ever stolen and hotwired. The memories are flooding back. I was so young. I had everything a child could ever wish for. A loving family, the newest toys, love and attention. They were so good to me, and I traded them off for cheap thrills and delinquency. I've been able to start the car. I've never been able to forget the sound of this engine. My watch is broken, so I don't know the time, and I have no other way to separate these diary entries. I think it smashed against one of the rocks. I crashed. I thought I saw someone on the road. I drove into a pond or something. All I could salvage was this flashlight, a pen, and a pack of dried fruit. And this diary, which somehow survived. The pages are wet, but it's still usable. I almost forgot the gun. I still have that. Saved by the bell. I'm gonna follow this road and see where it leads me. This road cuts through a mountain. They go so high that I can't see the top. I don't know how far the next town is, but I'll keep moving forward. I've lost everything. I start out with everything and I lose it all. The reality of the situation is that I can't blame this world for what I have lost. I lost it all before any of this even started, and I only have myself to blame. It's been a long while since my last entry. I can't tell how long for sure, but it feels like forever. I've started seeing hallucinations, abstract colors and shapes float around my vision. At least my footsteps on the road have been drowning out the ringing. I've been trying hard not to stop, but my feet hurt, and it's at least an opportunity to write an entry. I woke up face down. I don't know how long I've been laying here for. I can't stop. I'm gripping Lady Squeaky Bone tightly. I'm holding on to hope. I've started hearing voices. I keep thinking Lady is following me not too far behind. Same old road. I keep thinking of home. I miss the Bible stories they would tell me. I was such an ungrateful child. I'm breathless, but I keep singing Mr. Sandman. The sky feels heavy. I just noticed that I have a deep gash in my right calf. It must have been a sharp rock. Explains the numbness in my leg. I'm so tired. I feel like I'm locked in a dark, musty closet. I keep getting the urge to drop my flashlight, but I know I can't. The hallucinations are getting worse. I'm starting to lose it. I keep drifting into the past. Actually, it feels more like the past is drifting around me. I keep forgetting I'm not 7 years old anymore. I keep waking up face first in the dirt. My lips are swollen and bleeding. It's hard to eat this fruit. I told you, I'm not a kid anymore. It's hard singing with swollen lips. Time is not real. I keep forgetting who I am. I don't know where I was headed, but straight seems to be the right choice. How on earth am I still alive? I've passed out so many times already. I want to lay down and die. The sky is dead. The walls are closing in. The mountains want to eat me. The air is so thick. My cuticles are bleeding from gripping this diary. Why am I carrying a squeaky bone? Time is not real. What happened to the sun? My shoes are messed up. It's hard to breathe. It's my first day of school today. I'm so tired, but I need to keep walking and writing when I'm not. How many days has it been? What are those voices? I feel like I've been walking forever. I called out for the lady, but she isn't coming. I think my lips are swollen. I'm so confused. Who is the lady? I threw away the squeaky bone. I don't even know why I have it. I feel like I lost a piece of myself, and I don't know why. Mom makes the best hot chocolate. Time is not real. I think someone is following me. I can see Dad working on his car. He taught me all I know. I stole my first car today, a City Golf. I think I'm in. I told you all, I'm not a mama's boy. I'm the best in this crew. It feels good having brothers. What would Steven think? It must be the hardest thing in the world for them, having to explain to their son that his twin brother died in a car accident. That's all in the past now. I have other brothers, and they need to be taken care of. 7 cars. I'm on a roll. If only I protected Steven. I can't bear that look of disappointment on their faces. I can't even be near them. They've been so good to me. I blame them to their faces, but deep down, I always blamed myself. I can't be near them. How long have I been waiting for? My stomach is aching for food. How did I get here? Every muscle in my body hurts. I'm still holding on to hope. Why am I still walking? When did I learn to walk? The doctor gave me a cherry-flavored lollipop. I don't buy his explanation. I woke up screaming. I abandoned my parents when they needed me most. I should have visited them. I should have said sorry. But I was ashamed. I wasn't worthy of their love and forgiveness. I can see Steven in front of me right now. This is the end of the road. I can't walk straight anymore. I can't even walk. The Shadow Man stands before me, and I'm not afraid. He's been waiting all this time to welcome me home. The parents from the photograph standing on either side of him, smiling their toothy smiles. I hear a dog barking. The air is vibrating, and the couple's faces have changed to my parents. They're both chanting the 4th verse of Psalm 23. That's where all the trouble started. My stubborn nature. It's time to give in. It's time to repent. The air is shaking. The ground is moving. The chanting is in my head. The fear is gone. They're waiting with open arms. The song is playing in my head. I feel like my head will explode. I don't know if this gun can still fire, but I'm going to try anyway. I'm going to join them. I need to leave this dark place. I've heard when you go to heaven, you see a bright light. I'm not sure if I'll make it in. I don't think I'm worthy. But even the flames of hell will produce some light. I'm ready. If this is the last entry... The gun fired.
I heard that Cave Metreon has another name, the Siren's Cave. Folks say there's a gust that flows through the cave and causes the sounds of people calling to you.
I heard it ain't just the wind. Some old settlers explorers got stuck down there. Shit got real. And before they knew it, boom, they were gone. Maybe they fell into the pit.
My two friends, Trey and Anthony, kept on discussing the majesties of the strange cave in the middle of nowhere outside of our town. Some 70 miles north, there was a large swath of land housing a large cave that held the eponymous Wailing Cave. I was up for the adventure, being 17 and spending most of my life outdoors. But it was the insistence of my two aforementioned friends and their propensity to do far more daring feats that led us to this particular adventure.
Come on, Bryce. You know if we tell our folks, they'll just stop us. Or, worse yet, insist on coming with and providing boring rules we don't need.
Trey jabbed my shoulder playfully.
We're strong, virile men. We don't need any of that shit. Plus, we're not going to need much more than ropes, lights, a backpack, and some basic gear. We'll be in and out with either a boring story to tell, or
footage that will net us those huge YouTube bucks. Yeah, Trey. I know. Anthony stood up from my bed, hands on his back, and looking over at the map. He was very much the brains of the operation.
Alright, we'll leave at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Bryce, borrow your sister's car and pick us up. If your mom asks, tell her we're going hiking or something. Don't say the cave, obviously. If you're super worried about location tracking and your mom not believing you, just turn it off. We'll get to the cave before sunrise and be back home by early morning. If anyone asks, we're just doing some bonding in the mountains, okay?
bonding in the mountains? Won't that make people think?
Trey started before Anthony let out an audible sigh, and we broke into laughter.
Hey, it's cool, bro. No judging here. I mean, I know I'm your type, but my girlfriend may have questions.
After some light arguing and insistence by Anthony that wasn't what he meant, we broke open some beers to celebrate the plans in motion and got an early night. When I slept, I envisioned a small opening in the side of a large cliff edge, no bigger than me and almost as if it were manufactured to my size and stature. I felt my body drawn into it, and even when I tried to resist, my frame was inescapably pulled into the perfectly shaped holes in the wall. A force wrapped around my waist, wrenching me further inside. Slipping into the wall, I felt the constricting nature of bedrock push on my muscles, squeezing at my bones and ripping at my flesh as I pushed even further in. I could hear something calling out to me from the depths. Then, in an instant, my body was wrenched forward at an astounding rate. My skin split and I felt burning all over as I screamed for the dream to stop. When I awoke, I was laying in a cold sweat and staring down at the bedroom floor, my covers wrapped around me like a boa constrictor. What the fuck was that? We set about making our preparations in the morning. I felt the cold chill of November air hit my skin as I went downstairs and grabbed my gear from the garage and thanked my sister for the car, even if it meant bribing her $50 to not tell Mom where we were going. By the time I picked up the guys and we'd reached the cave, it was nearly 6 a.m. Dawn was still some time away, but it wouldn't be long before the sunlight exposed our early hour abseiling, and we were pretty confident that this place was state property. None of us wanted to get caught by the state troopers or the police for trespassing. We worked quickly to get our gear and headed down to the mouth of the cave. This thing was gigantic, built into the side of a great rocky mountain that stretched across the surrounding plains, connecting at the base to a slew of other jagged giants that rose into the sky and looked as if they'd puncture the very clouds. The cave's depths were unknown to us, but the width of the mouth gave us a decent inkling. Over 70 foot wide and 30 foot high gave us all the foreboding we'd needed.
Damn. Big mouth, huh?
Trey remarked, trying to find a joke that fit in with his addled, juvenile mind.
Guess she can take all three of us at once, eh?
Nervous laughter filled the awkward silence as neither myself nor Anthony wanted to be the first to venture in. We had very little light beyond the first few feet and didn't expect to turn on our headlamps so early. Nevertheless, we ventured forth together, and within a few minutes, the entrance's warmth gave way to cold indifference inside the cave. The entrance was simple. It jutted down on a slightly steep incline for around 5 minutes before widening to a fork that split two ways, one going left and up, the other going right and down. Pausing for a moment to listen for any distinct sounds, we heard something emanate from the right path, a soft guttural wailing. "You think it's..." I began, eyeing the passageway with anticipation and concern, Trey rubbing his hands together.
Oh, hell yeah. I think it's a pit. We ready?
Before we even replied, he set off ahead and left myself and Anthony still faced with the foreboding nature of venturing on. We both knew there was something unseemly. "What did you say this cave was called? Siren's Call? I'd not heard that one before," I remarked, carefully trudging forward to catch up with Trey and flinching at every small juddering of the cave walls. Anthony scoffed and picked up his pace.
Clues in the name, bud. The Siren's Call was the original moniker locals gave this place. So they housed something deep in the pit that fed off those that we killed. Used the voices of those they loved to entice them in, devoured them. Natives said it was an evil spirit, told the authorities to seal the cave off, but of course they never did. It became known as the Wailing Cave sometime later, to help with tourism. I can't say I blame them. Sure as hell brought us here.
"Yeah, illegally, might I add," I remarked, forcing a smile. "Still though, creepy as fuck name." We nodded and turned the final corner into a large opening, the ceiling of the cave hundreds of feet above us, a pair of tunnels on the other side of the clearing around 200 feet across from us. In the center sat a pit with raised bricks around the opening, the width of it easily 100 feet. Even coming close to it brought me anxiety, but not as much as seeing Trey securing his line to the side of the pit and giving us a thumbs up as he sailed down.
See you fuckers soon. I'm gonna get us some money.
He called as he descended into the darkness. We shook our heads and tried to contain our concerns. Trey was always the daredevil among us. He'd once broken his leg trying to evade law enforcement, scaling a large fence, not even thinking about the drop afterwards. But when the line grew taut and the snapping sound bounced around the cave, we knew something was wrong. "Trey? Trey!" I called out. No response. We ran over and peered down the pit, his line still attached in absolute darkness after the first 10 feet. We held onto the line and tried pulling against it in vain, worried he'd passed out from hitting his head. A sense of absolute dread filled my body the longer I stared, Anthony's forehead breaking out into a cold sweat as we waited for a response. We got it, in the form of the line snapping and Trey's terrified screams as he fell further and further down. It was a horrific, visceral sound that sent my knees buckling and Anthony grabbing me to stop my momentum, dragging me into the pit with him.
We have to go. We have to go get help now.
He cried, shaking my shoulders until I saw sense. I nodded and we dashed for the entrance. What followed chilled my blood and stopped us both dead in our tracks.
Hey! I'm fine. Just spook the shit out of me is all. Don't panic. Jeez, just come back and throw me a line. I'll be able to get up.
Anthony breathed a sigh of relief and began walking back, but I pulled on his collar and shook my head. Eyes wide and full of fear, a finger up to my lips.
What? He's stuck down there? Dude, we gotta help him.
He hissed, keeping his voice low as I asked. Did you hear his body hit the ground? I asked, his eyes fixated on mine and not responding when I asked. Did you hear his body hit the ground, Anthony? He swallowed, looked over his shoulder and back to me, shaking his head. How deep is that pit, if you were to guess? I pressed him, a transference of nerves between us as we kept quiet.
Guys, you still there? I can just about make out your voices. Come and help me, man. We ain't gonna get that sweet YouTube stack with me staying down here.
He called, concern and fear racking his voice.
I'd say over 500 feet, if not deeper.
He replied, the fear mounting the more he spoke.
So if he did fall with the length of the rope bringing him down, maybe 200 feet.
He'd be dead. He didn't use anywhere near enough to scale that far down. So... I let the question linger in the air for a moment and a chill ran through the cave. Was it debris the natives mentioned?
So what is calling out to us from the pit?
He finally intonated, our foreboding growing like a cancer as we stared at the pit just 30 feet away. Trey, what is your girlfriend's birthday? I called out, an idea popping into mind.
Huh? Why? Guys, this ain't 21 questions. Come over and help me. I feel fine, but that may be adrenaline. I need a lift out of here. Now, come on.
He shouted back, Anthony taking another step forward.
Answer the question, Trey. We just want to make sure all is fine. You know the legend of this cave as well as we do. How far down are you? He
called out, the frustration apparent now in Trey's voice.
For fuck's sake, it's sometime in April. I can't remember when, okay? And I'd say I fell maybe 50 feet? It's soft down here. I guess it broke my fall. Happy?
Anthony and I exchanged looks as he shook his head, backing away towards me.
I hear you walking away. Damn it. Anthony, hey, you're the smartest guy I know. So I got a question for you. If you're that worried I'm not who I say I am, which, if you'll pardon the expression, is fucking stupid, who am I?
I swear his voice shifted just a tad as he asked the last question, but he didn't stop.
You've always been the sort of guy who loved mysteries. Imagine what secrets are down here. What you could know if you saw what I see. All you have to do is throw me a line. I'll tell you everything.
Anthony's eyes were wide, darting between me and him. I couldn't understand how this was even a difficult choice. It clearly wasn't Trey, or if it was, he was not someone we could save on our own with our limited equipment. Why was this so hard for him? But seeing that glazed look in his eyes, the slackness of the jaw as he walked over to the pit and threw a line, I realized why the cave used to be called the Siren's Call. I'm begging you, Anthony, come with me. We can save Trey within a couple hours with the right people. We don't need to put ourselves at risk. I reached out a hand, not willing to get close, but also worried about my friend's slowly deteriorating sanity. He looked at the rope and looked at me, holding out a hand, keeping his dominant one on the line of the rope as it fell down and knocked against the inner pit wall. In an instant, it grew taut and snapped as Anthony was pulled into the pit head first. His scream filled the cave and threatened to burst my eardrums with their piercing shrill. I turned away and covered my head until it stopped reverberating. As silence greeted me, I felt my body surge with adrenaline and all things urged me to go to the entrance. But as Anthony's calm voice called from the pit, a malaise overcame me, and while I didn't dare turn around, I suddenly felt it difficult to make any sudden moves.
Bryce, you're always a loyal friend. The furniture in the room that tied us together. You're never going to make it outside without us. You know that.
I gotta agree with Ant. You're sorta like the yes man, but awkward. Full of self-doubt and undesirable traits. Ain't nobody gonna want that complex mess.
I felt tears fill my eyes and rush down my cheeks. Something was crawling out of the pit, scaling its walls with thick digits, digging into the rock and grunting as it ascended. I can't join you. I have a life out there and so do you. So do my friends that are using the talk right now. I clenched my fists, trying to move but still unable. Why can't you let them go? Why can't you let us all go? Something pulled at the outside of the pit, scratching against the mortar and panting. It sounded large. Its vocal range began to sound like a dog's does when imitating human speech.
Then how else would we talk to you? We have no voice of our own. We know no other way than to be used as meat puppets.
It gurgled and laughed as Anthony spoke, his voice breaking down and distorting. Whatever was behind me was finding its way to me, and the voice grew closer. It was so visceral and real that I almost turned around.
Good joke, Trey. After all, we're all meat puppets in the end. So, why wait? Besides...
Hot breath pushed against my ankles. It was so close.
You smell ready to us.
At that moment, my fear gave way to flight, and I bolted for the passage, dropping my pack on whatever was behind me. It contained several pieces of heavy equipment that I'd prepped for my own abseiling, and that being unceremoniously brought down on anyone would hurt. The thing howled as my pace picked up.
So ready. Why wait? So ready. Why wait?
It bellowed, claws and hot breath tearing to the walls as I rushed, my eyes blurring and my body aching as I pushed through the agony. As soon as light filled the opening, the panting stopped, no cry of pain or slinking into the darkness. It simply ceased. I didn't dare turn around until I was back at the top of the hill leading to the mouth. When I did, I saw nothing. Simply the entrance to the cave none of us should have ever ventured into. My friends still trapped inside. The drive home was filled with anxiety, fear, and pain. I did the right thing and contacted the state police on my way back. They mounted a search and declared that Anthony and Trey's deaths were entirely by accident. Death by misadventure was the official cause of death. We were called stupid boys looking for a thrill, and the town by and large felt sympathetic to me. Life moved on, and several years later, still living in that small, rocky town, I get looks of sympathy and pity. Poor boy, he still thinks there's something there. Can't accept being the only one, I suppose. They'd say, looking at me as if I were a lost lamb with no idea where to go or what to do. Even my own family gave me a wide berth, therapy, and support, but I knew better. I still do now. The cave has been closed off properly for some time. Nobody is smart enough to venture close since the incident, but that doesn't stop people trying, curious to see if the legends of Cave Metrione, the Wailing Cave, the Siren's Call, are as grisly and blood-curdling as they heard. But, at least I hope, they'll never learn the full truth. Not long after the incident, I had those nightmares again, enticing me into my own private little hole in the wall, squeezing, constricting me. Only now, I saw my friends at the end of this increasingly claustrophobic tunnel, calling to me in pain to join them, to help them. I sought out a native man in the area and told him what happened. He listened and never judged or thought of me as a fool. Instead, his face grew full of sorrow and he handed me a totem to keep with me.
Spirits inhabit that cave, the kind that can never truly rest. They will always wish to pull more in and add to their energy. You were most likely their target from your dreams. The others simply used as bait.
Some nights, I don't just awaken in a cold sweat from the nightmares. Some nights, I find myself standing at the front of my window, staring in the direction of the cave, now seemingly visible from so far a distance, beckoning me. When I drive through the mountains for work, I hear them. I hear them so clearly. I hear their voices as clear as my own family's, calling into my ear.
So ready. Why wait?
Hey guys, if you're still here, feel free to leave a comment down below to let us know how we did or if there's anything we as narrators or I as an audio editor can do better. We're super open to criticism right now since this is our first video. Thank you again to TJLea for letting us narrate this story. I'll leave a link to their YouTube channel, Dusklight Radio, in the description. Also, thank you to the Dark Somnium in general for allowing his viewers to use his music freely. A link to his main channel and music channel will also be below. Yeah, that should be everything. We hope you have a nice day or evening, and we hope to see you again soon. To those who sleep. This happened a few years ago. You may have heard rumors if you're on campus. Some even circulated online. Nobody knew what really happened because I'm the only one who knows, and I kept quiet. For a multitude of reasons. None of them matter now. Here's what really happened. The four of us were handpicked for this experiment by Professor Richardson because we'd all studied under him, worked under him, and, as much as anyone can, earned his confidence. He said this one was different. We had to keep it quiet. He wanted to keep details to a minimum. All he would tell us before going in was that he required a month of our lives, and that if he succeeded, sleep would never again be a necessity.
Think of it,
He said.
6 to 8 additional hours every day. Your month will be paid back before the year is out.
If he was right, he'd have a Nobel Prize for sure. It would change the world. We believed in him. Sleep would become a hobby. Imagine that. We felt lucky to be a part of it. We went in with the highest of hopes. We were so excited for a new future for humanity and for ourselves. I was the only one to leave that place. Week 1. Professor Richardson brought us out to the location in his van, explaining along the way what we were to do. For the purposes of the study, we were asked to remain in the compound, as he called it. We would first be locked in fact, and deprived of windows and Wi-Fi. Other than endure patiently, we didn't have to do much of anything.
My machine does all the work,
He explained.
It uses a complex melange of sound waves to disrupt the processes of sleep, evolutionary appendices from the days before civilization. The most immediate side effect you'll notice is that you won't dream.
Any other effects we noticed, we were to catalog. We were, as he said, in uncharted territory, and so we had to map out the dangers. The immensity of the project was inspiring enough. Then we saw the compound, the octagon, as it was known. A concrete octagonal structure built at the end of a labyrinth of dirt roads, somewhere in the backwoods of Searcy, Arkansas. I've never been able to find it again. The professor said it was originally intended as a jail for terrorists, but it was abandoned and never used. It's virtually impenetrable, invisible to satellites. But for us, it had been stocked with all the comfort we'd require for a month of dedication. I don't think any of us expected to really conquer sleep. We thought, perhaps, a reduction in sleep requirements would be possible. We spent a fair amount of the first 2 days speculating on how the machine works with its complex melange of sound waves, and whether sleep really is an evolutionary appendix, as the professor had claimed. By the third day of only getting 3 to 4 hours of sleep, contrary to feeling groggy, we were more awake and full of energy than ever. We were alert and ready to debate these ideas. That's when the excitement really hit us.
He really did it.
JT said. JT was a big, ginger-bearded guy, the sort of guy who still has a healthy collection of magic cards.
We don't know that.
James said, always a skeptic. He came from Australia just to study under Richardson, actually.
The machine could be stimulating the adrenal glands to mildly dose us with adrenaline all throughout the day.
Even were that so, wouldn't change the fact that he beat sleep, I said. With our extra time, we were getting in tons of reading, played a stupid amount of Call of Duty, and still had plenty of time to sit around and debate.
I guess I have to admit it's fucking amazing,
James said. We all felt it. It was almost euphoric. The excitement we felt for being possibly the first humans to live without the need for sleep. Technically, we still needed a few hours each night still, but we decided together that it was more out of habit than necessity. Then, on the 4th day, Don said,
There's something wrong.
Don was a serious one. Super serious. He used to be a Franciscan, I heard. It showed. He didn't talk that much, and when he did, it was usually worth listening to. This time, he put into words something that I'd been feeling, but I guess just kind of buried under the excitement.
With the experiment, or?
That was JT.
I don't know,
He said.
It's a feeling. This constant uneasiness. Like this isn't going the way it's supposed to be going, or that we're in the wrong place.
No,
James said.
I think that's it. It's this place. We all knew it was weird when we first saw it. This concrete octagon, but living in it. I think there's something wrong with this place. Like, something terrible happened here.
I understood it was never used, I said.
Governments always say that about torture prisons.
James said.
It's more than that.
JT said.
I feel it too. I thought it was just from lacking windows at first, but that's not it. I think it's the angles. It's like the angles in this building don't add up to what they should.
What if everyone's dead outside?
Don asked. James jumped up so fast his chair clattered to the ground.
Cut that shit out, Don. Why would you even say that?
Well, what are you saying? I asked. This is a haunted octagon?
Yeah, James.
JT said.
Was it built on an orthogonal Indian burial ground?
Okay, you want to play that?
He said.
I can play. Look, the space around us transforms based on how we perceive it. Take a church. The people who go there perceive it as holy, so they do things like leave their crutches behind when they force themselves to walk, or light their candles, or whatever. These changes to the space only enhance the perception of holiness and influence future visitors to perceive it in the same way and change it in the same way. Haunted places are the same. For one reason or another, they begin to be perceived as haunted. The more they're perceived that way, the more they're imbued with hauntedness. Even if you've never seen the place before, you pick up on the subtle clues, if you're at all sensitive. In a way, it's true to say it's a haunted space. It's true to say the church is holy. Our interaction with that space has made it something more than just wooden sheetrock, or whatever. So what I'm saying is, maybe something's happened here and we're picking up on it. Some bloody, awful things, and in that sense, yes, it's a haunted octagon.
No,
Don said.
Places are considered holy because an authority telegraphs it to whoever will listen. Just like haunted places make a lot of money off dumb tourists.
Whatever it is, I said. We all agree something isn't feeling right about our situation. Maybe it's the machine. I say we write it down as a side effect. On that point, at least, we were all able to agree. It didn't put any of our uneasiness at rest, but we wrote it down. We somehow agreed upon the phrasing right away, too. Acute sensations that we've entered into something where we aren't welcome. Week 2. We tried our best to ignore these feelings and carry on like we had been. Those first few days had been some of the best in our adult lives, but we never got back to those happy times. I realized around then how short-sighted of Richardson it had been to leave us in there without any means of contacting the outside world. When I voiced that opinion,
That's just what I'd been thinking.
JT said.
Richardson isn't a dumb guy, you get me? I think he's done this on purpose.
Why would he do that? I asked.
For science, of course.
He answered.
It's one of those meta studies where we're told it's about one thing, but it's actually about how we react to the experiment. Like the Milgram experiments.
Or it's not his choice.
James said.
The government is making him do it. And that machine is designed to control us. Or some sort of cult. Scientologists.
This is a government-built installation.
JT said.
That actually makes sense. Not the Scientology part, though.
Think about it.
James started, but I interrupted. Okay, I said. Let's come back down to earth for a second. Best case scenario? Richardson is just a jerk who doesn't care about our personal well-being, right?
Give it a rest.
Don said, the one I had least expected to snap at me.
Stop trying to act like the most rational guy in the room. You don't know what Richardson's into. He's into other things. Things he'll never talk about publicly.
I looked at the others and saw similar confusion. What are you talking about?
I've heard a little about this, actually.
James said.
He has some fringe ideas.
Let's just say he's not the respected academic he presents himself to be,
Don said.
I've read some of the content he doesn't publish. He thinks, and very seriously believes, that there's something else. Something besides this.
He knocked on the table.
Something more than material stuff.
That's not completely strange, I said with a shrug. I was expecting worse.
He put it this way,
Don continued, ignoring me.
Think back to the beginning of existence. There had to be conditions such that the universe's existence was possible. If the universe wasn't possible, then it couldn't have come to exist. Does that stand to reason?
We nodded.
Okay, and those conditions cannot be material nor laws of matter, since those came into being with the existence of the universe. So whatever those conditions are, they have to be something other than the basic substance of the universe. Does that make sense?
I guess, I said. This isn't turning to an argument for God, is it? He shook his head.
It's an argument for a something that continues to exist, except we can't even say that, because ideas like something and exist are developed by, for, and within physical reality. This is something pre-physical, something pre-existence. Whatever it is allowed the universe to spontaneously be. Who knows what it's been doing these billions of years?
Just asking that question is already violating the stipulations, I started saying, my background in philosophy kicking in.
Yes,
Don said.
But he believes. He thinks it's the source of free will. Our brains touch it somehow. And so he believes he can reach it, study it, use it. I didn't get to read much more than that.
And if this experiment is something he's not putting on the books,
James added,
it may have to do with his more peculiar interests.
So instead of eliminating sleep, he's trying to make us see God, I asked sarcastically.
I don't know, brother,
Don said.
I'm just saying, if he thinks the brain touches another reality, this is just the kind of experiment he'd want to try to prove his theory.
You think he has this room bugged?
JT asked. I think he might be in here somewhere, I said, without even thinking of what I was saying. They looked to me, waiting for an explanation, and with what looked like fear in their eyes. Strange we could be so afraid of this man we admired less than 2 weeks ago. I sometimes feel someone watching me in my sleep, I explained, my voice starting to tremble. I figured it was one of you at first. I feel it especially when I'm not quite awake, but not quite asleep. Those moments when you wake for a few seconds to adjust your pillow, I could feel and hear someone standing over me, just breathing and watching. I was too close to unconsciousness to do anything about it. Then I just fell back asleep. I could see the terror filling the other's eyes while I spoke.
I've been feeling it too,
Don said, almost in a whisper, like he was scared to be heard.
I thought I was losing it.
Me too,
James said. Someone else is in here, I said.
Wait.
JT said.
What would this person be eating? We don't see our food disappearing. There's no way out. There isn't really anywhere to hide. We gotta start being sensible.
I let out a sigh of relief, because he was right. Okay, let's think about this, I said. Let's say this is another effect of the machine. Phase 2, paranoia.
Phase 2, paranoia,
Don said with a consenting nod. We wrote it down. The next day, we all gathered together for breakfast. JT asked,
Have you all had any dreams?
We all shook our heads. Richardson was right on the money with that one, I said.
Mm-hmm.
He said,
Do you know feral children don't dream?
How do we know that?
James asked.
They tell us. The few that get socialized. They say dreaming is something that starts only after they developed language, object permanence, all that other shit.
What about dogs? I asked. Like chasing rabbits in their sleep.
Autonomic responses.
Maybe language and object permanence impacts only the ability to remember dreams.
James said.
Both are consistent with the superficial data. The onus is on you to prove otherwise.
JT scoffed.
What's your point anyway?
Don asked.
Point is being dreamless. Do you think it's healthy? I don't think it's healthy. I think the machine is making us not need sleep. It's making us not feel tired. I think all of this might be happening because we aren't dreaming.
We can't really answer, can we?
James said.
dreams naturally accompany REM sleep, so we don't have any studies that differentiate between the effects of not dreaming and of not sleeping.
Or maybe we are dreaming, and the dreams are just going somewhere else,
JT said. I didn't know what he meant by that. Nobody did. But we all stopped talking then and dispersed. Something about it felt too true. Week 3. Our gatherings for theoretical discussions became rarer and rarer. We tended to isolate ourselves and eyed each other with suspicion. I still had feelings of uneasiness and of unwelcomeness every day, and each night the figure standing over me. I was sleeping even less now, about an hour tops. So little sleep that I'd start to catch it running away. The last time, I was awake enough to see where it was going. It's this one particular corner of my room that's always struck me as peculiar. I caught myself staring at it even when I didn't want to. It's a point where the angles are strange. My eyes had trouble focusing on it. The figure skulked straight to that point and disappeared into it. When I woke up fully, I questioned whether I'd hallucinated the whole thing. Perhaps phase 3, hallucinations. I went over to that corner and looked at it closely. It smelled strange, like turpentine. The more I stared at it, the more I forced my eyes to focus. I was sure something was moving inside, and it was watching me. I heard this awful, hate-filled sound come from deep in the corner then. I didn't wait around to understand what made that noise. I left that room for good. I took all my short naps in the library from then on. While lying in the library, I overheard JT talking to someone in the corridor. He was telling him about the angles again. He said there are more degrees in the building than can possibly be in a standard enclosed shape. 2.7488 degrees more, he said.
Just enough to drive you nuts, but not enough to be obvious.
Whoever he was talking to said something I didn't understand. Something like,
Those are the degrees of ripping.
The voice was distorted somehow, so I can't be sure. What I was sure of was I didn't recognize that voice at all. Whoever JT was talking to wasn't one of us. It may be silly, but I was scared. I stayed there, pretending to be asleep while JT walked by, and as he did, I felt someone or something come into the room and stand over me. Then it went away. After a minute or so of telling myself I was being foolish, I went following after JT. I didn't see him anywhere. I bumped into James, and he also said he hadn't seen JT. Have you seen or heard anyone who shouldn't be in here? I asked him. James looked at me with a mixture of surprise and terror.
How'd you know?
He asked.
I haven't told anyone.
About what? He told me he'd heard his mother calling to him. Not a faint sound that he confused for his mother, but her voice, clear as mine, calling out to him. He almost answered her, he said. Almost. Then he stopped himself.
She's been dead for a year, man,
he said.
Whatever was calling me, it wasn't my mother.
I saw he was shaking and his hands were clenched. I told him to hang in there. Just might be oral hallucinations. I'd been hearing things too. A crying child. So low at first, I thought it was the plumbing.
We should call a meeting,
he said. I thought about JT and what I'd heard moments ago. Let's just tell Dawn, I said.
As a side effect of the machine, it makes sense. The sounds are not supposed to be audible, yet somehow our brains must be picking up their random patterns and interpreting them as something. The brain assigns a memory to make the pattern meaningful.
Do you believe that? I asked.
Not for a second,
James said. But we had a shortage of rational explanations, and that was a pretty good one. I had hoped he was right. A few days later, I found James in the gym, pounding away at the punching bag. I asked him if he was okay. He ignored me, so I went back to the reading room. A few minutes later, he was behind me.
That voice I've been hearing is not my mother,
he said. Of course not, I said. We'd already decided that, after all.
No. I mean, I don't know what I mean. It's just, my mother was a kind person. Even if this voice is trying to sound like her, it's not like her at all. It's not kind. It's not human.
I put down my book and looked him full on to see if he was serious. He was. Very much so.
She's been telling me about all sorts of things.
He said.
She asked me if you remember the shed.
I couldn't say anything to that. I was speechless. I'd never talked about that, for good reason. It took me years to come to terms with what happened. It was a long time ago. I was out playing behind our house in the woods, as I often did. I like to construct shitty tree houses. I went a little off property and came to this shed. I'd never seen it before. It looked old though, I remembered that. I heard a kid crying inside, thinking I might have a friend to make tree houses with. I looked through the window. The kid was chained up and there was a dog bowl on the floor. I wanted to help, but I knew I was trespassing. I looked around. That's when I saw this man, off about 20 feet into the woods. He was dressed in all black, old-fashioned clothes, like 19th century clothes. He had to have been watching me the whole time, expressionless. I went running all the way home. I was so scared, I didn't tell my parents about it until I was supposed to go to bed, and I had to explain why I was terrified to go to sleep. They had the cops out right away. They found the shed. I heard they found the chains and bowl, but the kid was gone. I've always blamed myself for not helping the kid right away.
Do you?
James asked. Yes.
Okay, well, she's been telling me how to get out.
I looked at him without a word because he sounded so manic.
She said there's a secret exit inside JT. We just have to cut him open to get to it.
James, I said, unsure of what else to say at that point.
Oh, I know.
He said with a gulp.
I know it's not true. I just had to tell someone. I don't know what's going on in this place.
He added.
I'm scared, man.
So was I. We had to get out of that octagon. Week 4. James and I started looking ways out after that. Since we weren't sleeping at all now, we had plenty of time to do it. Every time we thought we'd found something, it was a dead end. It was while we were doing this that we saw Don standing alone in the corridor with his back to us.
What's going on?
James asked me. Something about it seemed strange. Don, you okay? I called. He turned around and with a smile gave us a big wave.
Bye, guys,
he said and walked around the corner. I looked at James to see if he was thinking the same thing as me, that something bad was about to happen. He was already looking back at me. We took running after him. He was at the end of the next corridor already, getting in the elevator.
Don! No!
We shouted and ran after him, but the doors closed before we got there. He went up. The thing is, the Octagon is a 1-floor building. There's no elevator, never before or after. I don't know where Don went, or if what I think I saw really happened, but I know I never saw Don ever again.
I don't understand,
James said.
What's happening?
Before we could take the time to think about it, a group of people rounded the corner and were walking toward us. I think we should go, I said.
Who are they?
He asked. James, let's go, I said.
Why are they blurry?
I don't know, but we're going. I grabbed his arm and pulled him with me. Then I ran. I ran until I got to the kitchen and hid myself between the wall and the fridge. I was sure James was right behind me. I could hear his footfall the whole way. But when I looked, he was gone. I stayed there until my body couldn't really take it anymore. Probably a few hours. When I slipped out, I saw someone peering at me from around the doorway. I was so startled, I backed up against the wall. It was a little boy. Hello? Then I heard screams. The boy was gone. More screams. I couldn't just leave someone in distress. Not again. I ran towards the scream, scared of what might be happening to James. I heard a scream again, but this one choked out. It was coming from JT's room. I wished then, and I still wish I hadn't opened that door. James was in there. He'd sliced JT open, and he was feeling around in his guts. The shocked, agonized expression was frozen on JT's face. "What did you do?" I asked.
"I have to get out,"
James said as he dug through JT's intestines. I backed out of the room. I didn't know what else to do. I just had to find somewhere to hide until Richardson could get us out of there. Once I was out of the room, I heard James saying,
"Mom?"
And then...
"Oh no. Oh no."
And then he screamed. I ran back in. James was gone. The doorway to the room hadn't left my sight. There's no way he got out, but he was gone. A nauseous, black smoke was coming from JT's abdomen. It smelled like burning tires. I went back to the kitchen. I found a supply of candles, melted some wax onto paper towels, and I stuffed my ears with it. Then I curled up in a corner with my eyes closed and waited for sleep to come. I waited a long time, but eventually it came. When I woke up, Professor Richardson was shaking me. He'd already pulled the paper towels out of my ears. I thought he'd come early. I found out later I'd been asleep for several days. He asked me where the others went. I told him everything, as much as I understood. I tried to take him to JT's body, but it was gone. Not a trace of blood. He took me to a hospital after that to make sure I was okay.
"I'll foot the bill,"
he said.
"Also, you can forget about your student loans."
Is that how it is? I asked.
"I put you in danger. So yes,"
he said.
"you've earned it, if you keep quiet."
I told him I couldn't keep quiet because of what happened to the others.
"You don't think those things really happened, do you? Would all the laws of the physical universe suspend themselves just for you four? No, those were waking dreams. You weren't supposed to dream at all. I thought I'd compensated for it. The machine needs tweaking. That's science. The others are fine. They'll be laying low for a while, until I publish the results. Please do the same."
I wanted to believe him. I've always considered myself a rational person. I just didn't believe him. Yes, it could have all been a dream. That would be the simplest explanation, but it was no dream. I tried to find the others. I never could. I don't think they're fine at all. I tried to tell the police about it, but they wanted evidence. I couldn't even show them the octagon. James, JT, Dawn, if you're out there and are reading this, let me know you're okay. And everyone else, let me tell you what I think. I think Professor Richardson was right about one thing. Sleep really is something we evolved to protect us. Except, not from the creatures that roam the forest at night. It protects us from something much worse. Something all around us. It's not obsolete at all. Think whatever you believe in, that you have sleep. And you dream. I work at a gas station in rural Pennsylvania. It's a boring job, but it's pretty easy and it pays alright. A few weeks ago, this new guy started. I'll call him Jeremy. Jeremy is weird. He's about 25 or 26, and he hardly speaks, but he's got the creepiest laugh I've ever heard. My boss and I have both noticed this, but it's never been a problem, so there's not much we can do about it. Customers have never complained about him, and he's always done his job fairly well. Up until a few weeks ago, anyway. That's when things started going missing. Employee theft can be a problem at any business that sells consumer goods, and there's only one person working at a time at this gas station. It's a pretty small place. About 2 weeks ago, my boss started noticing that we were short on motor oil. At first, it was a few containers at a time, then entire shelves and boxes from the back room. Pretty soon, entire shipments would be gone the day after we got them, and it would always be right after Jeremy's shifts. My boss has checked his security camera tapes from every single night he worked, but he could never catch him in the act. Jeremy would lock up at closing, then the motor oil would be gone the next day. My boss usually takes the tapes home with him to try and catch Jeremy stealing, but his daughter had a softball game last night, so he asked me to watch the tape for him. He offered to pay me overtime, under the table, so obviously I took that offer. There are 3 cameras, so he gave me 3 different tapes to check. I figured it would be a long night, but I'm trying to save up for vacation, so I really needed the money. I took the tapes home, popped them in an old VCR, and sat back. 2 days ago, the last time he worked, Jeremy started at 4 p.m. Everything seemed pretty normal at first. He counted up his drawer, switched off with the girl who was working before him, and waited for a customer. The first person who came in was Mrs. Templeton. The timestamp on the video read 4:03. A regular. She picked up her cigarettes and a newspaper and paid with a 20. Nothing unusual there. The next customer was some local guy named Ron. He drives a motorcycle, usually comes in every few days. He filled up his tank, got a bag of beef jerky, paid with his credit card, and then left. The next was some guy with a cowboy hat. I'd never seen him before, but we get plenty of strangers passing through, just like any other gas station. He got $40 worth of diesel fuel, paid with a $100 bill, and went on his way. I sat back and sighed. The only thing more boring than this job is watching someone else do it. My boss's offer was enough to keep me watching, though, so I left the tape on. Everything seemed pretty normal. I had a feeling that if Jeremy was stealing motor oil, he knew we were suspicious of him by now. I didn't expect him to be dumb enough to let us catch him on camera. Things stayed boring and routine until about 5 o'clock. At 5:03, Mrs. Templeton came back in. She must have forgotten something, but she didn't. She bought the same pack of cigarettes as before, and the same newspaper. She paid with another 20. That's odd, I thought. But then again, she's a little absent-minded. I thought Jeremy should have told her she already got her smokes, but it's not against the rules to sell somebody the same thing twice. That's when Ron came in again. He bought another tank of gas, and the same pack of beef jerky. I later checked the outdoor camera because I thought maybe he had another car he wanted to fill up. He paid with his credit card again. No big deal. I figured this was just a weird coincidence. Miss Templeton is forgetful, and Ron probably owns more than one Harley. That's when the guy in the cowboy hat came back in. I felt a chill run down my spine. Don't get diesel. Don't get diesel. I found myself whispering to my empty living room. But he did. He got $40 worth of diesel fuel and paid with another $100 bill. Every move he made was identical to his first visit, right down to the way he scratched his nose before he walked out. Either this guy is rich, owns a lot of trucks, and just moved into town, or something really bizarre was happening. I kept watching. Every customer for the next hour was the same as before. Every single one. I was seriously freaked out. And then at 6:03, Mrs. Templeton walked back in. She bought her cigarettes and newspaper and paid with a 20 again. I thought I was going to lose it. I only watched for another half hour before I started fast-forwarding through the rest. It was all the same. Every customer would come back in at the exact same times, exactly 1 hour apart. Now, I know what you're thinking. That sneaky motherfucker Jeremy had messed with the tapes. He had run a loop of his first hour of business over and over. That wasn't the case. There are windows around the cash register area that the camera covers, and I watched the sunlight fade as the time ran on. Jeremy's routine didn't loop over. He swept, mopped, restocked, and did all his duties exactly how you would expect. But the same customers kept coming in. I was panicking at this point. Something was seriously wrong with what I was seeing, and I had no explanation for it. I skipped ahead to when he locked up and walked out to his car. He hadn't stolen anything, but I kept watching just to make sure. I fast-forwarded one last time to about midnight. At exactly 12:03, out of nowhere, Jeremy's face pops up on the camera. I don't mean he moved his head into view. I mean that 1 second, the store was empty, and the next, his face was all I could see. He wasn't looking at the camera. He was looking at me. I was sure of it. I screamed and fumbled for the remote. By the time I grabbed it, he was gone. Just as soon as he had left. One frame he was there, the next he wasn't. My hands were shaking like crazy, but I popped in another tape. The other indoor camera shows the back area by the cash register, and I would be able to see how he got up and put his face in the camera like that. I skipped ahead to 12:03, but there was nothing. I would have been able to see him standing on a chair or something on this tape, but he wasn't there. I didn't see him enter the store at all after he left. It's like he wasn't really there. He doesn't know the security code, and no alarms were triggered that night after he locked up. What I did see, however, was that at 12:03, the motor oil vanished off the shelf. All of it. Same as Jeremy's face. 1 second it was there, and the next it wasn't. I turned that tape off and went to bed, but I didn't get a wink of sleep. My body is exhausted right now, but my mind is racing. That tape was undoubtedly the creepiest, most disturbing thing I've ever seen in my life. I work in a few hours. My boss asked me to bring the tapes back in and let him know what I found. But really, what the hell am I gonna say? Jeremy works the night shift tonight, directly after me, and the plan is for my boss to come in just before I leave and confront him with me, as I'm supposed to be the one who caught him stealing. I have no idea what I'm gonna do. I suppose I'll have to show my boss the tapes, but I don't want to watch them with him. I never want to see something like that again. I can't get the image of Jeremy just smiling directly into the camera out of my mind. It was the creepiest look I've ever seen on another human being's face. Anyway, I'm gonna try again to get some last-minute sleep before I have to go in and deal with this. I'll let you guys know what happens. Update, 2:49 p.m. Updating from my phone. Apologies in advance for any errors. My boss just finished watching the last of the tapes. I told him what to expect, but you really can't prepare someone for something like that. He's scared shitless. I still am too. And Jeremy is due to come in at 4. We've got a little over an hour to get our shit together, but neither of us knows what to say to him. Is he just a fucked up guy who likes to steal motor oil and scare the shit out of people? Or is he something else? I don't know if this is crazy, but does anyone think he could have anything to do with the time loop? My boss said he never noticed anything like that in the other tapes, but the way he popped up in this one made me think he knew I would be watching. It's like he wanted me to see what he could do, like he was showing off or something. The way he smiled into the camera was like a little kid showing you a sandcastle they had just built or something. I don't know. I probably sound crazy. I sure feel the part. I'm gonna talk to my boss some more. We have to calm ourselves down and figure out how to handle this. I'll update again tonight, but I have a really bad feeling about how this is gonna play out. Update, 4:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. I tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 5:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 6:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 7:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 8:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 10:58 p.m. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit! I just got home and saw my previous updates. Things make less sense now than ever. Here's what I can tell you. I went to work. Jeremy never showed up. My boss and I decided to call the police, as you're well aware. When I picked up the phone to call though, the sun went out. I shit you not. That's what I thought happened. Apparently, I blacked out for 5 hours because when I look at the clock, it was 9:33. I think I got stuck in Jeremy's time loop, and then I snapped out of it at the exact point I blacked out, if that makes any sense. But that's when things got really weird. My boss was right next to me when I blacked out, ready to corroborate my story to the cops. When I came to, the phone was in my hand, but it was dead. Not even a dial tone. My boss was still right there, but he wasn't moving. He was standing up, but frozen. I looked at the clock again. It wasn't moving. The second hand was stuck on the 12. It was 9:33 exactly. The clock on the register computer screen wasn't moving either. My phone was frozen. There was even a customer at the register, waiting for my boss to get him cigarettes. I'm betting that this would have been his 5th pack of the day. I got the fuck out of there. Didn't lock up, didn't turn the lights out. And sorry guys, I didn't grab the security tapes to upload to the internet. Believe me, that was the last thing on my mind. The gas station is on a major highway and cars were parked all along it. Except they weren't parked. They were frozen. The people inside were sitting still as wax statues. I got in my car and prayed that it would start. Thankfully it did. About halfway home, time started up again. The static from the radio turned into music, like it's supposed to be. And from what I could tell by listening to the host talking between songs, no one noticed the time freeze. Or whatever it was. I was the only one. Well, I'm sure Jeremy noticed as well. I still have no clue where he is or what he's doing. I'm hiding in my room and calling the police again in the morning. I don't know if I ever got through to them before, or if I did, whether they took me seriously. I'm scared for my life at this point. I'll update tomorrow if I can. Final update, 10:33 a.m. I finally fell asleep last night around 4. I have no idea how I did it. I guess exhaustion finally got the best of me. This morning, I woke up to my phone ringing. It was my boss. He had been calling me since about 6. He woke up when time turned back on last night and immediately called the cops. They came by to see what was wrong and he told them everything. The police around here are all small-time guys. They were more concerned with the missing motor oil than anything, but my boss figured he would take it as long as he had their attention. They decided to go looking for Jeremy. We keep all our employees' applications on file, and since Jeremy started working here, his was easy to find. They checked the address on it and headed over to his house. You're not going to believe what they found. The address Jeremy listed on his application was an empty lot, or at least now it is. There used to be a house there, but it burned down in 1993. Being a small town, almost everyone remembers that fire. A family of 4 used to live there way back when. Rumor has it they had an estranged son who they never really talked about, but I can't say for sure if that's true. What I can say is true is that after an insurance investigation, the fire was ruled as an arson. The entire house was soaked in oil and torched with a Molotov cocktail. The entire family was sleeping when it happened. None of them survived. They never caught the guy who did it. Rumor has it that when they tried to contact the estranged son, no one could find him. Anyway, my boss called me and told me this, and I freaked out. Then he asked me to come to the gas station. What, are you crazy? I said, but he assured me that the cops were there with him. Then he dropped the bomb. The FBI were also in town, and they were going to talk to me one way or another, so I might as well come in. It was about 7:15, and I wanted to go back to bed, but I figured I wouldn't be able to sleep much more anyway, so I went down. 4 men in suits greeted me and told me to have a seat. We went over everything 2 or 3 times until they got all the details down. I told them about Jeremy, the security tape, last night at work, everything. Finally, after I finished, one of the agents said,
Oh, Christ. We've got another one on our hands.
Then they made me sign a bunch of papers saying I wouldn't tell anyone about what happened, so I can't say much more. I might be breaking the law just by posting this. So now I'm home. I'm not sure what to do with myself. That agent's words when I told him the story are going to haunt me for the rest of my life. Anyway, I've got to go. I have some errands to run today, and then I have to go into work to pick up some tapes. My boss and I think this new guy, Jeremy, he's a complete creep, is stealing motor oil, and I have to watch the security footage to see if I can catch him doing it. I have better things to do, but my bosses pay me overtime, under the table, and I'm trying to save up for a vacation, so I could really use the money. It should be pretty simple. The oil always goes missing right after his shifts. I figure I'll watch the tapes, catch him in the act, and that would be that. I'd worked as a police dispatcher for 9 years of my life. It's a career that takes a level of mental fortitude that I don't think many possess. I used to hate saying stuff like that. I always thought it sounded so pretentious. But the truth is, it takes a special type of person to be willing to voluntarily listen to some of the things that we hear every single day. Don't get me wrong, the job isn't always grim, and it even had its decent moments. I've got enough decently funny drunk 911 call stories to last me several lifetimes, though the reality of the job was usually far darker. I understood that, though, and felt that I was more than equipped to deal with anything the job could throw at me. I was right, for a while. For years, I had answered every call, always able to keep a steady head despite being faced with some horrific situations. My confidence in my ability to handle the job unwavering, until the final call I ever took as a police dispatcher. I glanced at the time displayed at the corner of my computer screen, 11:43. I yawned, leaning backward in my chair with my arms extended. As I stretched my back, I had been at the desk since 3 in the afternoon, answering calls and dispatching officers as they were needed, which wasn't very often in this town. I lived in a small port town in Washington, about an hour or so out of Seattle. And though we weren't without our fair share of crime, our phones never rang off the hook, which meant a lot of free time for me. I was always okay with that, as soul-wrenching as many of the calls could be. Moments of respite were always more than welcome. A notification on my screen caught my attention, and in an instant, I had returned to my seat, headset on. 911. What is your emergency? I spoke into my headset as automatically as any line repeated hundreds of thousands of times can be spoken. For a moment, the line was only dead silence before I heard a reply.
I need policemen. I think somebody's in my house.
A child whispered from the other line. I felt the smallest of knots begin to form in my stomach. I shifted in my seat. Do you know your address? I asked, adopting a firm but lighter tone in response to the caller's age. I heard shuffling and heavy breathing from the other end, followed by a faint,
Wait.
The caller returned and whispered her address. She was a little girl by the sounds of her voice, and she sounded scared. Good job. What about your phone number? The process repeated, and I quickly relayed her information to dispatched officers. Her address was on the edge of town, a little out of the way, and I understood that it may be a while before help arrived. I stifled a sigh, not wanting to vocalize my worry as I received an estimated arrival time. Is there an adult with you in the house? I continued.
No.
The little girl replied breathlessly, and I could hear the anxiety rising in her voice as she spoke.
My mom works late, and my sister,
Followed by an audible sniffle.
She's escaping with her friends, and...
Somewhere on her end of the line, there was a crash, then a scream. My heart dropped. Are you still there? Are you alright? There was a repetitive thumping sound, followed by the slam of the door.
I'm here.
The little girl spoke breathlessly into the phone. Are you alright? I repeated the question.
Yes.
Was all she replied, barely above a whisper. Her tone worried me. She sounded more than afraid. Sad? No. Disturbed was the proper word for it. Then she began to cry. Not as quiet as you would expect given her situation, but a deep, helpless sob that made my heart sink. When she spoke, it stopped altogether.
Please, please, please help me.
Her sobs turned into a hysteric cry, and I could hear loud, repetitive thumps from her end. Footsteps, and they were clearly not hers. They were heavy, far too heavy for a little girl. Without a warning, a shrill cry, like the sound of microphone feedback, rang through my headsets. The sudden assault on my ears caused me to jump, and my heart set off racing like a jackrabbit. I fought the instinct to throw the headset off, and instead clenched my eyes shut as the noise faded, as suddenly it had come.
I saw it!
She sputtered through sobs.
Please, I don't know what it is.
The frantic and frenzied nature of her begging increased, and a strangeness began to settle in the air that I couldn't quite place. A quick glance around the room confirmed that most of the desks around me were empty, and I was on the call alone. The thought made me feel very isolated, and a growing uneasiness continued to take hold of me that I couldn't place. Something about this call felt wrong. "Police are on the way," I began. I tried to infuse the statement with my usual level of assertiveness and confidence, but I worried that the uneasiness may be audible in my voice. "Can you tell me your name?" I asked.
Amber?
"All right, Amber. Are you, or can you get somewhere safe? A room with a door you can lock?"
I'm in my room.
She said through sniffles, and it was obvious that she had been crying profusely.
I locked the door.
"Good. I'm going to stay with you on the line. Is there anywhere for you to hide?" The sound of footsteps grew in the background as her voice lowered to a whisper.
I think under the bed.
She whimpered. "Okay, is there..." I paused, thinking over my words before continuing. "Anything you can use to protect yourself?" There was a silence on her end for a moment, followed by a hushed,
"Yes."
As she dropped the phone, I assumed to get a weapon. Clamor from within the house had grown closer to the phone, and the piercing ringing sound had returned. I was almost certain there had been something wrong with my headset or with Amber's phone, and the sound grew to an almost unbearable extent, matched only by deafening thuds from somewhere on the phone. It sounded too close. I could feel the hairs begin to rise on the back of my neck, and the ominous sense of panic began to give way to an unexplained fear. The urge to look over my shoulder grew harder to fight, as the persistent thudding sound grew louder, nearer. It all sounded too clear, I guess. There was no static, none of the white noise typical of a phone call. Nothing. Just the sound of footsteps approaching closer. Closer. I gave in to my instinct, whipping around in my seat, nearly losing my headset. No one. I had no time to settle my nerves as Amber returned to the line.
Are you there?
She whispered, yanking me from my fog and back into the moment. Yes, I replied. I struggled to shake off my fears. Something was very wrong with this situation. Despite my worries, I shifted my attention back to Amber.
There isn't any weapon.
The girl muttered.
But I have something.
There was a pause. Okay, what do you have? I asked, realizing my prompt was necessary.
A rabbit? A pink rabbit?
She said, and even over the phone, I could hear a little embarrassment.
My dad gave her to me when I was little.
She sniffled.
He said she would keep me safe.
I didn't know what to say for a moment, but didn't want to miss a beat. He was right, I said, as encouragingly as I could. Everybody knows pink bunnies are great protection. Can you go back under the... I was interrupted.
Amber, I miss you.
I could hear a man call from within the house. So the intruder knew her? I furrowed my brow. Amber, do you recognize that voice? I asked, hoping she would identify the intruder. There was silence for a moment before a response.
It sounds like my dad. Why does it sound like my dad?
I blinked. What do you mean?
That's my daddy's voice. Why does it have my daddy's voice?
I didn't know how to respond to that. Hell, I didn't know what to think about. Had his voice? Before I could ask what she meant, we were interrupted by a sound. The thing we heard has taken me years to try to understand. I've come to believe it was that thing's laugh. At the time, though, we couldn't know. It was the sound of metal crunching in a car accident as it met flesh. A wet, grinding shriek that shook me to my core. I wanted to vomit, and my vision began to blur. I can only imagine what it was like for Amber, hearing that all in person. Amber, I panted, my senses returning to me all at once. She barely had time to respond before we heard it. A voice, or voices, calling for her from somewhere nearby. They spoke as one, all with the same odd, inhumane nature, dripping with malintent.
Amber!
My blood froze. Amber began to cry, and her cries eventually becoming pleas as she begged for help. Her life, her mother, and my intervention. Five more minutes. Just 5 more minutes, I muttered, mentally cursing the timer which displayed the estimated time of arrival of the dispatched officers. I prayed it would be soon enough.
It's outside the room,
She whispered, her voice of utter panic, before breaking into a quiet sob. I silently swore underneath my breath. Amber, I need you to hide right now if possible. The police are 3 minutes away. Stay as quiet as possible. There was no response, but I assumed from the shuffling sounds I could hear that she had gone back under the bed. For a few moments, there was silence. Then Amber spoke. My heart dropped.
I'm going to die.
You're not going to die, Amber, I began, worry now audible in my voice. I promise.
It's reaching under the door. Oh my god.
She muttered. There was a crash, louder than before, and Amber began to shriek. The noises continued, and it began to dawn on me what I was hearing. It was breaking down the bedroom door. Amber's screams had devolved into horrified babbling for pleas for her life to whatever was on the other side of the door. Her screams were soon drowned out by the same noises before. That sick fucking laughter.
What are you?
Amber shrieked, loud enough to make my ears ring.
Please, what are you?
It mocked, in a voice that was some sick parody of Amber's. Panic gripped me as I glanced back at the corner of the monitor displaying the dispatch unit's arrival time. 1:36. Please, God, let it be soon enough. Amber? Are you there? I called. Amber? As suddenly as it started, everything went silent. Somewhere in the distance, I heard sirens. I hear them. Amber, officers are a minute away. Silence. My heart began to sink. Amber, are you there? I could hear something shifting, breathing.
I think it's gone.
Amber said. A surge of relief rolled through me, and I let out a sigh and leaned back in the chair. 27 seconds, the dispatch time read, and the sirens in the background grew louder. You did very well, Amber. Police are almost there. You did really well. I couldn't think of what else to say. I had never had a call like this, and something about it felt so strange. Something Amber had said began to ring in my mind.
What are you?
Amber, I began. What did you see? I was met with silence. Amber? Amber began to laugh. Amber? I said, my voice pleading, a wave of realization crashing down on me. The laughter grew more raucous and less human with every second. Somewhere in the background, there was a knocking sound. They had finally arrived. Too late. I asked the only thing I could think at the moment. Why? The laughter stopped abruptly as the thing on the phone spoke.
It was fun.
There was a click, and the line went dead. The house was empty when officers arrived. No signs of forced entry anywhere except the door to Amber's room, the bottom of which had been torn away by something, leaving a wide space to crawl beneath. And Amber, or what was left of her, decorated the room. Whatever had been there left nothing behind to identify it, only carnage. The case was never officially closed, and everyone had their theories as to what had happened. To this day, ranging from serial killers to a bear attack, and everything in between. The call was never made public. Not my decision, but not one I necessarily complained about either. I never want to hear that recording again. I put in my 2 weeks' notice that same night, though I never returned to work after that day. I had been content to try and forget about that call. As callous as it may sound, I was content trying to forget about Amber, to forget whatever I'd spoken to on that phone. But I don't think it's done with me. Last night, I dreamed, or thought I was dreaming, the sounds of footsteps running throughout my house as something screeched and laughed and mocked me just outside my bedroom door. I stayed in my bed long into the morning, despite the sounds having stopped, paralyzed by a mixture of fear and confusion, until eventually I convinced myself to leave the bed. I crossed the room, cursing every creak the floor made under my weight. I lowered myself to the ground, holding my breath as I peered under my bedroom door. There was something there, but it wasn't moving. I mustered up the little bravery I had left and rose to my feet, my eyes shut tight and a prayer on my lips. I pulled open my bedroom door slightly and stuck my head out just enough to see what lay outside. I stifled a gasp. My tears flooded my eyes as I bent over to pick up the object. Placed outside my door was a little pink bunny, covered in dark stains. From somewhere within the darkness, just beyond the bedroom door, Amber's laugh echoed. I just left my mother's house after visiting her on her birthday. She lives a state over from me, and while I don't visit as often as I should, I try to make it out there when I do get a chance. The drive to my mother's house was fine. Actually, I made pretty good time. Normally, a 6-hour trip ended up taking me only 5 hours, and that was a plus. I never really cared much for driving. Sure, some people would argue that driving can be cathartic, driving peacefully on an open road. For me, however, I just find driving, especially long distances, to be monotonous. The less time I have to spend on the road, the better. I'd left my mother's a little after 4 p.m., and for the first hour or so, I was met with an outrageous amount of congestion. I think I ended up sitting on the highway without moving for a total of 20 minutes straight. Then, immediately after, I was met with intermittent stops, which turned my monotonous trip into one of agony. The constant drive to feed, then brake, was beginning to take a toll on my mind. After about an hour and a half, my GPS came to life, informing me of a severe accident further down the road. Although I wasn't surprised, I was grateful to have something to blame for this bad traffic. As my car crept further down the road, my GPS, with her overly chipper voice, suggested that I take a detour. At that point, anything was better than sitting in this metaphorical hell. The exit was slowly approaching, and just trying to get to that ramp was torturous, like having your favorite food placed just out of your reach. Eventually, I made it and followed a few other cars, making a quick exit as well. My GPS began to plot a new route home. As I drove along the side of the road, around 10 minutes later, I found myself driving alongside farmland for as far as the eye could see. While I was still a little frustrated at sitting in traffic, being able to drive consistently with a relaxing view did help calm me down a bit. It wasn't long after passing the third cornfield that I noticed that I was now alone on the road. I knew I'd been following some cars when I pulled off the highway, but now there were no vehicles in front or behind me. Even though that was odd, I put it out of my mind as I drove along. A few minutes later, my gas light appeared, and I sighed, as this just seemed to add on to my many driving frustrations. I was pulling up to an intersection when I saw a sign for a town to my right. Running out of options, I made my way down the road. When I first pulled into the town, I was surprised at how barren it was. There was a small gas station at the edge of town, a post office nearby, and a few residential houses further down the road. Putting the thought to the back of my mind once again, I pulled into the gas station as the sun was beginning to set. After getting out of my car, I saw that the pump had a "Please pay inside" sign taped to it. So, with a huff, I walked over to the gas station itself. When I stepped through the doors and locked eyes with the man behind the counter, he was an older gentleman with a white beard and a deep blue shirt. I gave him a nod as I walked over to the coolers to grab a water. He didn't return a nod, nor did he make any movements whatsoever. It's late, I thought. Probably the end of his shift. I walked up to the counter and set my water down and asked him to put 20 on the pump outside. He just stared at me for a moment with a grin that seemed forced. After a full minute of silence, I asked him if he was all right. He simply nodded, pressed a few buttons on the register, then returned to his previously motionless demeanor. I asked him how much it was for the water, but the man didn't acknowledge me at all. Feeling too tired to deal with all this, I just set a 20 and a few ones on the counter and headed out to my car. As I was filling up my car, I noticed something even stranger than the gas station clerk. There was a woman standing in the middle of the street. I watched her until my tank was topped off, wondering what the hell she was doing. After I finished, I walked out into the street, taking care to check for oncoming cars. As I approached her, I asked her if she was doing all right. She had the same odd grin as the clerk. I gently placed a hand on her shoulder and she turned to me. I asked her if she knew that she was standing in the street, to which she replied, "Oh yes, we are happy here." She turned back away from me and continued staring down the road. At this point, I was ready to leave, and not just because my gas tank was full. I got into my car and carefully drove around the woman as she remained motionless. As I drove through the town, more and more things stuck out at me. The post office nearby had 4 people standing outside of its doors. Though I have a friend who works at the post office, and they don't stay open very late at all. So either this was a unique post office, or those people were waiting to get inside a closed building. I began to pass by the houses next. One house had a man raking his front lawn. Normal enough, although there wasn't a single leaf anywhere to be found. Across the street from him was a house that had a small seesaw in the front yard with 2 children playing on it. Except they were both sitting on it evenly, staring at each other, not going up and down. I started to pick up my pace as I wanted more and more to get out of this strange town. But I soon regretted that decision as flashing lights filled my rearview mirror. I groaned as I pulled over to the side of the street. I watched through my mirror as the police officer stepped outside of his vehicle with a large grin plastered across his face. He slowly walked up to my window and stood there. I had been pulled over before, and the one thing I learned is you wait for instructions from the officer. After a few minutes came and went, I rolled down the window and asked if there was a problem. With a relatively happy tone, the officer said,
"You have the right to remain silent."
I gave him a confused look and asked if I was under arrest, to which he spoke again.
"It's illegal to drive a car, sir."
If I wasn't already so creeped out by the whole town, I would have thought this was actually quite funny. I told him that I had a license and registration to drive this car. He then leaned down and almost stuck his head inside my car window before saying,
"Have a nice day."
He then stood back up, walked back to his car, then drove away with his lights still flashing. I was at a loss for words. Never in my life had I experienced anything like that before. Taking a moment to compose myself, I looked around and noticed that all the people were now staring at me. The man raking his leafless yard, the 2 children, everyone was staring at my car now. I started to drive away when I was stopped by a sight that made me feel very uneasy. The woman from before, the one that was standing in the middle of the street near the gas station. Well, she was still in the street, but right in front of me now. I'd been driving for quite a few minutes, so unless she was a marathon sprinter, there was no way she could have gotten in front of me. I slowly crept closer to her, and like before, carefully maneuvered my car around her. I still had my window down as I passed by slowly. When I was almost halfway past, she turned to me. Her eyes were a dark shade of red, and she was no longer smiling. In a deep, gravelly voice that obviously didn't belong to her, she said,
Join us.
I've never stomped my foot on the gas pedal that hard before in my life. My tires squealed down the road, and I didn't let off until I started to see the cornfields once again. After another half-hour driving, I found a road leading back to the highway. Once I was back on the highway, a tidal wave of relief washed over me. I didn't get off the highway until I was finally back home. When I made it home, I couldn't stop thinking about all those weird people, how they all looked like people, but they didn't act like people. I know this must sound confusing to all of you, but it's just as confusing to me. After I made it home, I took some time to retrace the route I took on the map and saw that there was no town in that area. I'm not entirely sure who they are, or even what they are, but I think next year, I'll just send my mom a card for her birthday instead. I can't leave my bathroom. About 30 minutes ago, I got out of the shower and dried off, put on my PJs, opened the door and walked out, only to find myself back in my bathroom. I stopped and tried to rationalize what had just happened to me. I convinced myself that I'd simply imagined that I opened the door and stepped out, so I tried again. I pushed the door handle down, opened it, stepped out, and yet again found myself in my bathroom, standing in front of a closed door. This has happened every single time I've tried to leave. I keep my phone in the bathroom with me when I'm showering. I live alone, so I keep it with me just in case, for safety. The first thing I did was call my parents. My dad didn't pick up, but my mom did. I tried to explain the situation to her, but she couldn't seem to understand how I was trapped in my bathroom if the door could open. She seemed convinced that I must mean that my bathroom door's lock was broken and I was trapped inside. Regardless, she said that she would be over ASAP. She only lives a 15-minute drive away, so she should be here any moment. I'm sat leaning against my bathtub, looking out the open bathroom door into my landing. I opened it this time, but didn't try to step out. Everything looks normal. My bedroom door is closed just as I left it. The airing cupboard door closed as well. The stairs leading down to the hallway and the front door. All normal. The door shut. I don't have any recollection of how it shut, when it shut, only that it must have happened in the last few seconds after I wrote that last paragraph. I've just reread that paragraph. It's proof that I'm not going crazy and imagining this. My mom just texted me to ask if I'm in the house. I said yes, of course I am. I'm trapped in the bathroom. That's the whole reason I called you here. This is what she sent.
Mom.
Why aren't you saying anything?
Me.
What do you mean?
Mom.
Are you even in there?
Me.
Yes, I'm in here. Are you here?
Mom.
I'm outside the bathroom door. I've been calling your name. I don't understand. I can't hear anything through the door. I'm gonna open it. I can see my landing, my stairs, my front door, but no Mom. I tried to walk out, but it was fruitless. Back staring at the closed bathroom door. My mom tried the handle of the door from her side, but it won't open. She brought tools to unscrew the lock. She says she's doing it now, but I can't hear anything, and I can't see the handle moving. Okay. Mom texted me to say the lock is taken out, but the door still won't open on her side. She looked through the circular hole in the door where the lock was, but just saw my bathroom, empty. There's no hole on my side of the door. The handle and lock are intact. I have no idea what's happening or how I can get out. After much convincing my mom that I'm in fact in here, she said she's calling someone that could possibly knock the door down. I'm worried that once they do that, they will find an empty bathroom, yet I will still be here, trapped in my bathroom. There's no plug sockets in here, never mind my phone charger. My phone will die at some point. I'm already at 24%. When it runs out, I might lose my only point of contact with the rest of the world. I don't know what to do. Mom left now to get help. I'm sat wondering what I can do. I tried to break the door down myself. I knew it wouldn't work, but I had to try. I remember reading once on Reddit that you shouldn't use your shoulder. You should just try to kick the door by the lock because it's the weak point. It didn't work. I'm not sure any part of this door has a weak point now. The window is small, and I'm not sure if I'd actually be able to fit out of it. Scratch that, the window won't open either. There are locks on the windows in my house. You can lock them with a little key, but I never received any when I moved in, so I've never been able to lock them. It's locked now though. It's got one of those white plastic cheap blinds covering it. I ended up ripping it down. It's pulled some plaster down with it, but now I can get at the window better. It's straight above the toilet, so I'm kneeling on top of the toilet lid, yanking at the window handle. It won't budge. Wait, it opened. I didn't notice how dark it was outside. It shouldn't be dark, it's midday. I looked around, desperately trying to see anyone. No one's around. Everything looks kind of muted. I can't describe it, nor can I describe the deep-seated feeling of dread and wrongness as I look out into my neighborhood. My instincts are telling me not to, but I stick my head out to look down to where I could possibly drop to. My window's closed. I never felt myself move, but my window's closed. Even the fucking plastic blind is back in place. I'm sat on the floor now, as far away from the window and door as I can get. I feel sick. Mom came back, along with her work friend. He helped her unscrew the hinges and remove the door. I'm not in there. They can't see me. My mom sent a photo of her inside the bathroom, with no me in it. She thinks this has all been a joke, and is refusing to reply to my texts or answer my calls. I'm on 14% battery. I don't know if I'll ever get to leave. This might be my only chance to say goodbye to my mom, but she won't answer her phone.
Edit.
I've ripped down the shower curtain, and yet I'm staring at it right now, hung up, hanging over the side of my bath. I looked out the window again. I think I heard a rumbling, low, quiet rumbling. I haven't opened the window since. My phone's on 1%. If I get out, I will update this post. If no edit comes, assume I'm still in here. I had managed to keep a healthy skepticism of ghosts, ghouls, and all things supernatural until I was 28. I found most claims of such things to be dubious at best and harmful at worst. I was very much in the camp of the classical sciences as I had studied physics at Edinburgh University several years earlier. While my profession has never taken me back into the scientific arena, I had, until this time, maintained a ruthless opposition to pseudoscience and superstition. My friends often wonder about the change they saw in me at the time. What surprised them was that it wasn't a slow, steady change of heart, but rather a complete turnaround overnight. A transformation, if you will. It may have appeared as if it occurred so very quickly, but in fact, it happened over a slightly longer timescale. 2 weeks to be precise. It was February. In fact, it was the week of Valentine's Day. Around this time, I was going through a socially isolated phase. It's something which often happens in the bleak Scottish winters. where I become increasingly wrapped up in my own loneliness and passing bitterness at those who fit in. It was, and still is, an erotic hangover from my teenage years, one which has plagued me for far too long. 2 weeks earlier, I had found myself wandering through the cobbled streets of Edinburgh to clear my head. Walking, as amusing as it may seem, has always been a great comfort to me. You are, in every sense, alone with your thoughts, but that part of you which craves the company of others is slightly appeased by being in the world, even if you're only in it long enough to share a glance with a passing stranger. Edinburgh is a very old city and has remarkably kept much of its former self. The cobbled streets meander down the steep side of what was once a volcano, breaking off sporadically into narrow lanes, which occasionally open up into secluded courtyards. These numerous courtyards are often flanked on all sides by tall terraced houses, huddled together as if whispering of a secret and long-forgotten past. The impressiveness of Edinburgh City is often lost on those who have lived there long enough to find beauty commonplace. As often happens when gripped by depression, I hadn't been sleeping well. I had finished work the previous evening around 5 p.m., and while I managed to get a few hours of sleep, my mind just wouldn't let me relax. Come 6 in the morning, even though it was a Sunday and I could for once have a long lie, I conceded defeat in my attempts to have a proper rest and got up to greet the world, however reluctantly. By the time I'd set out, it was still early morning, and the cold January air stung my face. Although Edinburgh is, for want of a better expression, a tourist city, at the time it still seemed relatively deserted, even for a Sunday. A slight mist had risen out of the water of Leith, making it feel all the more colder as I passed through the narrow lanes and down empty pavements, entirely oblivious to where I was going. As the shops opened and the first trickle of tourists bled out onto the cobbled walkways from their hotels, I deliberately headed for a quieter, often forgotten network of streets. My wandering mind had indeed taken over, for as I broke through the haze of a daydream, I found myself standing at the gates of an old graveyard. I had been thinking of turning back and heading home, but something about this place awoke a compulsion in me. I had to explore it. I found it curious that the gates, constructed out of blackened steel rods, were lying unlocked as early in the day as this. Entering the cemetery, I immediately noticed the overall isolation of the place, enjoying the sound of gravel under my feet which pierced the silence, as I moved slowly along a path littered with small white stones. It wasn't a large graveyard. It seemed to consist of 2 separate plots, with the older graves at the front, bordering the fence and gate, filing backwards up into a diminutive nearby hill where the more recently deceased residents lay. The oldest graves bore the weathered scars of age. I found one which was dated 1776, but the epitaph was illegible. I felt a sadness staring at the headstone, wondering about who it belonged to, and indulgently contemplating about myself as a forgotten or lost soul. Eventually, I moved off, wandering up the hill towards the newer graves. I found myself drawn to a large, old sycamore tree which loomed over several graves below it, with an almost protective demeanor. I stared at one of the headstones, reading the words, but not registering them, as my mind was engulfed by yet another daydream. The grave stood out somewhat from those around it. The headstone was white in color, while those which accompanied it were forged out of deep, black marble. Without thinking, I ran my hand over the smooth stone, feeling the occasional mark of the elements upon it. At the foot of the headstone lay a small, innocuous vase, copper, I assumed, as the surface exhibited small veins which were blue in color due to its exposure to the weather. As I stood there, something rose up out of my mind, something which bothered me greatly. At first, I didn't know what it was, experiencing it merely as a low, growing sense of discomfort. As this feeling of unease reached a crescendo, I suddenly realized what was wrong. The name on the grave was Lisa Main. I knew that name well, Everyone in the local area did. I had known her when I was growing up, as we went to the same school together. She was someone that I watched from afar, full of life and exuberance, while I was shy, reclusive, and reserved. I possessed that intense infatuation and desire for her which only a first love can produce. The words on her headstone came into sharp focus. Age 15. I was overcome with a tremendous sense of grief and loss, one which took me entirely by surprise. So much so that I had to leave that place. I just couldn't bear it. As someone who prides himself on being level-headed and immune to flights of fancy, I could not shake the profound unease which often comes with outrageous coincidence. I exited the graveyard as quickly as possible and headed home, ignoring the now cluttered Edinburgh streets. I did not look back. Over the following few days or so, I was preoccupied. I was overworked and was having trouble sleeping, but that was not usual for me. What was unusual were the immovable thoughts and memories of Lisa Main, thoughts which now stayed with me wherever I go. I had been terribly affected by her death as we were only 15 years old at the time, but that was over a decade ago, and I had not thought of her for many years. It was as if seeing that gravestone had awoken a sense of loss, a sense of pain which I had managed to bury so far deep inside of me that I had even persuaded myself to forget it. A cacophony of memories now haunted me, beautiful and terrifying. At any one moment, I would be exhilarated by the thought of her smile, her hair, her kindness, and at the very next, engulfed by despair at the image of her lying under 6 feet of earth, cold and alone, once full of life, now a decaying husk, which had long ago housed that beautiful soul. If I had told anyone of how I felt, they would call me overly emotional or sentimental, for the fact remained, I barely knew Lisa. Watching her for years across a classroom, I imagined myself talking with her, sharing those intoxicating moments which meant so much to a teenager. The first connection with someone you adore, the first feeling of being loved, the first kiss. I had, in fact, hardly ever spoken to her until only a few weeks before she died. In one of those embarrassing maneuvers which teachers often pull, the pupils were all forcefully partnered with someone to take to our first social dance. Social dancing was a torrid affair. For someone like Lisa, it was fun and to be enjoyed, while for me, it was something to be detested. I was embarrassed, possessing none of the talent to be a dancer, and even more so afraid to spend time with a girl, held back by my own teenage awkwardness. It was the end of January, and Lisa quickly set me at ease in social dancing class where we practiced. I cannot convey the simultaneous ease of joy and fear which I felt when she asked me to walk her home that day. Some people find social interactions to be exhausting, much like myself, always worried about saying the wrong thing. But some individuals can set others at ease with the smallest of effort. Lisa was one of those people. As we walked across an elegantly Victorian bridge towards her house, the winter sun bathed our surroundings in a cool, comforting glow. I couldn't have been more content to be in the presence of this happy, kind-hearted girl. She was so beautiful, with an incredible smile and golden locks of hair which seemed more at home in a fairy tale than our surroundings. For weeks, we walked the same route home every day, talking, laughing, something I rarely did, and growing ever closer. When you are at that age, everything is so potent. Most can fall in and out of love in a heartbeat. I didn't have many friends, and I lived alone with my mother, who was not a particularly affectionate woman. So, in that short time, I fell in love with Lisa Main. On the 13th of February, we stopped outside her house. We stood talking for a moment, and then for the first time, Lisa became distant. She stared straight at me in a way she had never done before. I felt uneasy, yet exhilarated. There was a moment, a tiny moment, where we said nothing to each other. Then she hugged me. Her fingers slid through my hair. I will never forget how sweet she smelled, how alive she felt, and how grateful I was to someone for showing me a kindness I'd never previously known. Lisa slowly let go of me and then skipped up to her front door. Just before she disappeared, she turned around and smiled at me one more time. Then she was gone. Immediately, I knew what I was going to do. For the first time in my life, I was full of purpose and focus, a desire to do just one thing. I ran as fast as I could to the local shops. I was lucky, as most of them were shutting up for the day. A kind old man who ran a rarely used card store allowed me into his shop, even though he was just closing. I was going to buy my first Valentine's card. It had to be perfect. It had to be just right. After looking at almost every card I could afford, I found one. It was fate. The card was red with a white circle in the middle. In that circle was a boy and girl walking hand in hand into the distance, together. I did not care what it said inside, because I have always had a way with a written word, and knew I could put something down which came from the heart. I bought it. After leaving the card shop, I went straight into my local newsagent's. I'd kept aside my last few pounds. My mother gave me an allowance to buy my lunch at school every week, and I knew she would not give me more should I spend it. Despite it meaning I would have to go without lunch for a few days, I bought a box of chocolates to accompany the card. I rushed home, walked straight past my mother, who barely greeted me, grabbed a pair of scissors from the kitchen, and went upstairs. I knew I would get into an unbelievable amount of trouble for it, but I didn't care. I cut a slither of material from the red curtains hanging in my mother's room and tied the makeshift ribbon around the box of chocolates. In my mind, it now looked like a Valentine's gift. I wrote in the card explaining how I felt about Lisa and how much those walks home had meant to me, then signed it, sealed the envelope, and slid it under the ribbon so it sat nicely with the chocolates. I waited for the next day. It all came too slowly. The 14th of February. I will never forget the excitement of getting ready for school. I took one last look at the chocolates and the card before slipping them into my bag. I think I made it a little too obvious that I was carrying something important and delicate. As I cradled the whole bag in my arms for most of the day, I was so enthused, so focused that I was going to march straight up to Lisa and give her the gift without a care for what the others, some of whom could be very cruel, would think. But she was not there. She wasn't in the playgrounds. She wasn't in her classes. For the subjects we shared, I just sat and stared at her empty desk and chair. School finished, and I found myself walking the same route Lisa and I would normally. I stood outside her house, holding the chocolates. I can't describe the feeling I experienced there. Call it the effects of a lack of food or the exhaustion of having been so primed for the day. But anxiety took me, and as a result, I couldn't bring myself to knock on her door. I went home, dejected. I couldn't so much as eat a bite of the undercooked ham my mother threw down in front of me, so I simply went upstairs and crawled into bed, barely sleeping that night. For the next 2 days, I walked that same route and found myself holding on to those chocolates, not daring to cross the threshold of the little white fence in front of Lisa's house. On the third day, I asked our teachers about Lisa's absence, something which just hadn't occurred for me to do. I associated any authority with being cold, distant, and unfair, and as a result, normally avoided contact with my teachers at any cost. Mr. Randall, our history teacher, told me that Lisa had come down with a bad fever and was very ill. She could be off for weeks. With this news, I was resolute. I was going to knock on her door, and knock on her door was just what I did. I knocked, and knocked, and knocked, but no one answered. The next day, I did the same, and again. No one answered. It had now been 5 days since I'd last seen Lisa. It was a Saturday, and once again, I went over to Lisa's house, chocolates and card in hand. As I approached her house, the sky clouded over, casting a dull hue over Lisa's seemingly deserted street. It was clear to see that Lisa's father was not a gardener. The garden path split an overgrown and patchy lawn in two, with clambering weeds stretching upwards towards the sun through numerous cracks in the concrete slabs. I stopped to look around and focused my gaze on what seemed to be a smallish, gnome figurine smothered in the undergrowth. It had sadly been broken. Many suggest that when something is wrong, a person knows. They may not be aware of precisely what has happened, but they can almost feel a palpable sense of dread in the air. I looked around and continued towards the front door. Something was different. I was sure that the house had seemed as deserted as it had on the previous days I had visited, and while the house was, for all intents and purposes, exactly the same before, there was one change. The front door was open. I was convinced that it had been shut when I had arrived, but I dismissed this as simply the byproduct of my fascination with the condition of Lisa's garden. You see, I can't quite explain it, but there was something suffocating about that house on that quiet street. I reached the door and grasped the door knocker, chapping 3 times. No answer. I repeated my knocks more forcefully this time, but still, no one came. The door was only slightly ajar, and as such, I couldn't really see much of the interior. All I could tell was that the house was dark, and the air escaping through the doorway was musty, as if nothing had stirred inside for days. I started to feel nervous, though I didn't really know why. Clearing my throat and stammering slightly, I asked, "Hello?" several times without answer. The street was empty and the whole place felt devoid of life. Then a thought began to ruminate and gather momentum within me. What if Lisa and her father were hurt? I started to play out all of the possibilities in my mind. The two of them lying somewhere in the house, injured, without food or water for days. Then I remembered that my history teacher had said Lisa was ill. He must have spoken to someone to know this, probably Lisa's father. I hoped that she was not so sick that her father had taken her to the hospital. Despite the logic of my thoughts, I still could not dismiss the horrible feeling something was indeed wrong. Fear began to grip me, yet I closed my eyes only for a moment and found the memory of Lisa's embrace all the solace I needed to overcome it. I held on tightly to the card and chocolates as I pushed the door fully open. It moved silently, but I was sure the noise of it hitting a doorstop on the floor would alert anyone to my presence as the bang echoed throughout the house. But still no one came. The house was bathed in darkness. I took one last look around me and crossed the threshold. While Lisa did not come from an affluent family, the house had an upstairs and must have had at least 4 bedrooms with an attic. Perhaps the fact that Lisa was an only child made the house seem all the larger or emptier. But as I slowly made my way down the hallway, I felt as if each footstep echoed throughout the distant passages and rooms. Beginning with the living room on the ground floor, I moved from room to room, occasionally asking if anyone could hear me. But I quickly became aware that I was only talking to myself. The air was stiflingly hot, and running my hand across a radiator, I realized that the boiler must have been on for some time. As I moved into the kitchen at the rear of the house, I heard something. It was an almost rhythmic, dull thudding. I couldn't identify what it was, but I knew it was coming from somewhere upstairs. I left the kitchen, which I was glad to do as it was filled with the smell of rotting food, and walked to the foot of the stairs. The staircase was quite narrow and ran along the inside of a wall. At the top of the stairs was a landing which curved round to the left and led onto other rooms. The dull thudding was now more pronounced, and as I slowly climbed the stairs, the same fear which had gripped me at the door returned. The realization of wandering into someone's house uninvited came to the forefront of my mind. Stopping for a moment, I closed my eyes and thought of Lisa again. I continued on. As I reached the top of the stairs, the thudding noise stopped. I shudder now, even just thinking about it. There were 3 doors leading to the other bedrooms, and one leading to a bathroom, which I could already see was empty. The door to the first bedroom lay open. I peered in slowly, almost expecting to find someone there. There was no one. It was Lisa's father's room, neat, organized, with almost no objects of any note. The only curiosity was that the curtains were not drawn. The door to the second room was closed. Again, I was overcome with a sense of intrusion. I was walking around inside someone's house without invitation. In effect, I was a trespasser. I knocked on the door quietly. Waiting for a moment, I realized the room must be empty and turned the brass handle on the door. It opened. As I pushed the door, it creaked and then suddenly stopped after only a few inches of movement. Something was behind the door. I pulled it towards me and then pushed again, but no luck. With each attempt, the wooden door bashed off of something. I suddenly became aware of the noise I was making as each attempt echoed throughout the house. It was not dissimilar to the thudding I had heard before. I tried one more time, pushing against the obstacle as hard as I could. No luck. I was about to give up and move on to the next door when I saw what was blocking my entrance. I will never forget the cold, glassy stare of the face, which had seemed to be peeking out from behind the bottom of the door. The skin a pallid gray, a few retreating locks of hair covering an otherwise balding head, globules of sweat congealed under. Most of its features were obscured by the door, but the only visible eyes still stared, clouded and covered in shadow. I didn't scream because I quickly realized that not only was this the face of Lisa's father, but that he was very much dead. I felt numb, but looking back, I realized I handled the situation much more calmly than many of my age would have. But then I did have a strange fascination for such things, reading many accounts of quite horrific death scenes. I stared for a moment, composed myself, and then instantly turned to the thoughts of Lisa and where she might be. Was she in the same room? Was she in the attic? All I could hope for was that she was okay. Something then happened, an event which I have to this day repressed, ignored, and avoided as much as I possibly could. Something which shook me to the core. Something which I have never told a soul. The face staring up at me through that gloom-filled gap in the doorway moved. At first, it was only slight, and I disregarded it as the effects of shock. Then it moved again. Suddenly, the door began to shake violently, as if being punched and kicked by the body lying behind it. The head turned upwards as the cracking of rigor mortis from the neck struggled against each sharp and vicious movement. A putrid, gurgling sound gasped out, enraged from deep within its bloated throat. I closed my eyes. I was sure it was not real. The banging stopped, and the house fell once again into silence. I let out a sigh of relief and opened my eyes. What I saw, I can barely describe now. The face had moved upwards from behind the door to be level with mine. The door shook and rattled under the strain as its venomous attacker tried to claw and batter its way through. Finally, the face pushed and squeezed through the gap of the door, revealing its repulsively loathsome features in their entirety. Dead, swollen with clotted blood, gasping relentlessly for air, all the time staring straight at me through those hate-filled eyes, with lips pulled back over teeth gritted together, grinding against one another in wretched hatred. I do not remember much of what took place after that, and I'm glad to. I know I escaped, and I know that I ran home confused, crying and babbling like a madman. I also know one more thing. While the memory has been pushed so deep inside that I can barely recognize it, I know that whatever was in that room slipped through the gap in that doorway, slipped through and grabbed me. How I escaped, I do not know. The truth was more horrifying than I could have imagined. Lisa's father had lost his job a couple of weeks earlier, and as bills mounted, combined with the pressures of looking after his only child, he snapped. When the police entered the house, they found poor, sweet Lisa's body in the cellar. Her wrists were tied to a radiator. She had been strangled to death. After killing his daughter, Lisa's father had then went upstairs and hanged himself in her room. After a few days of hanging there, the cord he used to choke the life from himself seemed to have snapped. The police found his body slumped behind the bedroom door. The door was open. As time eroded the memory, the explanation of these events altered greatly. Through my years of study at school and then university, I read of psychological pressures and how trauma could bring about vivid hallucinations. I had convinced myself that I had found Elisa's father dead and that the shock had produced the rest of the experience. No matter how it felt. The idea that a corpse twisted by rage and hate, perhaps even by the love I felt for his daughter, could somehow come back to life and attack the living just did not fit in with my scientific and atheistic understanding of the world. I dismissed the entire experience, but one thing had still managed to haunt me until I managed to hide it from myself. The police reported that Lisa had been tied up for a couple of days before she was killed. Her date of death was recorded as the 15th of February. She had been in that cellar, tied up, frightened yet alive, when I had come by to give her Valentine's gift. People talk about hauntings and spirits, but the memory of that contorted face rising up through the doorway was nothing compared to the knowledge that had I went to her house that day, that maybe, just maybe, I could have saved her. Yes, I was a child, but I could have done something. I grew up, but never felt that love again. That feeling of connection with another human being. I developed an unhealthy attachment to my own company and found myself more interested in burying my head in textbooks than perhaps meeting others, or even falling in love. The friends that I did have were never that close to me, nor did they truly ever understand who I was. Seeing Lisa's grave had brought it all flooding back to me, those stolen moments, that thing in the house, her death. The funny thing is that all of those memories, both traumatic and precious, the one thought which would not leave me was of the Valentine's gift I never gave. While I still hoped that the dead thing in Lisa's house was of my own imagination and that the world was still very much material, lacking in the spiritual, I still felt the need to rectify this. I had kept the card all those years. In many ways, it was both my most cherished and loathed possession. Cherished for the memories which it drew up from within me, and loathed for the same reason. On the same morning of the 14th, I walked through the cobble streets of Edinburgh towards Lisa's resting place. On the way, I stopped at a little newsagent's and picked up a box of chocolates. On my first visit, I had wandered there by accident, vaguely negotiating each street in a daze, but this time I was focused and resolute. Sentiment is a curious thing, and it had encouraged me to keep not only the card, but also the ribbon I made for the chocolates. When I entered the graveyard, I gazed up towards that lonely hill where she lay. I felt hesitant, not because I did not want to leave the gifts by her graveside, but more so because I did not know the extent to which the feelings of remorse, sadness, and bitter nostalgia would overcome me again. Nevertheless, I took a moment and then made my way up over the whitened path, up towards the hill, up towards her. There I stood. The sun was still relatively low in the sky, and it cast long, contorted, and exaggerated shadows over everything. After standing there for what seemed like an age, I pulled out the ribbon, tied it carefully around the box, and then placed the chocolates and the card against the cold headstone. I don't know if I said anything. At the time, I probably didn't, as I was still convinced that she wasn't there to hear me. That once your loved ones pass away, they are gone forever. That death is the end. I do know that I cried. I cried like I hadn't since I was a child. I fell to my knees and buried my head in my hands. I was inconsolable. Those moments of utter sadness, utter despair at the cruelness of life and what it had done to beautiful Lisa were the last I had as a true skeptic. For as I knelt there, the wind blew gently through the graveyard, gently caressing those stone markers of loss and those who attended them. I had heard and read about people having a religious and spiritual experience, and while I cannot truly accept others' testimonies, I can say that what I felt at the moment was profound, an achingly beautiful feeling of companionship and love. I looked around. No one was there, but I felt that someone was. I tried to shake the feeling off as my mind simply playing tricks on me, but no matter how much I tried to stick to that interpretation of events, I simply could not do it. That feeling shared a twin emotion. I had only once ever felt that way before, when Lisa hugged me the last time I saw her. As the sensation washed over me, I realized that I had truly been searching for that same feeling again, but never found it until that moment. I stood up, wiped my eyes, and touched the gravestone as if to say goodbye. I walked to the graveyard entrance with a smile that stretched from ear to ear, something anyone who knows me will tell you is extremely unusual. When I reached the gate, I glanced once more at that hill, which for me was no longer a sight of loneliness, but one of love and friendship. The second and last time I can say I've ever seen a ghost was at that moment, for standing up on the hill beside Lisa's grave was the blurry image of a young girl in a pink social dancing dress. I did not run to the grave, because I knew I did not have to. She waved slowly at me, then disappeared behind her gravestone. I walked home. I felt full, joyful, and exuberant. It is almost impossible to describe that experience by the graveside. Perhaps completeness will do for now, but even that cannot convey it. Friends wondered what happened to me around that time. The truth is that I found something I did not know was missing. Some reading this may think that I found my faith, but it was not that at all. What I found that day was companionship and acceptance from the only person I had ever truly loved. I knew from that day onwards that the world was a far more mysterious and wonderful place than I could have ever possibly imagined. I knew that I would never fear being alone, for when I go wandering through the streets of Edinburgh and find myself on a quiet stretch of road, I smile to myself knowing that if I listen carefully, I can hear the footsteps of Lisa, that girl I loved so dearly when I was a child, walking with me wherever I go. The party was 2 weeks ago. I stole a few beers when the adults weren't looking and shared them with Lucy Sitkins away from the crowd. She drank hers greedily as we sat beneath the bough of a low tree, speaking low so no passersby could hear. Every time we whispered, we tilted our faces a little closer and closer. There was a moment where I thought she was going to rest her head on my shoulder as she told me about how she wanted to be a vet, and my heart skipped as I debated putting my arm around her waist. It was all cut short when her father, Larry, stood in front of everyone in the party and forced a beer can down his throat. I didn't see it. I only heard the cries that had us both sitting upright beneath the branches. By the time we got back to the party, the adults were escorting the kids away and ambulance sirens were fast approaching. Dad was there, and he told me to take my little sister home. The grim and frightening look on his face made me forget Lucy and the smell of the beer on her breath. I try hard to remember if she ate from the barbecue. Sometimes, I think she didn't. Other times, I swear I can picture her biting into a burger, and it's so vivid, I think it must be a memory. It's moot either way. I'll never see her again. I felt a little gross when I went into school the next day and asked around if the stories about her dad were true. When my father got home the night of the party, he hadn't spoken to me or Mom. He just went to bed and didn't tell us what happened. Come morning, I saw some of the older kids by the school gates and overheard them talking. The details made my stomach churn, but I wanted to know more. I didn't want to act all excited about something terrible, but this felt like the kind of thing people would be talking about for years. Larry Sitkins had swallowed a beer can. Shoved it down his throat like a fucking boa constrictor eating an egg. At least that's how one kid described it to me. There was more, of course. He'd praised Satan before slitting his own throat, gotten piss drunk and fallen hard into the ground while chugging a beer, tried to catch the can mid-air. Someone had punched him mid-sip. There were a lot of variations on what happened and how, but they were only theories that got turned into rumors. A lot of us were just trying to make sense of it. Larry was a pretty run-of-the-mill guy. He was a landscaper who made lame jokes at kids' birthday parties. He was about as nondescript as they came, at least as far as a bunch of teenagers were concerned. We got halfway through the day before Mr. Schraub shut the bleachers on his neck. It was in front of the cheerleaders. There were ambulances again. Crying girls and boys, and even some of the teachers. Most of them just looked confused, except for Mr. Straub. I managed to catch a glimpse of him as I jogged over to find out what all the screaming was about. He looked empty of all thoughts and emotions, with his head set at a crooked angle. I figured that was how people must look when dead, but apparently, he'd been like that during the act. He walked up, perched his neck between the slatted benches, and hit the remote button to slide the bleachers closed. Whole time, he was just slack-jawed and stupid looking, even as the metal mechanism crunched vertebrae and cartilage. I later learned Larry had been like this too, when he killed himself. He was getting ready to pop the tab on a fresh beer when he simply stopped, looked up to the sky, then forced the whole thing down his throat in a single world-shattering moment. I didn't know it back then, but there were others just like Larry and Mr. Straub. A barista in a coffee shop steamed half the skin off her arm while keeping eye contact with a guy in the drive-thru. A doctor at the local clinic used a biopsy needle to inject air straight into his own heart. Lots of people shot themselves, but none of them had aimed for the head. That's a weird touch if you think about it. These people obliterated their torsos or limbs with high-powered rifles at point-blank range. No reason offered. Just a vacant expression as if they deleted bits of their bodies and left nothing but ragged stumps. There was no school the next day, which was the only real clue I got about how panicked the local authorities were. It wouldn't be long before the national authorities joined in their panic too, but that would come later. That morning, my parents left the house at 9:30 for a meeting at the town hall, and they dropped me off at my grandma's on the way. I waited for them to leave before I told my grandma I was heading out. It was a hot day, and she only nodded her approval as she sat reading with my sister. She hated seeing me play video games and always encouraged me to go make my own adventures outside. I had no plans, didn't even want to see any of my friends. I thought a lot about Mr. Straub's face as I crossed empty farmers' fields and walked into the woods. I'd been to an open casket funeral once. It was for Father Dennis, who'd christened me as a baby. Not that I remember anything about him, except for his stony face resting gently in the soft white folds of his casket's interior. That seemed so long ago, and so sterile that the thought of it was a bit sad, but not a whole lot else. But Mr. Straub's face had frightened me with his swollen lips and bulging eyes. alive one moment and dead the next, with only pain to separate the two. And yet, he looked so bored hanging there from his own broken neck, still wearing those ridiculous red shorts he always had on no matter the weather. It took time to recognize that seeing a dead body had freaked me out. I felt like it shouldn't have messed with me as much as it did, and I guess that's why there was a little bit of anger mixed in with all those thoughts in my head. It's also why I pushed on through the woods until the trees began to thin, marching in the humid summer heat until my t-shirt was soaked and my legs ached. I wanted to feel tired. Wanted it so the only thing I could think of were my throbbing hamstrings and my sunburnt forehead. It ended when I reached the tracks. Shaggy rocks and boulders rose steeply on the opposite side. Only other ways to go were left into the town or right into a dark tunnel, its mouth bristling with ivy. At least the air coming from it was cold, so I took a second to stand and catch my breath, feeling the sweat cool and evaporate as the wind billowed gently out of the darkness. I wasn't stupid though. I paid close attention in case I heard the sound of any passing trains, and when I did hear one, I raced off the tracks as quickly as I could. It honked as it came past. Another day, and I might have worried that I was going to get in trouble for playing on the rails. But all I could really think of was the thing I'd seen laying by the tracks. It had been lit up by the train as it came roaring out of the tunnel, not far from the entrance. In the strange silence after the train had gone, there was only the dim light of the setting sun to see inside the tunnel, and everything looked the same. Old clothes, broken bottles, discarded crates, trash strewn around wherever it found space. But I knew what I'd seen in the harsh white light of the train's passing beams, and it was a hell of a lot more than garbage. I'd seen a man. He was lying face down. There had even been a hand, bright and pale like the moon in the night sky. I was sure of it. I didn't know what to do, not right away. I was afraid and didn't want to go inside, but I couldn't just pretend I hadn't seen anything either. I tried shouting to them. If someone down there heard me, they gave no sign of it. It wasn't until I actually stepped into the darkness and let my eyes adjust that I confirmed that there really was a man lying down in there. He was draped across the tracks and didn't have any legs. And judging by the way the bloodstains had turned the color of shit, he'd been there a while. Hell, half a dozen trains must have gone right over him thinking he was just a bit of old cloth or something. That's if they saw anything at all. In that time, he dried out a little. He wasn't a mummy or anything, but the blood on his stumps and coming out of his mouth looked more like jelly than corn syrup. I was sobbing by this point, crying hard as I tried to make sense of what I was meant to do, while also feeling like all of this was terribly unfair on me. There was a moment where I could almost feel myself wanting to be a kid again, a proper one, little, one who doesn't have to do things, one who can get upset and scream and run away. I'd only just started to appreciate how badly I'd been messed up by seeing Mr. Straub, and then God went and dropped that kind of nightmare in my lap. Teeth stained black with blood and open eyes that looked at nothing. It felt like a nightmare. Not just the moment with the body, but everything else too. Everything since that beer beneath the tree had felt like it wasn't a part of reality anymore. But nightmares end. I was outside, gasping, vomiting, crying my eyes out, when I heard something shuffle in the tunnel I'd just run out of. Part of me thought that a sound must have meant someone was alive and close by, and that meant I wasn't alone. But another part of me thought something else entirely. It was the part of me that took over and stopped me crying or making any more noise. My mouth turned as dry as a desert, and all of a sudden, I was no longer hot all over, but cold, freezing cold. And my legs were backpedaling away from the tunnel with short, quiet steps. The noise persisted. It was the shuffle of something getting dragged over gravel and old plastic bags. It had a rhythm to it that was slow, The word that springs to mind is one I got taught in a biology class a long time ago. Locomotion. Something down there was moving. It was moving towards me. It sounded slow and broken and feeble, but that didn't matter. Somehow, even though I knew it was completely insane, I just knew what was going to come out of that tunnel. I knew it the way the rabbit knows the wolf, or the ant knows the spider. But still, when I saw him crawl out of the dark and into the light, I screamed so loud that I'd have a sore throat for the next few days. It was the man from the tracks, and even though he moved, he was not alive. I tried telling myself that he couldn't have been dead because only living things move, but that was horseshit. He dragged his bloody, legless torso with one working arm while the other lay dislocated across his back, the fingers of both hands curling as he heaved himself along. And that face, the same empty, gawking expression just like Mr. Straub's. He wasn't alive. He was a dead thing, and that made him some kind of impossible monster. I turned and ran, screaming through the trees. The whole time, I could only think of the thing that was behind me and was trying to close the distance. It didn't matter that it was slow. Didn't matter that I ran for over an hour. Didn't even matter that I wasn't sure if I knew my way home or was even running in the right direction. All that mattered was putting one foot in front of the other until there was nothing left inside of me. Time turned funny. Seconds moved in strange staccatos until eventually I collapsed on legs made of rubber. Then I dragged myself into an old tree hollow to hide, and that was where I lost all consciousness. When I woke up, the sun had set and it was dark. I vomited some, then found my way back to the beaten path and stumbled achingly through the cold night air back to my grandma's farmhouse. Dad was sick. My grandma screamed something to this effect as she held down his right arm. My mother tried to grip his head in her blood-slick hands. He resisted with dumb determination. My little sister cried, watching the scene like a shell-shocked soldier. There was grunting and sobbing, and suddenly, a bang. Then a puff of plaster rained down onto my head and everyone began to yell and shriek a little louder. Dad had a gun. That was what my grandma was trying to wrestle out of his hands. She held a knife and that's why there was blood. But I didn't know whose it was. I wasn't sure what she was planning to do with it until she tried to use it to cut off his trigger finger. The scuffle resulted in another bang and a window exploded outwards. I finally ducked and grabbed my sister, rushing her into another room, but there were 3 more explosions and each one broke something inside of me. By the time I heard my name being called, I was half deaf and twitching at things that weren't there. My sister pleaded for me to come back, her pink fingers grasping for me as I put her down. But my mother was shouting for me to come help, and I wanted to keep my family safe. She told me to get something to tie Dad up while she and Grandma used both arms to pin each of his wrists to the ground. His hand bled weakly as my grandma used every inch of her strength to simultaneously pin him and stop the flow. He thrashed slowly beneath them, his movements languid and easy. But I could tell it was a struggle for them to keep him down. As I ran to the garage, I saw the gun on the ground with Dad's severed finger nearby. I kicked it out of reach before returning shortly with the rope my grandma used to tie the garage door open during hot summers. Mom tied the knots. My grandma tried talking to my dad, and it was one of the few times in my life I saw her as the woman who'd once changed his diapers. She was so soothing and tender, and her constant muttering that everything would be okay seemed so fragile. She was scared for him. Mom just did everything in her power to wrestle some safety out of the moment. Only once his arms were securely behind his back, and she was confident he wasn't breaking free, did she stand back, put her hands behind her, and then immediately hunch forward and sob.
"Call an ambulance,"
my grandma told me as she walked into another room to get my sister. Before I got the phone, I briefly hugged my mom, who didn't seem to notice. I risked a glance at my dad, who didn't look at anything at all. Dead eyes gazed vacantly at nothing as he fought to free his arms. When he finally looked at me, it was no different to how he looked at the floor or the wall. I didn't go to school the next day either. Some men from the government came to take Dad in the morning, and Mom ordered me to my room when they arrived. She asked them 1,000 questions, but their replies were short and stern. All I managed to overhear were a few muffled phrases.
Please stay put, ma'am. Someone will be in contact with you shortly.
When I ran to my window to look at them walking down the driveway, I saw that they all wore masks. One of them saw me staring. I thought he was going to wave, but he didn't. There was a biohazard symbol on their clothes. After they left, Mom focused on making dinner and looking after my sister. She kept me close the whole time, barking anxious questions whenever I tried to leave the room.
Where are you going?
Just the bathroom.
Oh, okay then.
It felt like she was painting normality onto tissue paper, desperately afraid of breaking it. I tried my best to seem like I was okay. Last thing I wanted was to feel like some kid who needed his mommy. We mostly just talked about mundane things, but it was hard for both of us. The only time the atmosphere seemed to change was when she asked me something strange halfway through dinner.
Did your father, when you both went hunting a few months back, what did you do with the meat?
I don't know, I shrugged. Dad took care of all of that. Why?
The men who took him asked a whole bunch of questions about it.
Then, with a fragile smile,
Have you done your homework? They told me your teacher would send you some assignments online.
just like that, the thin pretense of normality came back. But I was left with a wriggling feeling in my stomach. It didn't go away as the evening marched on. In fact, it only grew worse until I found myself in bed rolling from side to side and thinking about Mom's question. The men who'd bundled Dad off hadn't seemed like the kind who messed around. They must have had some idea of what was going on. So why ask about meat? On some level, I knew the moment she'd asked me why it was relevant. Dad loved to hunt, and he always brought meat to parties and barbecues. But wasn't it obvious? He'd brought something back from the woods, hadn't he? I hadn't gone hunting for a long time, nearly 3 months. Every time he'd ask, I'd refuse, and I think he knew why. On the very last trip, Dad shot 3 deer, but we only brought back 2. One for us, and one for the town barbecue. The third he shot, but we left it on the forest floor because by the time it had died, I was pale and shaking, and even Dad couldn't keep the tremor out of his voice. Neither of us had expected the deer to stand up on its hind legs and walk towards us like a man. Its gait, a heavy and broken thing as it lumbered over the forest floor. And it had kept coming even after Dad shot it 6 more times. One of the rounds struck it in the head, but still, it shambled forward on 2 misshapen legs as its brains painted the ferns a pestilent gray. When it finally fell, even Dad had gone pale, and in the silent aftermath, I had to go off and be sick in a bush. After that, we cut the trip short. Dad walked me gently back to the truck where the 2 deer we'd shot and trussed earlier the day lay waiting in the pickup. I don't think either of us even remembered that they were there until later. He'd still ask if I wanted to head out with him each weekend, but he never seemed surprised when I made some excuse. The only time we talked about it was not long before the barbecue when he drove me to school one day. He didn't deal with it head on. He skirted the topic.
Sometimes deer get sick.
He told me.
Little like old folks do. Remember Grandpa? He got real scary towards the end, didn't he? Well, deer get sick too. We don't have to worry. Same way you couldn't catch what Grandpa had, well, we can't catch what the deer have. Us humans are safe. Just an uncomfortable part of nature.
It had come out of the blue, or at least it seemed like it. I figured it was Dad's way of trying to get me back on board with hunting. I knew he liked me going with him. I liked it too, at least until I'd seen that deer walk towards me on 2 legs. But lying in my bed that night after Mom had gone to sleep, I started to wonder if maybe he hadn't really been trying to convince me. maybe he carried a little doubt in himself about something he was going to do. What if he'd been trying to convince himself it was okay? 2 deer. I tried remembering what they'd been like. I hadn't checked them after we got in the truck. Why would I? It seemed as normal as any others as we tied them down. But I hadn't really been paying attention either. I'd been hunting since I was 7. Helping Dad was an automatic to me. And to top it off, I hadn't known what I was meant to be looking for. I squirmed beneath the sheets and tried so hard to remember every detail of that trip. Most of all, I tried to remember what the first 2 deer Dad shot were like. They'd gone down so quick. They seemed normal. But Grandpa had been sick with Alzheimer's a long time before he got scary. And I had to figure the same could be true of those deer. Who was to say the one on hind legs was the only sick creature in the woods that day? I couldn't have forced these thoughts out of my head with a crowbar. At some point, I accepted I wasn't getting any sleep that night, and I settled down to torture myself some more until I realized it didn't have to be that way. Dad had an old freezer in the shed, and he sometimes kept meat in there. Not for long, and usually not for eating. He'd use it for things he wanted to skin or try and make a trophy out of it, which he rarely did since Mom didn't like that kind of thing in the house. But if the deer weren't in the freezer in the kitchen or the garage, then they might be in the shed. And if I did open up that chest and saw 2 deer bodies in there, that meant whatever was going around and making people hurt themselves couldn't have come from our little hunting trip. I snuck out of my room as quietly as I could. Mom was on the phone with my grandma and she was crying. I stopped briefly by her door and listened to see if maybe they knew something I didn't. But after she started talking about how scared she was, I just felt bad and moved on. At least it meant she was too busy to notice me creeping down the stairs. I never liked the shed at the end of the yard. It was rarely used, even by my dad who kept the lawnmower and some old junk in there. It wasn't the kind of place you kept food, but I had this feeling he didn't keep these deer with the rest of the meat he got from hunting. As I opened the back door and looked over the shadow-covered yard, I found myself thinking about the tunnel and what I'd seen back there. With everything that happened since, I'd done a good job of convincing myself it had never really happened. The man with no legs who dragged himself out of the darkness had become little more than half a remembered nightmare. A moment out of time that was incompatible with all logic and reason, but suddenly it was back with me. All the emotions and thoughts that raced through my head as I'd stared at his rotten flesh and glassy eyes. The walk to the shed wasn't easy. I fought the urge to turn around the entire way there. Each step was like walking on feet made of lead. At the door, I paused with my hand poised by the lock. The house seemed so distant behind me, and I became painfully aware nobody knew I was out here, alone and out in the dark. Inside was nearly pitch black. My phone helped me light it up a little, but I didn't touch the nearby switch in case Mom saw from her window. Cobwebs hung low from the ceiling, and shadows crawled across the floor and walls as I moved closer to the freezer. The entire time, I kept expecting something to happen. I even imagined that deer rising from beneath the lid, pushing it open to stand unnaturally tall on its hind legs, where it looked down at me with the same dead eyes that I'd seen in my father. The thought scared me so bad, I nearly hyperventilated myself straight into a panic attack. But before I had time to really worry about any of that, I found my hand on the freezer latch. I pushed it open and looked inside. The misty vapors cleared to reveal a pile of meat and fur encrusted with ice. There was only one head visible. But I so badly wanted confirmation that there were 2 animals in there that I took a deep breath and reached in to try and pry some of it loose. Some of it came away from the sides with a sound like duct tape. But no matter how deep I rooted around in that mound of bone, antlers, and rock-hard flesh, I couldn't see a sign of the second deer. Had Dad really served everyone sick meat? Was that really why Larry Sitkins, Mr. Schraub, and all those other people had killed themselves? The thought made me feel ill. I slammed the freezer shut and walked back to the door in a daze, trying with all my might to swallow the painful weight that settled in my gut. I had one foot outside when the freezer door rattled against the latch. The entire world spun around me. My heart sank and my skin froze in a sensation that was growing increasingly familiar. I turned to face the sound. Both hands braced against the door and watched as the hatch slammed into the lock once more. The light inside the chest came on for the briefest of moments, and I glimpsed thrashing fur and teeth. Then it happened again, and again. And each time, I saw bits of hoof and bone and strange musculature that frightened me so deeply, I fell down onto my ass and didn't even realize. When the latch finally gave way, the lid flew open and stayed there. Light poured out of the box, and I waited, breath held, for that thing to emerge. To come roaring out of sight and bear down towards me on its unnatural legs. But nothing happened. The silence stretched on for what seemed like an eternity until, at last, there was a crash louder than any before, and the entire freezer rocked back and forth and slowly fell over. The deer, or parts of it, fell out with a hard, wet thump. Bits of its chin and face shattered on the hard, packed ground, sending little shards of meat and bones skating across the floor on melting streaks of blood. Some of them even reached my feet. The thing inside moved with the sound of snow crunching beneath your feet. Its thick neck and broken head twisted side to side, scanning the shed's interior with faulty eyes. I've never seen anything move like that. Not before or since. It was worse than the man in the tunnel. Worse by 1,000 times. The deer was still mostly frozen, but some impossible force was making it fight the crystallized water in its own cells. And the result was skin that ripped like tissue and muscles that cracked and crunched as they tried to flex and contract. It lifted its head and tried to scream. The breathy sound that left its fuzzy black lips made my heart start skipping beats while my bladder emptied. I couldn't help it. I couldn't stop myself. And when I looked down and saw pieces of melting flesh start to writhe and wriggle, I tried with all my might to stifle the cry building up in my throat, but it still escaped as a desperate, high-pitched whine. The deer turned its head towards me with a violent swing, another breathy shriek, and then it began to thrash its stiff and frozen legs in a terrifying attempt to get closer. To say it had a predatory look would be inaccurate. Anyone who's seen a predator in action knows that nature is mostly indifferent when it kills. A bear tears into its prey with the same dull look of someone opening their McDonald's. Predators don't hate the things they hunt. But this thing, I could feel its hatred, its malice. It was nothing like what I'd seen in my dad's eyes or even the eyes of the man in the tunnel. But it had spent months in that box, hadn't it? This was the disease when you skip 3 months ahead. Anger. Hatred. Jesus Christ. I couldn't even say if it was gonna eat me. That's what you think when you see a zombie, right? It's gonna try and take a big bite out of you. But this frozen clump of hair and meat and braying lips dragged itself across the floor with an expression like murderous rage. The look of someone ready to beat another living thing to death using its own hands if it had to. Unable to face it a moment longer, I dragged myself back onto my feet and fled, shutting my eyes as I entered the cold night air. I made it 3 steps before I slammed into my dad. It was like I'd run full speed into a tree. I bounced back and hit the earth, pain flaring up in my coccyx as my father loomed over me. He'd felt cold for the brief moment where we'd made contact. My mind blocked out the sound of something hideous scrambling in the shed behind me, and the entire world narrowed until it was just the face of the man who'd raised me, looking down with pale dead eyes. Dad? He swallowed, then briefly examined his hands.
I think I'm dead,
he muttered, almost as if he was talking to himself.
When did I die?
I pulled myself up and grabbed his hand. He was cold, but his pulse was racing. I could even see the veins in his forearms throb sickeningly. Dad? Are you okay?
They told me I'm sick.
He said, his eyes gazing vacantly at the empty space behind me.
I think they're right, but there's more.
He looked at me, the intensity of his gaze so powerful that I let go of his hand and took a step back. For the first time in my life, I was scared of him.
I'm not alone in here.
He said, his voice pleading for help. Slowly, his expression twisted into a grotesque mask of agony and desperation.
Oh, Jesus, it isn't just me in here.
I tried to move, but he was a big man, and his arms wrapped around me like steel bands. Dad! I cried, struggling to pull myself loose as he sobbed louder and louder. Dad! Jesus! You gotta let me go! There's... The shed door burst open. I managed to twist around just enough to where I could see what came out, and I felt an urgent terror crawling up my flesh. The deer had pulled itself loose from the freezer, and it now stood in the doorway on 2 legs. Its body looked all wrong in that posture, like when you twist the limbs around on a doll. Probably not far from the truth, thinking about it. Dad didn't react, but I began to scream as the nightmare coalesced around me, my father gripping, holding me in place as that horrible thing lurched towards me on 2 legs. It moved like claymation or a puppet show gone wrong, but it was quicker than I'd feared. As each step brought it closer, I found myself losing what little control I had. I started to scream, started to shriek. I beat at my father with my fists, but he didn't budge an inch. My clenched hands just bounced off his strong shoulders, and it was like I was trying to hurt a punching bag. I started to swear too, started to scream things I thought were bad, then worse, then so bad I'm not even sure I can blame other people for putting those words in my head. I told my dad I hated him, called him a son of a bitch, called him even worse. All that commotion got the attention of others. Neighbors' lights started coming on. My mom emerged from the back door, wrapping her robe around herself as she squinted at us in the dark.
What the hell is going on?
She cried as she stumbled towards us, but when she saw that deer, she started screaming too. I don't know why, but I thought that other people appearing would somehow help. That as 2, 3, half a dozen people came stumbling into the open lawns, peering over waist-high fences. It had stopped the slow but inevitable onslaught of that monster. It did no such thing. I had to listen to their confused shouts and cries while gesturing and begging for help. The entire time, the sound of the creature over my shoulder getting closer and closer. Meanwhile, my hands tried to pry away from my father's thick arms, but each time I got leverage, he simply flexed and his grip tightened around me. He was muttering something the whole time, but I couldn't hear it. Finally, my mom screamed and ran swinging an old rake at the space behind me. I heard the impact, the splintering of the wooden handle. Then she stumbled backwards and I had to twist to get a look at the deer that was now just 6 or 7 feet away, the spokes of a rake still sticking out of its face. The monster looked right at me and opened its mouth, and I swear to fucking God it was gonna talk. But right then, someone shouted,
"For the love of God, Alice, get away from that thing!"
Alice was my mother's name, and she fell to the floor just seconds before an explosion broke the night, silencing all voices and shattering the deer's head like a crystal ball hitting the ground. My heart raced so fast, I thought for a moment I was gonna die. Then I looked down at Dad and finally heard what he'd been mumbling this whole time.
It's in us, and it wants us. It's in us, and it wants us. It's in us, and it wants us.
There isn't much left of Dad these days. I got to visit a couple times. Fat lot of good that did. As far as I'm concerned, he died that day in the kitchen when he first tried shooting himself. They're treating us in this special hospital. Mom was real upset that visitations are limited, but I think it might be for the best. Her and my sister tested clean. Most people did. I didn't. Mom snuck me this phone a couple weeks ago, and I've been using that to write. Funny thing is, one of the orderlies saw me on it a few days ago and just laughed. I think that maybe the government aren't too worried about this story getting out. At first, I didn't really get why until I started actually putting all this down into writing. Got to the part where that half man came out of the tunnel, and I realized no one's gonna believe me. Still, I gotta try. Partly because I want to protect people. Whatever this disease is, it's a hell of a lot more than some twisted prions, and I think the government knows that. Dad certainly did. Most infected did too. That's why they killed themselves. They wanted out. The voice that comes with the illness is it's like if your brain is just words in a book, and then someone dipped that book in a can full of used motor oil. You just want to give in. Hand it all over. It wants your body. So whatever you do, don't fight. That's worse. Give it up. In hindsight, we should have let Dad kill himself. What he went through was, well, it was probably a lot worse than the others who got to die. I sometimes think about going into his room with a pillow, but security is pretty tight around him. As for me, infection is still in its early phase. It takes everyone differently, and for me, it's taking quite its time. They think it's because of my age. Still, I can sort of feel it under there. Growing. I think it's why I'm writing this. It wants me to. This sickness, it lives out in the woods, way out, in parts of the soil where the sun hasn't shone in millions of years. It's old enough to remember a time you could walk from Appalachia to what's now called Glasgow, and it's been fumbling around out there, in the brains of deer and other things. The sickness tells me this. Tells me it's learning about this new world. Tells me how my mind tastes. But most of all, it tells me it's getting closer.
What's your emergency?
I'd like to report a crime.
Tell me where you are and what's going on.
I think there's been a murder. If there's a way out of this that I haven't already thought of, I might be dead by the time the light bulb goes off. I have some serious doubts about the head on my shoulders after the encounter I had tonight. Maybe I'm not thinking clearly. Perhaps it's the beer doing the talking for me, but something's not right. Even if I grant that, yes, I did have a fair bit to drink, I can't justify this tingling dread rolling up my spine. My attempts at critical thought are all but futile against the creeping reminder. If I was a religious man, I would pray. Doesn't comfort me much either. If God's real, he must be busy with other endeavors because no higher power would let a man like that walk the earth. I'm hoping that by recounting what happened, I can derive some logical answer from this. I wasn't looking for a wild ride. I finished a long, soul-draining shift at my job, and I needed a way to unwind. I called my friends to see if anyone wanted to hit up a bar with me. Sometimes a night out is exactly what the doctor forgot to prescribe. But to my defeat, all of them had prior obligations. Fine, whatever. I'm still gonna have some fun, I thought to myself. They were more for the sports bars anyway. I never grew up liking sports. Music took up far more of my attention. Generally speaking, I listened to all sorts of genres, but as I matured, I came to admire jazz. You know, the greats. Coltrane, Ellington, Armstrong, the good stuff. I knew of a bar downtown called the Syncopation Station. They had live music on Thursday nights, which happened to perfectly align with my schedule. The place was in town, so I just drove home and elected to walk there. The streetlights were already coming to life, clashing with an oncoming dusk. Descending hues of soulless blue gave way to distant stars slowly appearing in the domains of heaven above. It was a cool autumn night. Not warm enough for shorts and a t-shirt, but not cold enough to skin a bear and wear its hide for warmth. It is ironic, though, for how staunchly atheist I am. I want somewhere to be when I no longer have a place here. If that takes the shape of pearly gates, I would gladly fall to my knees. But I've been alone for most of my life. Never had a voice in my head like so many of them seem to have. Never had many friends. My mother was too busy huffing up on whatever her hands could reach, and my dad, well, I never knew him. Walked out before I could even latch onto memories. I didn't want a social life to try to uphold because my plate was already full with grievances, ones I don't wish to talk about. So, these days, it's just me and my writing, crafting poems to reflect another life, writing stories that satisfy my need for escapism. The friends I did call tonight were acquaintances at best. They might as well have been strangers were it not for me just offering a polite wave at them like a neighbor that just moved in. I doubt most of them would tell me apart from Adam. Strolling up to the bar, I took a look at the poster they had taped up to the brick wall over by the door. It read, "Live music, Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. The inside was warm and inviting, completely subverting the expectation I had from seeing the uncompromising stone wall outside. The lighting was dimmed to establish the performers as the center of attention. On the small stage in the corner, a trio of well-versed musicians were performing for enraptured onlookers. One man was playing a cumbersome melody on the piano, while the drums and bass enriched the sound. The song they played was both healing for the soul and bitter, like salt in an open wound, as if to be a reminder that you still aren't whole. The bartender gave me a warm look as I approached.
"Evening, sir. What would you like?"
"I'll have a Manhattan, please. Thank you." I took a seat and patiently waited for my beverage to be served, turning on my stool to appreciate the way the piano wept and how the bass murmured as if to soothe the melody of the keys. A man briefly obstructed my view as he stumbled in. His demeanor completely stole my attention from the performance. It seemed like he was already impaired to a degree. Why anyone would just hop to the next nearby bar after getting kicked out of the last one is beyond me. I know it's rather presumptuous to assume he was thrown out somewhere else, but I couldn't come up with a better reason for why he wandered up to the counter and sat 2 stools away from me. I couldn't help but study him as he turned to watch the musicians as well. He wore a dusty black overcoat that was long and worn, frayed at the cuffs. I could tell just by looking at it that it's seen years of rain, endured many clouds of cigarette smoke, and blended in with many midnight alleyways. He wore a flat cap that gave his upper face an odd shadow in the mood lighting. The bartender evidently recognized the man because he immediately tensed up.
"What will you be having, Eric?"
"The usual,"
he gruffly replied.
"Sure thing. Just a warning though, we close when we close. I'm not trying to play the same game with you tonight. Keep an eye on the clock, and when we tell you to leave, that's your cue."
"Yeah, whatever, man. Just pour me a goddamn drink,"
he growled at the bartender. The man pulled a bottle of whiskey off a shelf and poured him a glass. At this point, I had completely forgotten what I was there for. More than anything, I was curious about this belligerent honey badger of a man completely ruining the vibe. I mean, fuck's sake, read the room, pal.
You look like you have something you want to say to me.
Eric said, not even bothering to meet my gaze. Not unless you want to chat about what's got you so humdrum. I offered before taking a sip of my cocktail.
I ain't a humdrum. Not really. Just got a lot on my mind. Some ghosts I thought I put to bed a while ago. Why do you care anyway?
I took a second to ponder everything that led up to that moment. Couldn't tell ya. You just stick out like someone yelling bomb in an airport. Eric scoffed and finally turned to face me.
Is that so? What do you think this is? Are you studying me?
Well, if I am, are you gonna keep looking at me like I have 3 eyes, or are you gonna help me with notes? Eric actually looked baffled at my response. I don't think he was anticipating someone to feed into his antics.
Alright. What the hell? What do you want to know?
What's got you in such a sour mood? Was it the divorce?
You're a real comedian.
He rolled his eyes and sighed.
Never had a wife. Never been in love. I'm a retired detective. Used to work for the PPD.
I was impressed. Long way from Philly. How'd you end up in Washington?
I just needed somewhere else to be when I could no longer fulfill my duties to serve the public. I couldn't look at that city anymore. The things I saw changed me.
I mean, shit, I got all night. Regale me, why don't you? I said, leaning back a bit and using the counter as an armrest.
I don't think you really want to know.
He argued.
It's not for the faint of heart, but you don't need me to tell you that.
Don't blue ball me with a good story. Come on, man. You already got me hooked. Rip off the band-aid. Maybe talking about it will help you deal with it. Probably more than the whiskey can accomplish. In hindsight, I probably shouldn't have pressed him to tell me his story. I would have been much better without the knowledge, and to be honest, I think I'm worse off because of it. He gave me a dark look that cut through the gloom from under his cap before he continued.
I warned you.
He threw back the rest of his glass in a single gulp and began to fill me in on the craziest story I think I've ever heard.
Another one, bartender. Get this kid another drink, too. Same thing I'm having, because he's gonna need it.
I downed my Manhattan and gave him the 4 with my mouth shut and my ears open.
You see a lot of godless behavior when you work in law enforcement. A lot of heinous shit in Philly especially. Usually, the ramifications linger in your head for a day or a week before you move on. There's one case that's been a cold dead end for more than 30 years, and it still eats away at me just for remembering. Ashley Johnson.
He needed a swig after merely saying her name. The tough front that Eric burst in with had all but morphed into something more mysterious, and I couldn't place what it was. Uninterrupted, he continued.
We got a call from some concerned neighbors. South Philly apartment complex. There were reports of screaming late at night and a foul smell coming from a room on the 2nd floor. When the police showed up, they found the door hung ajar. It was apartment 243. The lights within flickered, briefly showing with each blink that the place was trashed. Furniture was tossed around, belongings were scattered, but we couldn't find any sign of forced entry, so...
Wait, so the door was open, but no one forced their way in? I interjected.
Well, yeah. We would know if there was a window broken inward, a log that had been tampered with. I mean, these things aren't unheard of. Anyways, they found the body of a young woman. It was just real difficult to ID her, because most of her flesh was just gone. She was meat and viscera and a puddle of blood. The only thing left of her face was an eye, and what probably could have been the skin on her neck. It was hard to say for sure. Big fucking mess. That was when I got called in to try and figure out what the hell happened.
He took a moment to look back at the performers and enjoyed a swig of his whiskey. I took a gulp as well because something told me that this was only the beginning, the tip of the iceberg, where the questions raised outpaced the evidence presented and the trail ran cold down the darkening ice. Turning back to me, he resumed his story.
Our people over in forensics tried to ID some red handprints we found on the wall. They were Ashley's.
So did she take her own life, or...
I'm getting there, kid. Let me finish.
He gave me a hard look. I put my hands up in an effort to dissuade him. By all means, keep going.
Were it not for the state of her body, maybe that could have been a possibility. But she was skinned, bludgeoned, and butchered. Ain't no goddamn way, not a snowball's chance in hell that she could have done that to herself in her own apartment. So I started asking questions, started searching for family, close friends, perhaps even distant relatives, the whole 9 yards. Friends didn't have a clue. They told me they all saw her the week before on campus, so I moved to question her family. No siblings. Dad passed away. That left her mom. This is where the water gets murky. Ready for this? The mother claims she saw Ashley looking in through the living room window 3 fucking nights after we found her mangled body.
I was taken aback. I feel like we're getting into the realm of conspiracy theory conjecture now, because the math there just doesn't add up. How much have you had to drink tonight?
Look, asshole, you wanted a story. You want proof? Why don't you go dig up the grave yourself?
Hey, I mean no disrespect. That just sounds extraordinary, and I feel like extraordinary claims need extraordinary evidence.
All I got is my word, and it'll have to do. Anyways, may I continue, or are you gonna keep busting my chops?
I yield my time. Eric made an involuntary twitch. It was sudden and jarring. I think for a moment I had genuine concerns for his health, but perhaps it was just a nervous tic or something. I could have been giving this compromised individual a hard time for no reason. He coughed something fierce before continuing.
We called bullshit too. Well, not verbatim, but you asked for permission to see phone records. They said they could prove that their daughter was still alive. There were text conversations, phone calls, voicemails. And sure, that alone would have left us scratching our heads, but that's not the worst part. The messages didn't feel natural at all. It's difficult to read emotions through text, sure, but she kept throwing around odd phrases and sending pictures of dark woods. She'd say things like, "I am your daughter," and "my bones are so cold," in between her mother's questions. The pictures were far from comforting as well. It was really hard to make out, but you could make out a silhouette in the tree line. Maybe the person was wearing antlers on their head. Maybe it was branches. But it was some strange shit.
When did you say this happened again? I asked, discovering something odd about his statement.
About 15 years ago.
He responded.
The camera quality was grainy, but still clear enough in the darkness to see the guy standing there.
I wasn't doubting the capabilities of the technology, just making sure I heard you right. His answer was weirdly defensive, as if he thought he needed to justify a lie or something. Nothing smelled right about the circumstances he was giving me, but I let him continue.
So, at that point, what we had was not merely a homicide, but a grander mystery that needed to be addressed. Couple of problems, though. We didn't have a definitive time of death due to conflicting evidence, nor did we have anything resembling a suspect. Just he said, she said between a couple of college students and a ghost. At some point, we got a hold of her brother, who may have had some insight on her state of mind.
There, he did it again. Each puzzle piece was furthering the decay of his story. Didn't you say...
Shut up. You want a story or not?
He practically spat in a fury. He gave another involuntary spasm, and I noticed his sudden outburst had a nearby patron giving him an odd look.
Her brother told us that she suffered from anxiety and depression. At one point in their childhood, she tried to run away from home, so she didn't have a straight head on her shoulders to begin with.
I slowly pulled my phone out of my pocket while he went on.
We looked into the photos some more and found more images of the silhouette with the antlers. I did some digging online, and I found legends from the old Native American tribes. Freaky shit. They called it a Wendigo, a cannibalistic spirit born of wrath. Hey, what are you doing on your phone?
Oh, just texting my friend back. He wanted to hang out, but I have to let him know we can't do it tonight. I said.
Fair enough.
He replied unenthusiastically. Except that wasn't true at all. I started doing my own research to either verify or dismiss my growing suspicions. Looking up Ashley Johnson brought little results. Just a few people that might have shared her name. Close mismatches, but nothing tying her name to any kind of homicide case. I mean, For something as gruesome as what happened to her, surely I should have encountered at least one article about a slaughtered college girl. Did Ashley have a social media page? Surely that could have given you some understanding of her life.
Yeah, she even had a sizable following too, but the page didn't contain anything remarkable. Just some mirror pics, photo dumps from her travels, typical stuff you might find.
Searching for Ashley Johnson on Facebook, Instagram, or even Twitter yielded no results. Only people with similar names. None of them were from Philly either. If it really did happen 15 years ago, and there was a big chunk of people that knew her, there had to have been something that left a trace. That's when I decided to shift gears and investigate this detective, if he really ever was one. Since I only had his first name and knew nothing else about him, I just typed Eric Detective PPD. The first result was an article from a local news station. The man's full name was Eric Emanuel. Evidently, he was a decorated enforcer of the law in his jurisdiction. There was but one glaring issue, however. My blood ran cold as I read the words. Eric had gone missing in 2005. Investigators had reason to believe foul play was involved, especially since blood spatter was found in his home and he left belongings such as his phone and the keys to his car, which was also still parked at the driveway when his absence was noticed. So, if Eric Emanuel had disappeared around 20 years ago under shady circumstances, who exactly sat across from me? I put my phone back in my pocket and studied him more carefully. He watched the trio of performers, but even gazing at his side profile, I could see that he was sweating profusely. Noticing this, I pointed it out to him just to see what his answer would be. Dude, are you good? You look like you've just run a marathon.
Isn't it rather hot in here?
I kept my gaze firmly on him, not sure if he was getting ready to hit me with another dose of sarcasm. No, it's not. It's actually relatively cool. I tilted my head at him, primal instincts sounding alarm bells. Who are you? His head whipped around to face me. His eyes were starting to go bloodshot as he angrily replied.
What kind of fucking question is that? Who am I? Your mother's boyfriend, pal. What do you want me to say?
His body made another random twitch, this time followed by a subtle cracking sound. Your name isn't Eric, you aren't a detective, and you aren't from Philly. Who the fuck are you? Eric let out an uncomfortable chuckle before downing the rest of his whiskey. After finishing it, he promptly smashed it against the counter. By that point, everything around them was abruptly halted. Chatter was interrupted by his behavior. Even the musicians stopped playing to stare at Eric as he licked the blood from the fresh cut in his hand.
Who do you think you are? Interrogating me? What about for a drink?
First you said the case was over 30 years old, then you told me 15. That doesn't make a lick of sense. You also told me she didn't have any siblings, then you said you spoke to her brother. There's no mention of her at all in the news, from any point in time. On the other hand, Eric Emanuel has been missing for 20 years. I will ask you one more goddamn time. Who are you?
You keep asking me who I am. Wrong question. What you should be wondering is how many have been.
What? What the hell are you talking about?
Kid, sometimes the dead don't stay where you put them. And sometimes the thing wearing their skin doesn't like being called out.
Every hair on my body stood on end as the so-called man stared daggers at me. Every fiber of my being commanded me to run. The level of fear I felt practically made my heart beat out of my ribcage.
Barkeep, the tab. Now, my business here is done.
Before the bartender could even give him the bill, the man took out a random wad of dollars and coins and tossed it behind the counter.
You should have seen the look on their face before I made it my own.
More snapping sounds emanated from his body as he stumbled out the front door into the night. The ambience of the bar didn't return. Everyone was left looking around at each other, wondering what just happened. I couldn't walk home after that because who's to say he wouldn't be waiting around some corner out there? And God knows what he would have done if he was given the opportunity. So I called an Uber instead. Usually I wouldn't bother, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something still awaited me. I sat in utter silence on the journey back. I blankly gazed out the passenger window, expecting to see figures in the tree line. All I could do was wonder. Was Ashley ever a real person? Was Eric a fabrication as well? But perhaps the most pressing, if that man wasn't Eric, and if he wasn't human, what the fuck was I speaking to in that place? The second I got home, I immediately double-checked all of the locks I could find, every window and door. Hell, I even closed the curtains just to dissuade the feeling of being watched. The only other thing I could do to ease my nerves was call the police. Hopefully, if I could give them enough information, they could make some headway and bring justice to the scum that walks these lands.
"911, what's your emergency?"
I'd like to report a crime.
Tell me where you are and what's going on.
I think there's been a murder. I don't know how, and I'm not even sure where, but I have reason to believe I came into contact with a serial killer.
We're sending an officer to your address now, and he's going to ask you questions for clarification. He'll arrive in about 15 minutes, but until then, stay on the line with me, okay?
Yeah, I will. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Not 5 minutes had gone by when 3 loud knocks shook the front door. There were no flashing lights visible from behind those blinds. I hadn't even heard a car pull up into my driveway. Is that the officer? There was silence on the line before the 911 operator answered.
Our squad car is still 10 minutes away.
Then who's at my door? A distorted voice called out from the front porch.
Police, open up now.
Sir, whatever you do, do not open that door.
Tiptoeing to the window facing the front yard, I peeked through a slit in the blinds to try to see who was out there. Outside, there was no parked car that would indicate the presence of an officer. When I turned my gaze to get a vantage point of the porch, my breath caught in my throat from the primordial terror bubbling up from my stomach. There was a man in a police uniform covered in blood, swaying in place, glaring at my front door. His proportions were all wrong. His arms were too long for his body. His legs were cracked and bent backwards. And adoring his elongated skull were bony white antlers. I fell onto my ass in fright when its head snapped directly to look at me with empty sockets. The flesh had all but slid off to reveal the skull of a deer, a ravenous spirit pretending to be a man.
Sir, are you still there?
No.
Please, tell them to get here fast. I'm scared. A violent, scratching sound started coming from the front door as the creature grew impatient. Eventually, it started ramming its body against it, damn near splintering the frame. I'm still waiting for something to happen. The operator won't say anything to me anymore, and the relentless pounding has finally ceased. But there are no sirens. No one is coming to save me, and that thing may very well still be out there. It's hard to know for sure, but I'm cowering in fear, avoiding even looking at the windows in case I accidentally see its silhouette lurking around the perimeter. I might pass out from trying to hold my breath. I can't let it hear me. But it's getting harder to stave off the scream rising in my throat because everything is quiet now. God is silent, and his abomination awaits me in death.
Oh shit!
Sir, are you still there?
No! No, please! Ah! Ah!
Sir?
The drive out took a few hours. As I pulled off the main highway and onto the branching road, I was struck with the sense that I was going to be very alone out here. I'm an avid hiker, but since many of the hiking trails I'd normally frequent had become almost crowded as of late, for this trip, I'd settle on a trail I'd vaguely heard of but I knew next to nothing about. It had led up towards some serious wild territory, with nothing around for hundreds of miles. The land was technically part of one of the nearby national parks, but was only barely mentioned on the park's website. I suspected this was because it was much further out than the regularly visited trails, only accessible from a branching road that pretty much led to nowhere. My plan was to head into the wilderness and camp out overnight under the stars. I live in a desert state. No, I won't tell you which one. and I figured there'd be some stunning views of the constellations in the cloudless sky at night, especially since it was forecast to be a moonless night. I had already walked the popular day trails in the area, so I was looking for something a bit farther afield. The plan was to camp out under the stars and head back in the morning. The deserted road suggested I was right in thinking that nobody came out this far. Should be a good chance to relax and get away from it all. Eventually, I reached my destination and pulled off the asphalt of the road and into the gravel of the parking area, tires crunching as I slowed to a stop off to one side. Parking lot would have been too generous of a title. It was really just an unsealed area next to the highway with a signpost announcing the entrance to National Park territory. The area was almost empty, only a single other car parked up. I got out and stretched, looking around and spotting the low sign that marked the trailhead. As I did, I took a second glance at the other parked car. It looked like it had been there for an age. All 4 tires were flat, although they didn't look to be punctured. Every surface was dusty. I looked back at my car, which was slightly coated from the drive-in, but this was well and truly caked on. There were no broken windows, and it didn't look like it had been stolen and dumped. It didn't look damaged at all. Must have been there a while, I thought to myself, wondering why no one from the park service had had it towed by now. I made a mental note to call them when I got home. I opened the door to my back seat and got out my pack, hat, and rifle. I'd thought hard about whether to bring the rifle. It was extra weight after all, and odds were I wouldn't need it. But last time I'd been out hiking overnight, I had a far too close encounter with a coyote that left me wishing I had something more than just rocks to protect myself with. I figured that since it was only a small .22 caliber, it wouldn't be too heavy, and I'd packed it into a soft light case that'd fit alongside my pack. I reached into my pack for my sunscreen and slathered some of it on my arms and neck before turning off my phone. I'd called my sister before I left town to let her know my plans, and stowed it and my keys away, shouldering my things and setting off up the trail. I'd gone no more than a couple of 100 yards when I slowed to a stop, nose in the air. There was the slightest breeze, but it came with a hint of something behind it. I winced as the warm air hit my face, because the smell it wafted towards me was terrible. Smells like something died, I muttered to myself. The breeze died down and the smell went with it. Ugh, I said, setting off again and picking up the pace. I couldn't see any buzzards around, but if there was something dead nearby, I didn't want to be anywhere near it if the wind picked up again. The hike in was uneventful. I won't bore you with all the details, but it was great terrain, a clear and easy trail through the desert shrubland. Some hours in, I was breathing hard as I reached a slightly hillier part of the trail. I came to the top of the rise and saw that the terrain flattened out ahead into a wide plateau. Looking up at the sun, I saw it was mid-afternoon, and decided this was as good a place as any to set up camp for the night. I walked another few minutes before stepping off the trail, spotting a nice flat bit of land where the brush had been cleared away. There were the remnants of a campfire in the center, just a few bits of charcoal and some scorched ground. I nodded to myself, taking off my pack and rifle case and placing them on the ground near the old campfire. I spent over an hour bringing in the firewood, and another half hour breaking it up into manageable pieces. There was plenty around, lots of low, dead bushes and shrubs around the place. I wanted enough wood for the fire to last easily through the night. The sun was just starting to go down, and it was beginning to get a bit chilly. I stood back and looked at my woodpile. It was quite impressive, and probably way more than I actually needed. Better safe than sorry, I shrugged to myself. The last rays of daylight were peeking over the horizon as I lit the fire, building it up until it was crackling away merrily. I ate a couple of power bars I'd packed out as a cold dinner, swigged some water, and sat on the ground looking up at the stars coming out, feeling very peaceful. That feeling didn't last very long. I heard the wind pick up before I felt it. It whistled between the rocks and shrubs, seeming to whirl around, passing me and then doubling back before arriving. It brought a warmth with it that was odd for the desert at night. That wasn't the only thing it brought, though. I sniffed as the breeze kicked up the flames in my little campfire and screwed up my face. That stench I'd smelled earlier came with it, hot and rotten, like roadkill baking under the sun. I gagged and tried to hold my dinner down. The campfire flared up as the wind hit it, throwing sparks into the air. I watched as they floated into the sky, bright orange spots against the black, almost blending in with the stars. As they burnt themselves out, the wind died down, the flames it had kicked up lessening as well. The stench had died back too. It was still in there in the background, but not being blown in my face anymore. Once the light from the flare-up had dimmed, everything seemed a lot darker. I looked around and shivered involuntarily, realizing just how dark it suddenly was. I looked up at the sky and wished I hadn't chosen a moonless night for my hike, and looked back towards the fire, and then stopped dead. Something was wrong. I blinked hard and looked up again at the sky. The stars were gone. 1 second they'd been there, and the next they just weren't anymore. As if the wind had blown them out like they were candles. There was nothing overhead, just sudden blackness all around, seeming to press in against the dome of light that my little campfire was throwing out. "The hell?" I exclaimed, looking about me. The air hadn't changed temperature. It was still cool, but not cold. But an icy sense of unease was settling over me. I shivered again and tossed a couple of branches on the fire, then drew my jacket closed and zipped it up. Where before, I'd been able to faintly see the outline of the scattered shrubs and boulders by the faint starlight. Now I couldn't see a thing. There was no horizon anymore. The suddenly black sky blended in completely with where I knew the mountains in the distance were, and I couldn't see anything in the darkness that was pressing in around me. I grabbed my pack and pulled out my phone, turning it on and quickly navigating to the flashlight app. The phone's flash lit up and cast a harsh light on the ground, and then flickered and died, the phone turning itself off again. I pressed the power button again, but the screen stayed stubbornly black. Shit, I thought to myself, reaching back into my pack for my keys. I found the pen light on my keyring and turned that on, which also immediately flickered and turned off. I whacked it a couple times to no avail before giving up in disgust and stowing my keys and phone back in my pack. I looked around me, shivering with unease again. It was very dark. I couldn't see more than 20 feet on either side of the fire. It was almost as if the light was being forced back in on itself. I couldn't hear anything other than the crackle of the campfire. The whistling of the wind had stopped. That god-awful smell was still in the background, though, like there was something dead nearby, and... What the hell was that? I heard a noise like someone clearing their throat. A thick, wet... My stomach dropped, my breath catching in my throat for a second. I wasn't alone out here. Looking in the direction the noise had come from, I saw a small flash in the darkness, and then another. A tingle ran up the back of my neck as I realized there was something out there, sitting just outside the reach of the light from the campfire, watching me. My sister has a little dog, and I remember staying with her once, and it looking at me from a dark room down the hall while I was in the brightly lit lounge. I couldn't see it at all, but I knew it was there from the way the light bounced off its eyes. Dim, yellowy pinpricks in the darkness about a foot off the ground. What I saw was like that. Only instead of the eyes in the dark being knee-high like my sister's dog, these were 6 feet off the ground. Too tall to be a coyote or even a mountain lion. I thought to myself, almost absently, trying to control the fear that was bubbling up inside me. "Hey! Get out of here!" I yelled, standing and waving my arms in the air. It didn't leave. Instead, the eyes came down a couple feet, like the thing had lowered its head. I slowly moved to put the campfire between me and it moved in turn. I kept moving around the fire, and it kept moving too. I stopped and stared at it, and it stopped and stared right back. Something else was strange. My feet had crunched the gravel as I turned to face it as it circled. but it made no sound at all as it moved. The darkness hid all but the barest outline, and even that was fuzzy at best. Apart from what I assumed were eyes, all I could see was a slightly darker spot in the blackness. Crouching, I picked up a rock and chucked it in the direction of the eye flashes. The rock sailed through the air and I lost sight of it in the darkness. But I'd swear my aim was dead on. It didn't hit anything. I just heard a crunch as the rock fell to the gravel and tumbled away. The flashes in the darkness bobbed up and down slightly. Whatever it wasn't afraid of me, and it seemed to be moving closer. Slowly, very slowly, I reached for my rifle case, unzipping it and taking out my little .22. I pulled the bolt up and back, and then forward and down again, chambering around. As I did, the thing moved again, the eyes coming back and slightly lower, as if it was coiling back on itself, like a cat ready to pounce. I moved my thumb to disengage the safety, pulling the stock tightly into my shoulder and aiming for where I guessed the thing's center of mass would be, a bit more than a foot below where the glint of the eyes were. "Don't make me use this!" I yelled at it again. "Just go away!" I heard a wet sound, like a growl from a dog crunching food in its mouth, and squeezed the trigger. The sound from my little rifle seemed deafeningly loud, splitting the quiet of the night like lightning splits the sky. I lowered it slightly, peering over the barrel towards the thing. It hadn't moved at all after coiling back. It stayed right there, ready to pounce, but there was no way I'd missed it. Not at this range. Work the bolt back, I frantically thought to myself. Get another round in. Re-aim, squeeze the trigger, work the bolt, aim, squeeze the trigger, again. The hammer came down on an empty chamber. My ammunition was spent. I had only packed a single 5-round magazine and I had nothing to reload with. I hadn't counted on needing any more than that. The thing shifted slightly, growling again as it moved. The flash from its eyes in the firelight disappeared, and I lost the sight of its outline. I lowered my rifle with shaking hands, switching my grip to clutch the still warm barrel like a club, ready to swing the stock into whatever that thing was. Something solid hit me in the back, and I screamed as I spun on the spot, swinging my rifle like a bat. It whooshed through the air, hitting nothing. I took a step back, breathing hard as I saw that familiar glint in the dark, just beyond the border of where the light from the fire showed. It had gotten behind me in seconds, and I hadn't heard it move at all. But what had hit me if it hadn't come into the light? I looked down, and laying at my feet was a single hiking boot. I glanced back up towards the thing. It hadn't moved. It was just there, watching me. I looked back at the boot, which wasn't in the best shape. The fabric was torn, it was caked in reddish-brown mud. Hang on, I thought, stooping to pick it up. I shifted closer to the fire for a closer look. Blood. The boot was caked in dried blood. My head swam and a fire tore through my nerves, the back of my neck prickling madly and my skin turning into goose flesh. I found myself on one knee, breathing heavily as I mumbled, "Oh shit. Oh shit." I looked back up towards the thing, which still hadn't moved. I stood and screamed at it. "What do you want with me?" It didn't answer. I dropped the boot. I jumped as there was a small pop from one of the branches in the fire, but was suddenly struck by an idea. I moved closer to the fire and spotted a branch that only had one end alight. I pulled it from the blaze and turned to face the thing. It growled again as I held up the branch, which rose to more of a snarl as I threw it towards it. The blazing stick lit up the night as it tumbled through the air towards the thing, and a horrified thrill ran up my spine as I caught a better glimpse of the outline of it. Just for a second before it scuttled away from the light. It was huge, big as a bear but without any of the mass, lean as opposed to bulky. It was dark, so dark that it seemed to flow and blend with the gloom behind it. It had 4 legs attached to almost a stumpy torso, but it hadn't used all 4 when it moved. It used the front ones, arms, to push itself upright onto the back legs and then dance madly away on those while its whole body and arms jerked from side to side. God, it was so tall, maybe 8 feet high when moving on its back legs, and it never seemed to fully get upright. The things that glinted in the firelight did seem to be its eyes, and the split-second glimpse of its face I caught was enough to make me take a step back in horror. It looked almost human. Human, but deathly wrong. Like if you took a person's face and stretched it forward so it was long, like a horse's head. The mouth, though, it wasn't small like a horse's. It stretched all the way back to where the face met the rest of the skull. The mouth was stuffed full of far too many rotten-looking teeth, stained red in places. I think my legs gave way then. I found myself sitting on the ground, hugging my knees and rocking back and forth. What in the hell was that thing? And what did it want with me? The blood-stained boot didn't exactly fill me with hope that it was friendly. I used a shaking hand to grab some more sticks out of my woodpile and fed the campfire. Whatever that thing was, it hadn't come into the light. And it moved away when the fire came near it. I gave a silent thanks to whatever urge had made me drag in as much wood as I had. The eyes had stopped moving again, and it seemed the thing was content for the time being just to sit in the dark and stare at me. I stared right back, and trying to think of what the hell I was going to do, and we stayed like that for a while, looking at each other. Somewhere not too far away, a coyote howled. The eyes turned and bobbed up and down slightly in the direction of the howl. Was it sniffing the air? It turned back to face me, and it grunted. Whatever the noise was, it sounded dissatisfied somehow. The thing turned away again, and I saw the bare smudge of an outline moving off into the dark towards the howls. Within seconds, it was gone from sight, and as it faded from view, so did its stench. I sat there, frozen for a moment, and then burst upwards, boots scrabbling for grip on the loose gravel as I came to my feet. I frantically grabbed at my pack and swung it onto one shoulder, stooped to pick up my rifle and swung that by its strap onto the other shoulder, and then hesitated, torn by decision. Dare I risk it? I clenched my jaw and tried to swallow down the rising sense of fear. I picked up one foot and took a single step away from the fire, wincing as the gravel crunched underfoot, which seemed deafeningly loud in the silence that was broken only otherwise by the fire. I peered around, muscles tensing with anticipation, but saw no sign of the thing. I took another step. The gravel crunched again. Still no sign of it. I relaxed ever so slightly, took a deep breath, and started briskly walking towards the trail. Once I hit it, I could turn right, and I was confident enough I could follow it back to the parking lot, even in the dark. I'd taken no more than half a dozen hurried steps when I stopped dead, frozen in place. I could smell it again, the reek bringing up the bile in my throat. Heart racing, I turned my head slightly to the left and saw that glint in the dark. The light from the fire had dimmed as I'd moved away from it, but I was still just close enough for me to see that familiar reflection of the flames in its eyes again. A rumble came out from the darkness. A growl? I slid my front foot backwards, slowly moving back towards the fire, never taking my eyes off where it seemed to be in the dark. I reached the fireside and slid my pack and rifle off my shoulders, laying them on the ground and sitting down next to them. As I did, I heard the coyote howl again. The thing seemed to grunt, and then it faded into the darkness as it turned away from me. What the hell was I gonna do? It was like the thing was playing with me, but I wasn't going to risk making a run for it again. No way did I want it to catch me in the dark. The darkness had seemed to kill my phone and flashlight when it settled in, and any flaming torch from the fire I took would burn out well before I made it back to my car. I still had my lighter, but there was no way that'd make enough of a difference to keep it away. The coyote began to howl once more, but the howl cut off quickly, turning into a snarl. I listened closely as the snarls became pained and then desperate yelps. I held my breath as they cut off, replaced by the sounds of something snapping, crunching, and splattering. I breathed deeply, listening as I tried to slow my hammering heart down. Nothing. Once again, all I could hear was the crackling of the fire. I shut my eyes, listening harder, and shrieked as something hit the ground next to me. Scrabbling backwards on my butt away from it, waiting for it to leap up and grab me. I'd gotten a few yards away when I stopped scrabbling and just sat there hyperventilating, staring at the ruined pile of gray fur and red gore that lay in front of me. It was the coyote, or what was left of the coyote. It was a mess. It looked like every bone in its body had been pulverized and its front legs were completely missing, but raggedly missing, like they'd been torn away rather than cleanly cut or bitten off. Worst of all, its head was facing the wrong way, twisted around until it was entirely backwards. Blood seeped from the open mouth, collecting into drops that hit the dusty gravel with a soft splat. I shuddered and hugged my knees tight, rocking back and forth slightly. This must have been the coyote I'd heard howl earlier, the one the thing went after. Oh shit. I stood. Where was it now? I cried on the spot, looking out into the dark. There, on the other side of the fire, just beyond the border where the light ended, that familiar reflective yellow double flash. It was still watching me. Fuck you! I screamed at it. I strode to the dead coyote, grabbed it by its still warm tail, and swung it around, casting it away from the fire towards the thing. It flumped to the ground not too far away from where the light ended. The thing didn't move. I fought to get my breathing under control, kicking dust over the small patch of blood that pooled where the coyote lay. I looked at my hands, and they were sticky with blood too. I grabbed my water and rinsed the worst of it off, wiping my hands on my pants to dry them. I heard a grunt and turned to see one long and possibly thin limb reaching in from the shadow to grab the dead coyote by the tail, slowly dragging it out of the light. It was hard to see any detail. It was almost as if it was radiating the darkness out from itself. But I could see that it seemed to end in a hand that, again, looked human, but wrong. The fingers were way too long and they were jointed in too many places. It looked like someone reaching out with a collection of tarantula legs on the end of a stick. It made a pained sort of sound while it was doing it. Maybe the light heard it? The coyote disappeared from view, leaving bloody drag marks in the dust, and I heard horrific ripping and squelching sounds. I guess the thing was tearing it apart and eating it. The eating noises eventually stopped and the thing grunted, but it sounded unsatisfied somehow. It went back to staring at me. Whatever this thing was, it wanted me, not just the coyote. I picked up some more branches and built up the fire, then sat down and stared at the reflective eyes in the dark. I don't know how long I sat like that for. It must have been hours. I built up the fire a couple more times and went back to staring at the thing. It'd grunt or growl every now and again, but then it shut up. For the time being, it seemed satisfied just to sit and stare. Eventually, I found my blinks getting longer. Each time, it was harder to open my eyes again. God, I was so tired. The adrenaline spike had long since worn off and I felt wiped out. Just a second. I'll just close my eyes for a second, I thought to myself, as my head began to nod forward. I jerked bolt upright and wide awake at the thrill that ran up my spine as I heard a wet, throaty from behind me. I'd fallen asleep. The fire had burned down low and was mostly just embers, only emitting a faint glow, just enough for me to see that the thing had crept much closer as the light had diminished. I must have dozed off for an hour or more. Leaping to my feet, I grabbed some branches from the pile and hurled them into the remnants of the fire, and then fell to my hands and knees so I could frantically blow into the embers, desperately trying to stir them back to life. The light flared up as they caught alight, and I saw it sitting there, way too close, squatted on its haunches like a dog sitting, long back legs folded up so what I assumed were knees were up by the shape of its head, and arms extended down to the ground in front of it, holding its torso upright. The light glinted from its eyes as it shifted its head to stare at me again, and it hissed as it pushed itself backwards, retreating from the light. As I lost sight of it in the darkness, I heard that wet sound again, like a long tongue smacking against lips. I shuddered. I'd gotten a better look at its eyes in the light this time. They were filled with hunger and pain. But there was an intelligence there. Human eyes, not entirely those of an animal. It went back to looking at me, only this time it wasn't silent. It kept growling and grunting, and the noises it was making grew in volume and frequency. It almost sounded desperate. It circled the fire, eyes disappearing from view, then reappearing elsewhere where it growled from the dark. But it never came into the firelight. I didn't say anything. I just fed the fire and hoped that my stock of fire would hold out a little longer. I'd brought a lot in, but it was diminishing by this point. Then, finally, that thing made a noise I hadn't heard yet, a hiss higher in pitch than anything else it had made, and it looked up at the sky, before staring at me once more. It made a disgusted sort of noise, and then it turned away. I heard the wind kick up and I could smell the thing's stench again, and then all of a sudden it was just gone. As the thing went, the smell and the suffocating darkness went with it, and I realized I could see clearly around me again. The sky had that deep, dark blue color you could see before sunrise, and I could see a few pinpricks of light that could have only been stars. It got progressively lighter and lighter until... there! The sun peeked up over the horizon, and I'd never been as happy to see the light of day as I was now. I waited another hour and a half until the sun was well in the sky and things were starting to heat up before I dared to make a move. I picked up my things and got the hell out of there, shuddering as I passed the remnants of the coyote, just a bloody patch of gray fur and shattered bones. I jogged the whole time, never pausing, never stopping, and never looking behind me. Every time I slowed, I'd hear the wind whistle again, and I'd catch a whiff of something foul, so I'd pick up the pace again. Hours later, I was just about ready to drop when, there, the start of the trail. I could see down to the car park. Without stopping my jog, I reached back and pulled my backpack off, holding it in one hand and awkwardly cradling the gun case in my other arm as I scrabbled in the pack for my car keys. I almost tripped as the hard trail gave way to the gravel of the car park, but managed to keep my footing as I scrabbled towards the car. I fumbled with the keys for what seemed an age before throwing open the door, tossing my things across and slinging myself into the driver's seat, both hands gripping the wheel with a white-knuckle grip. I looked at myself in the rearview mirror and was taken aback at the haggard, wild-eyed figure that stared back at me. There were rivers of clear skin in the dust caking my face. I realized I'd been sobbing with relief since I'd been able to see the end of the trail. I looked back out at where the trail started and saw the dust from the path swirl as the wind picked up once more. I hurriedly rammed my keys into the ignition. I gunned the engine, throwing the car into gear, pulling around quickly and peeling out onto the road. As I sped back towards the city, it wasn't until I hit the main highway before my heart stopped pounding and my breathing slowed to normal levels. A few hours later, less time than it took to drive out there, I was not doing the speed limit. I was home, with my doors locked and the sunlight streaming in through the windows. My phone turned on after I'd plugged it in. Now you work. So I messaged my sister so she wouldn't call search and rescue. A day or so later, I called the park service and told them that I'd been stalked by some mountain lions on the trail, and they removed the area from the information section on their website. Nobody really went there anyways, they said. I didn't mention the abandoned car or the bloody boot, and didn't tell anyone what really happened. And after all, who would have believed me if I did? There was no point in sending anyone else into danger. Later, I started reading up on some local folklore, but stopped pretty quickly. I came across something that made me start to shake at the description of it. I'm fairly sure I now know what the thing was, but I decided I wouldn't look any more into it and I'd just try to put it all out of my head. It hasn't really worked. My breath catches in my throat every time I go into a dark room while I fumble around for a light switch. I don't hike much anymore. If I do go hiking, then it's strictly along well-used trails, and I never, ever do an overnighter. I had work transfer me to a branch a long way away from the desert. I couldn't deal with feeling a hot wind anymore. I'm somewhere where it snows now. My encounter left me with a lot of unanswered questions, but one question ranks above all the rest, and it's something I'm not really sure I want to know the answer to. If that thing I read about is real, then what else is real and hiding out there in the dark?
Phase 1. The Arrival.
The photograph arrived without explanation. It showed some kind of mass, dark gray and pulsating. It was hovering far above the North Atlantic. It resembled a cyclone, but there was no eye of the storm, no rotation, just layers, like folds of gauze, stacked and suspended. The sky around it was eerily clear. That was the first impossibility. Dr. Marie Finn saw the image at 6:32 a.m. It was forwarded to her personal account from an encrypted ministry server. The subject line read only,
"Come in, immediately."
Dr. Finn arrived at the North Strand Climate Monitoring Facility before sunrise. The conference room was already full, unusual for a Wednesday. Technicians, military liaisons, 2 senior meteorologists, and a man from the Department of Anomalous Phenomena, a department that, officially, didn't exist. No one spoke for the first 10 minutes. They just stared at the image projected on the main wall, a still frame from a weather satellite feed.
I've never seen a static formation at that altitude before,
Marie said, her eyes locked on the impossible image.
How high is this exactly?
68 kilometers,
one of the technicians said, adjusting his glasses. She blinked.
Mesosphere.
Correct.
This doesn't make any sense,
she murmured to herself, irritated by confusion. One of the meteorologists stood. It's your job to make sense of it, Dr. Finn.
When was it first reported?
She responded, ignoring the man's tone.
It's been there for 6 hours. It just showed up.
The military liaison cleared his throat.
Spotted by a satellite over the Atlantic. Cross-checked by a second pass. We thought it might be weapon debris. It's not. Civil flights are already diverting. Maritime routes, too.
On the monitors, numbers scrolled. Temperatures, wind speeds, strange depth readings. The mass wasn't moving. Winds tore at it at hundreds of kilometers per hour, but it didn't rotate. It didn't shear. Just remained, impossibly still. It's not a weather event, the meteorologist declared with a shaky voice and worry in his eyes.
Then what is it?
Asked the liaison. No one had an answer, and by noon, the world had seen it. Footage taken by a commercial pilot had gone viral, a band of dark mist stretching from horizon to horizon, bloated and heavy, blotting out the sun. It covered a region roughly the size of North America and appeared to be growing. The shadow the cloud cast was immeasurable. On a clear day, the light would dim like a solar eclipse. The sky turned a dull gray, shadows vanished, and birds fell silent. Some areas experienced perpetual dusk, the night imposing in its darkness. People on the ground began reporting changes, the strange static humming in their teeth, tension headaches, and a persistent low pressure in the ears. Online forums exploded. #TheCloud trended within the hour. Dr. Finn kept working. She had trained herself to remain clinical, methodical. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that the air in the lab had gone stale. Something was very wrong, and not a single thinking brain on the planet could provide answers to the impossible situation. At exactly 9:43 p.m. GMT, the first sound was recorded. A low frequency, deep and distant, then another, 2 hours apart, then again, and again.
Thunder?
Someone offered, but the radar was clear, not a single weather system for 1,000 kilometers. The thump came again, only minutes apart. Marie sat perfectly still, headset on, watching the sound wave roll across the monitor. It wasn't thunder. It wasn't seismic. It was airborne, high above our heads. Jesus, whispered a young intern nearby. It's coming from inside the cloud. By midnight, it had settled into a rhythm, a slow, deep, drumming sound. Regular, relentless, as though something far, far above was knocking from the other side of the sky.
Project Cerberus Vale. Field Journal Entry. Dr. Marie Finn, Lead Meteorologist. Classified, level Omega. Day 1, 11:42 p.m. GMT.
The cloud remains stationary. Its scale is beyond measurement. Its thick fog goes far beyond our atmosphere. The sound began tonight. Regular pulses, low frequency, origin unknown, but triangulated within the formation. The collection of all data is incomplete at this time. Personal note, it is not weather. It is not man-made. We don't know what this is.
Phase 2, the sound of God.
By morning, the drumming was heard across the entire northern hemisphere. It was no longer limited to the monitoring stations. People across Europe, the eastern United States, parts of West Africa, and even as far as Argentina reported hearing it, not just through the air, but through their bodies, in the base of the skull, the hollows of the chest, or behind the eyes. The sound was felt just as much as it was heard. Entire cities reported the vibrations. Hospitals began to fill, not from injury, but from confusion. Migraines, tinnitus, bleeding noses. Some people began to lose their minds, tormented by a sound they couldn't escape. Others seemed unfazed by the strange phenomenon. A woman in Bordeaux began convulsing and screamed,
I hear it! I hear it! I hear it!
Before falling unconscious. At 1:06 a.m. GMT, Dr. Finn watched from the roof of the North Strand facility as the light changed again. Not dimmer. Not quite. She struggled to name it. Shadows hadn't lost their edges. Buildings looked slightly flattened. Colors were muted, like the world had been submerged in water. She raised her hand and stared at her palm, veins like rivers on a map. Her skin was paler than before. The hairs on her arms stood up. The drumming continued.
Dr. Finn.
The man from the Department of Anomalous Phenomena pushed through the steel door behind her.
My name is Jonas, ma'am. I've been meaning to speak with you.
He paused beside her, eyes turned upwards to the dreadful cloud. It swallowed the entire skyline, hiding stars and moon alike.
Quite the view,
he murmured.
What can I do for you, Jonas?
She asked, her tone clipped, unwilling to indulge small talk.
You know who I work for?
She nodded once, offering him a cigarette from a near-empty pack.
No thanks, I quit. Fresh air for me.
He laughed awkwardly as Dr. Finn lit her smoke.
They're relocating me,
he said.
Opposite side of the world. A counterpart facility in the southern hemisphere. They want simultaneous readings, mirrored data sets. Honestly, it feels like I'm just being moved out of the blast zone.
He paused for a moment.
If this thing is global, if it keeps growing, we need to know if it behaves the same way everywhere. Otherwise, we're flying blind.
Finn studied him, the shadows across his face blurred and trembling in the wrong light.
So you'll be chasing the other horizon?
Something like that.
He gave a thin smile, but his eyes stayed locked on the sky.
I'll send you everything I find. Maybe between the two of us, we'll make sense of it.
Her gaze lingered on him a moment longer than she intended. Then she looked back to the cloud.
Maybe.
The drumming echoed. Low, cavernous, endless. Neither of them spoke after that. The emergency broadcast systems went live just after noon. News anchors read pre-written statements. No questions, no speculation.
Authorities are aware of the atmospheric anomaly currently positioned over the Atlantic. Remain indoors. Limit direct observation of the phenomenon. Further information will be provided when available.
The feeds cut off after 90 seconds. Black screens revealed the concerned reactions of the populations. Social media boiled over with conspiracy, prophecy, and fear. A viral clip from New York showed commuters frozen in the middle of an intersection, all exiting their vehicles, all staring up at once. Dozens of them, like they'd heard a voice. Then some began to cry, others fell to their knees in prayer, all united by the oppression of complete and total helplessness. Government helicopters swarmed beneath the cloud, like flies drawn to the stench of death. Another clip from a Nigerian cargo ship showed the cloud expanding, spilling outwards in curling tendrils. Vast sections of dark mist swirled within the cloud, like black sand in clear water. The crew's final log simply read,
God has returned to us.
At 2:42 a.m., Dr. Finn stepped into the soundproof chamber to listen to the unfiltered live feed. She sat in the center of the small white room, strapped on the over-ear monitors, and listened. There it was. The drumming from the cloud, clearer now, more spacious, more thoughtful. There were pauses between the beats, pauses long enough to create the illusion it had stopped before it came again. She felt it deep in her ribcage, her heart sinking to the aerial phenomenon. The drumming had become a presence, not sound alone, but a tidal force pressing against the earth. Every beat made her stomach lurch as if something vast was stirring within the planet itself. Then it shifted. The sound broke free of rhythm. A single, elongated groan, wet and guttural, poured from the cloud. It rippled across the atmosphere like thick, viscous liquid, sloshing into every crack or crevice it could find. The ground itself vibrating under the sonic pressure. It was enormous, impossible, something malignant, something so vast that its moan reshaped the sky. The pitch was almost beyond hearing, subsonic yet tortuously present, low, dragging, reverberating with the weight of mass she could not comprehend. The groan slithered and pulsed, like the wet crack of muscles tearing, sinew stretching, a predator yawning across the heavens. Her chest heaved, her stomach twisted. Her fingers tingled with the pressure of sound. Her mind screamed against the comprehension. The noise was alive, shapeless yet aware. It hung in the room like a storm that could devour everything, pausing only to let its presence sink further into her bones before dragging itself back into a wet, shuddering growl. She ripped the headphones off, trembling, sweat prickling across her skin. The chamber was silent, but not really. The sound lingered, imprinted on her ribs and skull, crawling through her blood. Was that a voice? The intern monitoring the signal turned to her, pale and crying.
No.
Dr. Finn whispered.
It wasn't a voice.
He swallowed. Then what is it? She stood slowly and left the room without speaking another word. The drumming resumed as normal.
Project Cerberus Vale. Field Journal entry. Dr. Marie Finn, lead meteorologist. Classified Level Omega. Day 2. 3:17 a.m. GMT.
Cloud remains stationary. Estimated diameter now exceeds 5,000 kilometers. Audio patterns continue. Rhythmic, biological, possibly vocal. Cloud remains stationary. Estimated diameter now exceeds 5,000 kilometers. Audio patterns continue. Rhythmic, biological, possibly vocal. Global symptoms reported. Neurological disruption, auditory hallucinations, emotional volatility, mass hysteria, thousands of casualties across different countries. Burst eardrums and internal hemorrhaging, public unrest increasing, governmental control deteriorating. A plan was initiated to obtain a visual of the sound source. Jonas's team ran 3 LiDAR sweeps from orbit, from a U-2 spy plane, and from a modified weather balloon. Orbital scan returned no depth readings. Not 0, just nothing, as if it struck open air for 1,000 meters, then refused to return. Plane scan logged 1 frame of internal structure. Looked like bone. A moment later, the image glitched, reloaded, and showed a perfect sphere the size of a mountain. Then static, balloon feed, 20 minutes of telemetry before loss of signal, internal layers visible, fibrous, twitching, final frame, a shape in the center, spindled, elongated, symmetrical, but wrong. Our analysts ran it through edge detection software. The results were disturbing. It resembled a face, but only when you didn't look at it directly. A convergence of lines, folds, and textures that formed something odd. One technician collapsed during image review, said she felt like it could see her. I saw it too, just once. It didn't scare me. It just made me feel ashamed. We've locked the files. Project code, Cerberus Veil. Access, visual AI systems only. No human review permitted. Effective immediately. Personal note, Jonas agrees. There's something in there. He's gone south, into the dark. I don't know when I'll see him again. I think it's stretching.
Phase 3. The arms.
Dr. Finn jolted from her sleep, her phone vibrating on the steel table. She had passed out at her desk. Overworked and exhausted, she grabbed her phone. The screen read, Jonas, DAP.
Finn?
Jonas's voice came sharp, urgent.
Are you seeing the latest readings?
Her pulse quickened. The cloud had been behaving differently. The drumming was heavier, more insistent.
I'm watching. It's intense, but nothing new yet.
Intense?
His laughter was bitter.
Intense doesn't cover this. Subsonic pulses, every monitoring station on every continent, they're aligning. The underside of the cloud, it's splitting along a straight vertical seam. The satellites caught it just before it closed again.
A seam?
Like, it's preparing to open, and I don't mean metaphorically.
His voice dropped, urgent.
There's a pattern in the pulses, rhythms building. I don't know how else to say this. The drumming? It's a fucking heartbeat parade, and it's getting faster. You need to be ready. Something is happening. Whatever you do, don't go outside. Whatever happens next, it's not just sound, it's alive.
She felt it in her chest before she could reply. A vibration deep in bone and blood. The wet resonance of something enormous stirring.
Jonas,
Stay calm, lock yourself in, go to the bunker now. The monitors are there and you can observe. Whatever you do, do not fucking step outside.
Then the line went dead. A heartbeat later, across the northern hemisphere, a vertical fracture tore through the sky like a wound. It widened with deliberate slowness. Layers of mist peeled back in fleshy folds. Shadows deepened, bending the space around it. A deafening, sticky squelch like tearing flesh echoed across the hemisphere. Behind it was a darkness that seemed to breathe, vast and unfathomable. A darkness that bent perception. No camera could capture it. No eye on the planet was built to perceive such a biblical event. Without tremor or trumpet, the cloud opened. What lay inside was not lightness, but unknowable. Some said it was a mouth, some said it was a wound, and from it came the sound again, louder now, clearer. Something wet and vast and pulsing. Something impossible, not breathing, mawing. Across the world, people looked up in unison. Some screamed, some dropped to their knees, others stood still and watched, transfixed, as the first of the arms descended. Long, tapering limbs like serpents, oily, black, and glistening, emerging from the wound in the sky in slow spirals. Some were miles long, others kilometers. They swam through the air like they were underwater, languid, elegant, hypnotic. Thousands of them, tens of thousands. They moved across the sky like a nest of worms poured through a funnel, coiling, searching. One by one, the arms reached down into the earth, slithering across cities, across oceans, over fields. It didn't take long for the first to be taken. A man in Tokyo screamed as an arm squirmed its way around him. His fingers dug into the strange meat as the grip around his waist tightened, pulling him skyward. His cries split the morning air. In a European city, a young couple ran through the streets hand in hand. The woman tripped, an arm twisted around her ankle. Her boyfriend tried to pull her free. The arm retracted, twisting her upward with such force that his hands tore away from hers. He fell on his back, begging, only for the arm to return for him. In a Venezuelan village, a mother was snatched from her courtyard. Her young daughter clung desperately to her leg, screaming for her mother to come back down. Her tiny hands gripped her mother's ankle in desperation to save her, but the child's fingers could not hold her. They were ripped upwards hundreds of feet in a matter of seconds. Her mother's body ascended, twisting elegantly like a dancer in mid-air. But gravity did not forgive the child. She fell, limbs flailing, hair whipping across her face, colliding with the unforgiving earth. The sickening thump echoed across the village. Some were taken screaming, others laughed, lifted as if ascending into a dark ecstasy. Cultists, convinced of a divine favor, threw themselves towards the putrid appendages, arms outstretched, their voices raised in hymns or chants of joy, begging for rapture. The arms only took a few of them with the same cold precision, pulling them upward as their ecstasy transformed into terror mid-flight. Across continents, people fought, clawed, resisted, but it was all futile. Each arm performed the same ritual, one human at a time, spiraling upward towards the yawning darkness, then returning to the earth for its next selection. Cities became theaters of chaos, streets emptied in seconds. Traffic snarled and stalled. Windows rattled under the roar of thousands being drawn skyward as humanity unleashed below. Parents clawed for their children. The children screamed for their parents. People tried to leap from balconies, bridges, or rooftops, only to be grabbed mid-fall. Their last moments, a tangled dance of limbs and terror. In remote fields, farmers and herders watched as the arms swept across the horizon. Livestock scattered, terrified, the ground shaking under the thrumming resonance of the arms. One farmer caught a glimpse of his wife being lifted, screaming, crying his name. He tried to run, the arm retracted, and she was gone, leaving him kneeling in the mud, screaming into the indifferent sky. Over the first 12 hours, over 40 million people were gone, more than the entire population of Canada. By 48 hours, estimates climbed past 90 million. Entire nations devoured by the sky. Children, the elderly, the healthy, the sick, criminals, priests, lovers, the lost. The arms moved like a living tide, slow but inexorable, elegant in motion but grotesque in function. Each human was treated as a singular prize, twisted upward toward the infinite, the process horrifyingly meticulous. Dr. Finn watched from the bunker as the monitors flared from the streams of abductions. Faces contorted in panic, joy, or disbelief. She could hear them through the cameras, screams and prayer that layered upon one another like a living symphony of terror. The arms paused briefly over cities, observing, coiling and uncoiling. Their thick veins pulsate. They seemed to savor the fear. Then, with chilling patience, they selected again, dragging the living toward the maw. Over the 57 hours, the Northern Hemisphere emptied in a relentless, mechanical, almost ritualistic harvest. Every arm returned repeatedly to the sky's wound. Each human plucked and lifted, until the air was thick with echoes of terror and awe. By the final hour, Dr. Finn could only stare at the screens, numb. The arms paused at last, holding their harvest aloft for a long, silent moment, as if counting, observing, savoring. Then they began the slow, deliberate retreat, one by one, carrying their captives towards the unknowable darkness that had given them form. Over 4 hours, the sky had closed and survivors emerged from their false shelters. The world was left in silence. Only the sound of the drums remained.
Project servers fail. Field journal entry. Dr. Mareed Finn, lead meteorologist. Classified level Omega. Day 3, 11:11 p.m. GMT.
The formation opened. An aperture. Estimated diameter is 3,000 kilometers across. Arms, tongues, emerged. Thousands. Movement suggests intelligence, not random. Selection appears non-biological. We can't predict it. I watched them be taken. God forgive me. We tried everything. Interference, signal jamming, sonic weapons. Russia sent a nuke. To hell with the aftermath of that. It didn't go off. It was just swallowed by the cloud. The arms were not affected. The world is hollow. The monitors lie dead, their screens frozen with faces I will never forget. Even the saved recordings fail to convey the scale of what happened. The arms, the screams, the silence that followed. Entire populations, taken with the precision of a surgeon, the cruelty of a predator, the indifference of an animal. 90 million, more, perhaps 100 million. I can't be certain. The northern hemisphere is a graveyard with no corpses, and yet the sky is calm, deceptively calm. The wound is closed. The drum, it continues. Always beneath everything, a low, insistent pulse that will not be ignored. Personal note, I don't know what to do next. Every theory, every model, every calculation is meaningless against this. We are observers of an event. We are its remnants. Survivors only in a technical sense. In every other way, we are gone. There is nothing to fight, nothing to flee, only to record, only to bear witness. And I will, till the end. What else is there to do?
Phase 4. The Belch.
1 month and 14 days passed. No arms. No movement from the sky. The cloud remained, hanging impossibly still above the Atlantic like a wound that refused to heal. Most nations had abandoned any attempt to engage it. Some still broadcast official statements, hollow, robotic reassurances, but no one listened. The world had been held in place, breathless, afraid to look up, held hostage by our new god. Cities went dark, markets crashed, faiths fractured, people starved. Millions gathered in open fields, begging to be taken. Millions took their own lives in the face of the inevitable. Others locked their doors and prayed to be forgotten. Dr. Mareed Finn stayed. She slept inside the bunker beneath the North Strand Climate Facility. She hadn't left in weeks. The others were gone, some taken when the arms descended, some fled, some too broken to continue. She kept her notes, her logs, her rituals of data and control, but every day it grew harder to believe that any of it mattered. Finn's console crackled to life at 3:58 a.m. GMT. The signal was faint, washed in static, but the voice on the other side was unmistakable.
Finn?
Jonas said, quick and hushed, like he was afraid the sound itself might carry.
Tell me you're awake.
I'm awake.
Her voice was brittle, the syllables clipped. She had been awake for days.
What is it?
I've been tracking something,
he said.
Pressure readings from the South Atlantic buoy network. They're tanking. Not a storm, not a current shift. It's like the air itself is leaking.
You've said that before.
This is different.
His breathing was uneven, shaky.
The drop isn't local, it's global. Everything is bleeding toward the cloud, not wind. Everything. It's pulling like it's...
He stopped himself, then said it anyway.
like it's inhaling.
Finn exhaled through her nose.
We don't know if that's what it's doing.
I do know.
Jonas shot back, voice tightening.
It's hungry, and it's been patient, but...
A low laugh broke out that wasn't joy.
Christ, I can't believe we're still pretending this is about data.
This is about survival, Jonas.
She said, doubting her own words.
Is it?
Jonas snapped. There was a pause before he spoke again.
We're all dead anyway. It's just a matter of time before it gets hungry again, and when it does...
He trailed off, static filling the gap.
You've seen the fields. You've seen the ones begging for it to take them. That's not living. That's meat waiting to be picked up.
Stop.
Why?
His voice cracked.
Do you want the truth, Mairead? There's no stopping it. There's no bargaining. We're not even ants to it. Ants get noticed before they're stepped on. This thing...
He stopped abruptly. The next sound, a sharp hiss in the line.
Jonas?
Silence. She waited another 3 seconds, then set the receiver down, her fingers trembling against the console. She clasped her hands together, lowered her head, and, for the first time in her life, she began to pray. She waited. Nothing. At exactly 4:17 a.m. GMT, 1 month and 14 days since the cloud arrived, the sky opened again. No warning, no signal. Just a sudden shifting of the cloud's center, folds drawing back, parting like lips peeled open by invisible hands. The drumming was constant, but this time, something new came. The sound began low, wet, rolling, like a cauldron of bile tipping somewhere beyond the stratosphere. The pressure dropped. The wind died. Then came a vast, guttural exhalation that seemed to surge from the planet's core and shatter the sky above. A noise like the entire sky dry heaving, viscous and phlegm-soaked. The kind of sound that makes the stomach knot before the ears even understand. A single cataclysmic, guttural bellow that cracked windows on every continent and shattered the upper atmosphere. The ground shook, tides recoiled, and birds fell from the sky. It wasn't just sound, it was force. A pressure wave of wet breath and raw heat. Like an open furnace filled with rotting flesh, it swept the globe within minutes. People clutched their heads and screamed as their ears bled. Animals blotted and dropped dead mid-run. Birds fell in flocks. Machines died. Satellites blinked out. Those at the epicenter could only scream as the force burst them into nothingness. And the smell. A stench so vast, so cellular, it soaked through the walls. It crawled into lungs and stayed there, a taste of spoiled meat and copper. People vomited. Others tore at their flesh, trying to escape it. Most were dead in seconds. And then came the blood. From deep within the beast, beyond the gauze and folds of mist, something ruptured. A pressure valve? A gullet? A wound? No one knows. A tidal wave of thick, arterial blood expelled with such volume and speed that it felt like monsoon rain over half the globe. Red soaked the ocean and rivers. Red splashed across rooftops and deserts and jungles. Half the earth painted in blood. It steamed where it landed, hot and thick, and it reeked of iron and something sweet. Something wrong. Some said they heard whispers in the rain. The clouds peeled back, and for the first and only time, the being was seen. Truly seen. For exactly 93 seconds, the sky was clear. Not in fragments, not distorted. It filled the sky. It was the sky. Its shape defined thought, impossibly symmetrical, yet shifting as though the universe itself was trying and failing to remember it. Its surface was a chaos of texture, pinkish gray membranes that pulsed with a rhythm older than time, bone plate ridges spiraling in geometries our minds could not hold, and spindled nerves that writhed like lightning frozen mid-strike. Each wrinkle, each twitch, seemed to hum with awareness, as if the cosmos itself had been stitched into its flesh. Its face, or what passed for one, stared down through a million lidless, goat-like eyes. Some were as vast as mountains, some flickered like dying stars, all simultaneously seeing and knowing. Our thoughts recoiled, our vision trembled, and yet we could not look away. And then it did something impossible. It smiled. No teeth, no lips, no gesture that humans could recognize. Just a slow, dreadful unfurling of facial tissue, an imitation of something it had only ever observed in our species, a suggestion of amusement aimed at the futility of existence. The motion folded in on itself in ways that should have torn it apart, yet held. We felt it not just in our eyes, but in our blood, in our marrow, in the corners of thought we didn't know existed. And then the sky swallowed itself once more. But the memory lingered. Shapes impossible to describe etched themselves into our mind. Geometry that should not exist haunted our dreams, and the faint, impossible smile echoed in every shadow we ever crossed again. Silence fell. Not peace, but silence. And then, nothing. No arms, no sound. Just the repetition of fear felt through the drum of the cloud. The wind returning at last. The stench never faded, never fully gone. The red rain soaked into everything. No government spoke publicly again after that. People stopped going outside. Entire towns were found empty, dead. Others worshipped. Others killed themselves. The world waited.
Project Cerberus Vale. Field Journal entry. Dr. Mareed Finn, lead meteorologist. Classified Level Omega. Day 45, 7:02 a.m. GMT.
It belched. I don't know how else to describe it. It expelled something vast and foul into our atmosphere. Not an attack. Not a gesture of dominance. A function. A bodily function. Like it forgot we were here. The sound, I cannot put into words. I felt it in the roots of my teeth, in the gaps between cells. It broke something in the sky, and the smell is still here, clinging to the vents, to my skin. It soaked its way into the bunker. The blood is everywhere. We've confirmed it's organic, human, and something else. For 93 seconds, it let us see it. I don't think we were supposed to. I don't think it cares. I haven't slept since. I don't believe anyone is left to read this, but I'm still writing. There's no scientific language for what's happening. This is not an anomaly. This is a present. This is an extinction event.
Phase 5. Afterbirth.
It began to harden. Not all at once, but gradually, day by day. As the blood congealed under heat and rain, the bright red stains that had covered oceans, cities, forests, darkened, thickened with reddish clots. Then it began to bond. What had first been described as organic blood now revealed itself to be something more. A precursor, a fluid waiting to become. On the 15th day after the belch, the first major surface scan from what remained of the Leo satellites returned images of a continuous sheet forming across the Atlantic basin, fibrous, pale, ridged in places, like cooled wax spread over the surface of the Earth. At first, it seemed like sediment, or ice, but it flexed. Beneath solar radiation, it tightened. Beneath lunar light, it swelled. Seismic equipment registered subtle movement, microscopic contractions, as if breathing through the crust. The red had become pink-gray. The pink-gray was becoming skin. A skin that now stretched, uninterrupted, from Portugal to the eastern edge of the Caribbean. The scientists who remained debated this transformation in hushed, mechanical tones. No conclusions were reached. There was no baseline. No comparative models, but Dr. Mareed Finn understood. This was not an invasion. This was not a divine punishment. This was gestation. Earth, or what remained of it, was being blanketed in something alive, not absorbed, not consumed, prepared. And then, at 8:46 p.m. GMT, on the 46th day, the cloud moved. It shifted without sound, without storm, without effort. Not blown, not carried, not pulled by gravity. It simply drifted, as if an unseen cord had been cut, as if the process in the West had reached some threshold. It took 6 hours to traverse the ocean, 6 hours of silence. People in Asia and Australia watched it approach, the spiraling gauze blotting out the sky, as if it was swallowing it whole. They had seen the videos. They knew what would come. Still, they watched. Some hoped it would pass. It didn't. At 2:17 local time, the cloud settled above the Indian Ocean. The sky began to open again, and the arms began their terrible descent.
Project Cerberus Vale, Field Journal entry, Dr. Marie Finn, lead meteorologist. Classified Level Omega, Day 46, 11:44 p.m. GMT. Cerberus Vale, final transmission.
The blood is not inert. It is a matrix, a forming tissue, something between placenta and a cocoon. Still soft in parts, but solidifying. Already 3/4 of the Atlantic seafloor is covered in a single sheet. Our instruments can't pierce it. It's warm. It pulses every 7 minutes. It is alive. The cloud has moved to the Indian Ocean. Initial signs suggest the process is starting again. Same pattern, same altitude, same shape, same silence. I believe this is reproductive behavior. A life cycle. This thing, or system, or entity, is using the atmosphere to sow itself. It does not see us. It does not hear us. It does not need us. We were not chosen. We were not rejected. We were incidentally present. What we thought was an anomaly was a phase, a part of something older, larger, maybe 1,000,000 years old, maybe eternal. It doesn't matter. What matters is what's being left behind. A blanket, a membrane, a womb stretched across the earth. There is no rescue coming. There is no top of the food chain. There is only the shape behind the clouds, and what it leaves in its wake. I am writing this from a world already half covered in skin, already half dead. Tomorrow, I will step outside and feel it for myself. I want to know if it responds. I want to know if it knows I'm here. End log.
Phase 6, final breath.
The surface of the planet is no longer visible. A thick, swirling fog blankets every inhospitable continent, every ocean, rising miles into the sky. It doesn't move with the wind. It ignores the weather. It simply clings, dense, luminous, and unnaturally still. Satellite feeds, what few remain, show the same impossible formations above Earth's surface. Layered mist, spiraling but unmoving. No rotation, no eye, just folds, just gauze, stacked and suspended. Jonas no longer checks the time. He hasn't for days. His oxygen mask hisses its final shallow breaths, each one thinner than the last. The generators have gone silent. The lights burn only with intermittent flickers, casting the facility in a pulse of dim, ghost-like hues. Every room is empty. Everyone else is dead. Jonas lies flat on the cold concrete floor, cheek pressed against it. One hand spreads wide as if to hold the earth steady. His lips move, forming soundless words, but he stops. He doesn't need words. He only needs to listen. A heartbeat. It was in the cloud. It was in the sky. But it's here, beneath his bones, inside the crust, deep in the dark belly of the world. Jonas let out a broken laugh that cracked into a sob. His eyes glistened, unfocused, staring at the ceiling as if he could see through it to the sky above.
There are two of them now,
he whispers, barely audible. The fog outside pulses with a faint, internal light. Not lightning, not fire. Something vascular, something alive. His throat tightens, his chest is heavy. The hiss of his mask is a thin trickle of air, barely enough to maintain hope. He pulls it away, lets it fall beside him. The silence rushes in. He smiles, weak and delirious, teeth streaked with blood from biting his tongue raw in his sleep.
We were the womb.
Jonas had never been a religious man. He used to scoff at prayer, at ritual. But now, on the floor of a dying world, the last man standing, a gun trembling in his hand, he mouths the words anyway. Fragments of hymns, half-remembered psalms, apologies to no one. He turned the gun on himself, comforted by the realization that it'll all be over soon. The fog above grows brighter. It folds, pulsing with rhythm, like veins, like lungs. Jonas closes his eyes, the weight of suffocation pressing him into the floor. His last thought is not of escape, not of resistance, only awe. Far beyond Earth, in the silence of space, the first cloud drifts on, searching for the next world. The Earth exhales its final breath and becomes something new. I'm never sure how to convey this to people. Yes, it's true, even for you. I get it. You know the layout of your own home. You know how the rooms connect. The paths you walk every day are part of your very being. They're the back of your hand. Your kids have marked their heights in blue crayon over the years on a Victorian door jamb. Your fridge lights up your entire shitty apartment. Your loft is just one room. And yet, deep down, you know the truth, because you're asking me. Your house has a hallway. The second question is always, of course, how do you know? To which I respond, I know because of how I found the hallway in my house. And you can find your hallway too. It began so simply. I didn't even know what I discovered. I'd been awake for several minutes, but my mind had been ice skating forcefully back and forth between dreams and work stress. Eventually, I realized I had to pee. I shot up in bed and carefully climbed out so as to not wake my girlfriend. No, right. Never mind. God damn it. I got to the bathroom doorway pretty easily, considering it was completely dark. I stepped out into the hallway, not that hallway, of course, expecting to kick the cat. No cat, but good. Somehow, he must not have woken up at the first potential sign of my activity. The new automated feeder I'd bought must have finally been working its way into his routines. Carefully stepping my way forward in the dark to avoid potentially crushing him, and that was the key. Mind you, not the cat, but the disruption in steps. I got lost. Yeah, I got lost in my own home. Don't judge me. I'm not an idiot. It happens the instant you alter how you move in the dark. Hypothetically, you know your general location within a certain bounds. Obviously, I hadn't run a mile, So I had to be between the flower vase she'd put on that random little table and the pile of wedding gifts I'd never opened. I reached out my hands and found the wall, a nice little assurance that I was still in the physical reality I'd known all my life. But then, I made the mistake of following it by touch. A wall can't lie to you, right? It's the same bumpy paint, or in your house, the same smooth wallpaper. Maybe the same dusty stone if you live in a castle like some sort of asshole. I sought the way forward, running my fingers along, step by uncounted step as one does, until I thought I was right in front of my bathroom door in the dark. I let go of the wall and stepped. What? Left? Forward? Maybe even right. The way the wall itself should have prevented. That's the point. I don't know which way I went, and that's how I found the hallway. There was no indication whatsoever. There was only the dark and the quiet. My bare feet on gradually thickening dust, my ears hammering with the deepening pound of my own heart, the blackness swirling and pulsing in my vision with nothing more than the shimmering nothingness. My fingers moved through the cold open air, and my foremost thought was that impossible rejected concern. Where the hell am I? I had to be in the house, certainly. I had to be somewhere between the pile of wedding gifts I'd never opened and the bathroom door, without a doubt. I had to be somewhere in the hall, outside my bedroom. The door I was looking for had to be... I reached left. I reached forward. I reached right. My pulse began to race in my warming ears as I questioned my limited senses. Something in me told me that I'd stepped too far to have failed to reach the bathroom door. Something in me told me that I should be able to fling my hand out and grasp wood or wall. My logical human brain was calling bullshit on this. So I left the wall, like a moron, and took a step forward, seeking reassurance. I took a second step, then a third. A fourth, a fifth. Before I took the sixth step, it occurred to me that there was no location in my tiny house where I could take 6 steps and not reach the opposite wall. I was pretty sure that my lack of money for a bigger house was the main reason she left me. This pitch black spaciousness didn't make sense. I'd grabbed my phone on pure instinct. I'd shoved it in my pajama pants pocket out of habit. I'd been intending on, while peeing, and watching some ads on the shitty mobile game I was playing, the same way I always did. I hadn't even thought about it, but when I pulled it out of my pocket and hit the power button, nothing happened. Shit. Right. I'd fallen asleep without plugging it in. At the time, I knew I should have, but I just didn't. It was dead. Heart pounding a little faster, I reversed course without turning, my hand stretched backwards. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps, 7 steps, 8 steps? I reached out in every direction, hoping desperately to find bumpy paint with my fingertips. There was only cool, churning air, silence, blackness. I finally broke the silence with a whispered, "What the fuck?" There was no reply, no echo. It was crazy to feel the way I did, but I couldn't deny it. Something was wrong. I stood motionless for what must have been a full minute, 2, 5. Then I said softly, "Kitty, treat, treat." Come on, Kitty. I know I never named you, but you can't hold this against me. She bought you, after all. And then the next day... "Kitty, treat, treat." My heart leapt in my throat. From an insane distance, I heard a little whir. "Kitty, treat, treat." I turned left and listened in the void, turning my ears back and forth. "Treat, treat." He wasn't coming. He couldn't find me. He sounded confused and frustrated. "Treat, I moved toward him, repeating the call, hearing his response echo closer and closer, but nothing changed. Just cold, roiling nothingness. Until I finally felt fur moving against my ankles. "Kitty!" I leaned down and petted him. "Christ, I thought I'd never find you." Yeah, I'll get you the treats I promised." Ever so carefully, so as to not kick him, I moved forward and found the wall. I didn't know which wall, so I groped along it. Until I finally felt a doorway. Instantly, it all became crystal clear in my mind, and I reached right out for a light switch. Searing white hit my eyes, but I didn't dare blink or look away. I was right by the living room door, exactly as I expected, and I looked back with dire confusion. Everything was normal. There was nowhere that I could have taken 6 steps, let alone 8, and nothing about the experience made sense. Kitty moved back and forth against my ankles, demanding his treats, so I went into the living room to give him his promised treasure. He was a Norwegian forest tuxedo cat, by the way. Still is. I moved through the house with the aid of several flipped light switches, finally getting the pee I needed. And then I crashed, only vaguely wondering what the hell had happened. I would have never questioned it again if I hadn't woken up to find a note on my nightstand. It was written in crayon, blue crayon. I looked at it, left, right, upside down, then finally understood. It said, "Phone kills you." I sat up ramrod straight in the bed the moment I parsed it. I probably should have done that sooner, actually, since the very existence of the note violated one basic fact. As of 11 days before, I lived alone. Phone calls, parents, police, pacing, pizza, Pepsi, Prison Break. I didn't watch it when it originally came out. I was decades late to the party. Sue me. Nothing came of the incident. Someone had left a threatening note in my fucking house while I'd been asleep, and I couldn't make sense of it. No one could. Eventually, as my pain over the ghosting faded, I watched all of Prison Break in 2 weeks, then all of Red Dwarf in another 2, with only Kitty to accompany me. I began to wonder if the note had truly been threatening at all. I'd been asleep. If the author of the note had wanted me dead, wouldn't I be dead? A phone kills you. I stared at it in my hand. A very real piece of paper with very real blue crayon. Blue crayon? Blue crayon. I stared off into space, haunted. Why did My phone had been dead. When I'd been lost in the dark, somehow, impossibly, reaching out for walls that should have been there, my phone had been out of power. Phone kills you. Oh my god. If I entertained the note a different way, not as a threat, but as a warning, then it was telling me something very different. The note might have been telling me that my phone, had it turned on, would have killed me? Why? How? I couldn't know, not yet. But if I took the note that way, it meant one thing was certain. Someone had been there, in the dark, watching me. In a rather manic fit of paranoia, I got up and ran about my house, using a measuring tape to gauge the span of every wall, every corner, every door jamb. I'd taken 6 steps that had been, in some inexplicable and impossible manner, wrong, and then I'd taken 8 back, still not finding the original wall. Only finding my way left to Kitty's distant responses to my promises of 2-calorie treats. It wasn't possible. The measurements contained the lay of the house in chill winter daylight, and by their testament, it wasn't possible. I constrained my steps to minimal, mouse-like movements made timid by darkness. It wasn't possible. To the house, I said quite crassly, Fuck you! The house frowned. It had been built in 1917, long before modern human notions of space and time. It wasn't the house's fault. To Kitty, I said, "Dude, this house has a hallway." Kitty looked up at me with skeptical yellow eyes. "Not this one," I told him. "Another one. A colder one. Only slightly." He didn't really react. "I'll prove it," I promised. "But the question is, how?" He lowered his eyelids for a moment. "Right. I have to recreate the conditions. Good idea. But did it require night?" I blocked all the windows by pulling down the blinds and drawing the curtains that she'd insisted on spending thousands of dollars on. The combined effect made it difficult to see in most rooms. But with all the internal doors closed, the main hallway was completely dark. It was enough. I groped my way around a few times before I realized I needed to be a bit more disoriented. To truly prepare, I emotionally let go, and I left my phone in my empty bathroom. After all, the note had been pretty clear. Phone kills you. Once that was done, I spun around several times, reminding me of the game the kids had played in the 90s. Spin around with your forehead on a baseball bat touching the ground, then try to run somewhere? To something? I couldn't really remember the rest of the game, beyond half-recalled images of some show with a far too cool theme song. A show called Wild and Crazy Kids. The oft-repeated names of the young hosts flashed in my head. From the original intro, Annette Chavez, Omar Gooding, Donnie Jeffcoat. Wait, Omar Gooding? Another image flashed in my head of a college girlfriend that made me watch every episode of Grey's Anatomy, but way after that, after college, a much later season, a character that had definitely been Omar Gooding, but at the time I was lost. I was lost in the dark. My compulsive need to explore this mystery suddenly seemed like a terrible idea. I was lost in my own house, with nothing but shifting darkness in my eyes and keening silence in my ears. Out there, somewhere, out there in the unknown void was... How did I even phrase it to myself? Someone. Someone that could see me. Someone that was aware of me in some way. The thing that separates you and me. Hey, you're the one that asks why I know there's a hallway in your house. Is that I was ready to die. I was okay with it. I was even longing for it, in a wordless, unrealized sense. You've probably been there. There's a specific little span after a brutal breakup. It's after the end, but before the beginning of the next era of your life. It feels like a pit in your stomach, or a cheek turned against the sunrise. If it ended there, then she'd eventually hear about it, and feel bad. She'd regret her choice, the ultimate comeuppance. I did actually say out loud, "Fuck you." But I knew she couldn't hear me. I felt pathetic, small, uncared for. And in that moment, I knew I was there. I'd found the hallway. It was slightly chillier than the one I knew, slightly quieter, slightly dustier. I stepped forward nervously, heart pounding in the dark. The only sensation I was sure was real. I wanted a wall. I needed a wall. Please, for the love of God. Not that I'd ever prayed, but I could really use you now. A wall, any wall. 8 steps, 9, 10, 30, 40. Holy shit. I was dead fucking certain now that I was no longer in the way of what I knew. 50 steps. I began to cry, noiselessly, quietly, alone, as I passed 50 steps. Nothing makes a man okay with admitting he cried like 50 unknown steps in the dark. Embarrassed me, call me names, deride me, point and laugh. I didn't give a single shit, so long as I was seen, so long as we had the light that all humanity shared. My fingers hit a wall, and I sobbed and laughed openly until I began following it. It was no release, no salvation. I found a corner. I turned. My shin hit something, and I reached down in pain, only to find smooth painted curves unseen. A rocking horse. A rocking horse? I didn't own a rocking horse. We hadn't even had the chance to have kids. The dust was palpable here, squeezing between my toes. I was ready to die. I was terrified, and I hadn't left Kitty enough food. But I was ready to be done. I called out treat several times, knowing he would never hear me this deep. A 1 in a million lifeline, asking God if it or he or she existed to throw me a bone. Nope. I let go of the wall. I wandered straight into the unknown void. The dust was my only guide, squeezing into my toes as I stepped less and less nervously. It embraced my feet, hugging my ankles and warmed my shins. I came to a stop as my knees found resistance against choking piled dust. Nose running, I looked this way and that, seeing nothing, hearing nothing. No, that's not entirely accurate. The void has a sound. The raw blankness of nothingness grates the ears and the eyes in a way that can only be conveyed to those who have felt it. You might have, once or twice. You're probably asking for that self-same reason. I was okay with dying. I had already committed myself to the unknown void in my very own empty home. Sorry, Kitty. I love you the way one living being loves another, but I can't love you the way a human loves another. I reached out for the ultimate blackness, the end of perception, the scythe-bearing, empathetic smile of death, and a hand closed around mine. I didn't panic, but I did hold my breath. I knew instantly who it was. Well, who it had to be, not who it turned out to be. To the darkness, I asked, "Why does phone kill me?" A voice whispered from the darkness, female and uncertain with words. If you know, if you see." She made a sound. I asked, "Puffka?" Through our grasped hands, I could feel her nod. Puffka. She didn't need to elaborate. Puffka was some sort of crunching or implosion. Puffka was death. Death? I was ready for it. But not before I found out the identity of this girl in the dark. The only thing I knew was that, based on her warning, written in blue crayon, she didn't want me to die. That was enough. Someone cared about the basic human minimum. Someone had taken the 8 seconds required to scribble a note in blue crayon, warning that phone kills me. Someone wanted me to live. Holding her hand in the void, uncertain why I felt that it was risky to speak louder, I whispered, "Do you know the way home?" Her fingers squeezed my hand. "Always have." Even now, I'm not sure how, but I could tell she smiled after that response. "Kitty's name is Jake." "Jake?" I laughed softly. "That seems right." She tugged and I followed. I could feel her taking steps, and I tried to do my best to emulate them, despite only feeling them through her gripping hand and outstretched arm. We walked for minutes, hours. We sat down to sleep for a time, and I woke up feeling exhausted, but mentally sharp, the way one does after a 6 or 7 hour sleep. She pulled me on, and I stumbled upstairs, along hallways, through a waist-high pool of warm water that smelled like unseen cinnamon. I dried out as we walked, I coughed as we crawled through tunnels that squeezed my shoulders into my chest. She never let go. Eventually, she paused, and I felt her moving rhythmically. She was riding the rocking horse. The darkness had become a sheath, then, for my mind, for my senses. Beyond that sheath, I knew she was looking up at me and smiling. I whispered, "Blue crayon." She laughed and nodded, unseen at that. We'd found the barest, most tenuous, most obscure understanding. We stepped and stepped and stepped. And bear with me here. We stepped. It was dark. It was cold. It was not, in the strictest sense, in every sense possible. And then I felt Jake rubbing against my ankles, hoping for treats. My laughter broke the barrier in exactly the way I'd hoped to avoid earlier. With a snapping sense of physicality, I was back in the reality I'd always known. I reached over and flipped the light switch, completely aware of my exact location. The light was shining. The light was harsh. The light was white. I looked over, eyes brimming with pain, and I froze. I don't know you, obviously. You're asking, probably jokingly, about the hallway in your house. If you're a lonely man, you've probably been feeling, so strongly, the same notions as I was entertaining. Was this a new opportunity for happiness? A new excitement? A new love? A girl out of the dark? No, nothing like that. By definition, the creature holding my hand was not something a human could love. If you're a woman, you've probably been guessing at the thoughts running through my head unseen, out of a sense of what men consider, secretly, but constantly, in that gross manner outside the light of polite conversation. But no, even then, the creature holding my hand was not something a human could feel, well, anything for. It was undoubtedly a she, in the sense that humans call things by the tone of voice and the physical equation of form, had taken a massive, insane, and impossible risk by showing me the way home. By letting herself be perceived. I recognized this, even as I recognized her. I couldn't tell you how I knew or how I understood. It's a sense that humans must have had since the early days, since the time of caves and fires, since the time of lightning bolts and cheetahs. It was the uncanny valley. The what the fuck, the is that thing? Is it dead? Is it diseased? Is it right? The question can't even be asked properly. I almost retched. I almost pulled away and screamed. I almost ran for the hammer in the closet and bashed my own head in. The computational matter that made my brain certainly shrieked for these limited possible choices, leaning most toward the hammer, but her hand held mine, softly and fearfully. It was not possible to feel empathy for what I was seeing. I was ready to die. That gives a man clarity of emotion unlike any other situation. So I closed my eyes. All I was left with were her fingers clasping mine. She'd lived in the dark her entire life, so that was how I accepted her, how I rationalized her. In the black of my own shuttered perception, eyes held tight, fingers on fingers, heart racing to near nausea, I asked quietly, "Are you?" Through our fingers, I felt her move in a way that indicated a nod. Blue crayon. I'd known from the very moment I saw the note. Breathing deep a few times to stave off panic, I smiled, aware that she could see it. Blue crayon. For the next 5 days, I walked my own house with my eyes closed. It was a difficult adjustment, but I knew enough now to keep my own location specific. You can only find the hallway in your house if you're lost. That's the key. you have to lose your anchor. You have to be alone. You have to be without direction, without hope. You have to be ready to die. Or maybe you just have to be half awake and stumbling around in the dark. I haven't tried enough to know for sure. That weekend, I logged onto my family video call with another chair pulled up next to mine. I had Jake in hand, and he was purring. He loved her easily, because he already knew her. She had always been there, sulking about my home at night when I was asleep, when I wasn't perceiving. That was why Jake had gotten fat. She'd been feeding him. Even before the breakup, she'd always been there. She'd always been there with me, fearful of being seen, but loving, caring. She didn't create my hallway or your hallway. It was just a refuge she'd found. The same way yours find refuge in the hallway your house has. They don't abandon you. They don't give up on you. They love you, even though they can't be loved in return. Can't be looked at. Can't be felt for unless you close your eyes and try not to think about it. Their fingers are like ours. Their hands are like ours. And their faces are like ours. If they weren't what they were, they could walk amongst us without issue. It's not the shape that's the problem. I started the video call with my webcam aimed at the ceiling. My parents asked me what was going on with that, and I told them I had someone to introduce them to, someone they'd once cast out. Without quite realizing the existence they were giving her instead, I didn't blame them. They couldn't have known. None of us could have known. We'd always been told that ending a life was simple, painful but simple. "Mom?" I said with a smile, my eyes held tightly shut. "I found her. Do you recognize her?" I reached out and angled my webcam down. "I found my sister."
Stay indoors with the windows closed and the curtains drawn. Drink plenty of water. Avoid the sunlight. Check in on vulnerable relatives. And above all else, try to keep cool.
A red alert went out over the weekend, advising us of what to do since my country really isn't used to these kinds of heat waves, with temperatures originally predicted to exceed 39 degrees Celsius, and as of right now, is still climbing. I know many Americans and Australians will scoff at that, saying it's not even that bad, but you have to understand my country isn't really equipped to handle this kind of weather, even for a few days. 98% of homes are not equipped with AC, and our infrastructure as a whole isn't really there to manage it. We're a relatively mild to cold nation, and this is already not good. So I did what any responsible person would do and stayed at home, making sure to cover all my windows with blackout blinds and stock up reasonably on water, looking to wait it out. I figured I'd spend a few days sweating indoors with the bladeless fan on, play some video games, and try to focus on other things. I thought documenting my experiences may help to beat the heat. You know what they say, out of sight, out of mind. I admit, I kept one window curtain only slightly drawn so I could look out into the countryside. I had such a beautiful view, and so long as I wasn't catching the main rays, I didn't see the harm. But as the day was creeping on, I realized very quickly something was very, very wrong. I'm not one for watching regular TV, but I do keep track of the news through my phone like most people. I got a push notification around 3 p.m. on the first day of the heat wave that stirred me from a heat-induced nap. I'd been leaning back in my leather recliner, clammy skin clinging to the leather like sticky paper, and every part of me feeling hotter than it had done earlier. Oh, the fuck? It should be at least a stable temperature now it's the afternoon. I grumbled, reaching for my water bottle and looking at the push notification.
Breaking. All-time heat record broken. Fires breaking out across the capital. Water rationing now in place. Do not go outside.
I clicked the notification and cast to my TV as I checked the local temperature. I almost choked on my water when I saw the number.
42 degrees Celsius, being currently recorded.
The air felt thicker just seeing that, and the video loaded with some commotion going on in the background. People jumping around and holding their hands up like weirdos. Nasty sunburns across their skin, and one of them dropped to the floor, likely from heat stroke, before being hastily pulled off screen. In the center shot stood a young woman with no protection from the harsh rays as she held her thermometer with shaking hands, smoke practically rising from something around her. When she spoke, her voice was coarse, as if the throat had been packed with sand.
And as you can see, everyone at home, we've just reached a new record temperature here in the UK. The previous 2019 record has been smashed, and this looks to continue for a few days yet. Experts predict thousands could die in this unprecedented heat wave. Isn't it wonderful? So confidere, and it's back to you.
I did a double take in my recliner, leaning forward as my back burned and rewinding the broadcast. I took a better look at her as the makeup ran down her face, hair matted to her forehead, and the business casual outfit clinging to her in what must have been a terribly constricting manner. But then I saw her expression, and something in it unsettled me even more than her words. She was elated, eyes twitching and almost bubbling in the scorching heat as those uncanny words repeated again.
Isn't it wonderful?
I thought the poor girl had heat stroke and mentally begged for the producers to get her some immediate attention as the broadcast continued in the background, my mind so frazzled from the heat that I could barely think straight. I was tempted to grab a shower, but I remembered the rationing and thought I'm better off in front of the fan where it's at least semi-cooler. I've famously never done well with the heat, and I didn't want to spend the evening with my head in the toilet. So I grabbed my laptop and tried to socialize with my friends to see how they were beating the heat. You know what they say, strength and solidarity in numbers, especially when suffering together. First one I hit up was my buddy Andy, a friend in Ireland, to see how he was getting on.
How are you getting on, Mohara? Staying cool or practicing your jiu-jitsu like a madman?
Adran Solas.
I don't speak Gaelic, so I wasn't sure what that meant, and further messages yielded nothing. I put it down to their partner maybe pulling a weird prank, or they were so addled by the heat they simply told me to fuck off in their own native tongue. But when I tried calling my mom, it was a garbled mess on the other side. The heat my phone was generating was enough to singe my ears, but I pushed through to try and understand what she was saying. Mom, are you okay? Have you been drinking plenty of water?
The sun.
The sun? Yeah, it's really hot. Make sure you're indoors. No helping out in the garden. You know you're getting on in years.
Honor. The sun.
My hand instinctively dropped the phone as the feeling of skin boiling overwhelmed me, and as I did, the damn thing smashed on my wood floor, terminating the call. Naturally, I jerked forward to grab it and realized just how bad things were. The pain started in my shoulders and rapidly descended down my back before spreading to my arms. It was my skin. It had began fusing to the leather, and the strain of pulling against it felt like someone was flaying my skin. I screamed, and the dehydration ripped at my throat to add a further agony. Slumping back, eyes glazing over, and a combination of pain and heat exhaustion began to set in. I cast my eyes out the window for something to distract me. It felt like the air was swirling around outside. Infrastructure that should be stable began dancing, and the road itself twisted, bubbled, and smoked. It was almost hypnotic in nature, captivating me. I don't know how long I'd been staring before I spied someone who had begun to walk down the street wearing absolutely nothing. Every step took more off of their delicate flesh, and small and pink-red splotches littered the asphalt as they stood perpendicular to my window, staring up at me with a bright red face and that same grin the newscaster had. In that moment, terror took the place of fear within me, and I was rooted to the spot. Something was definitely wrong with him. Slowly, methodically, purposefully, they lifted their arms above their head and arced their fingers into a crown as the eyes shot up towards the overbearing sun overhead, their chapped and torn lips mouthing those familiar words as I think what were tears fell down their face. Worship the conflagration. The man grinned, and I watched his lips fleck and fall off, his cheeks blistering and popping, but his dedication never once wavering as he pulled his head down to look at me once more, jerking his head back as if to invite me out. His eyes, his poor eyes, had been blinded, melted by the beauty of what he saw above him. Two thick, milky fluids cascaded down his cheeks and matted on his mustache. I retched, but I had to look. I needed to see what drove him to this. My eyes began traveling up his steadily burning, melting frame and towards that beautiful burning god in the sky, enriching us with its loving heat. I began to glimpse its form in the sky, and I honestly felt every inch of pain, exhaustion, and trepidation ebb away. It didn't even look like the sun. Not the one we grew up with, at least. It's hard to describe, but it was a form full of comfort. The color of the sky, a beautiful palette of maroon, garnet, crimson, and vermilion. So much red. I'd never been happier to be in its presence. I don't know how long I sat there looking, but my head span after a while, and ultimately, I succumbed to the exhaustion and woke up half an hour ago with a clearer head and a frenzied thirst and a panic. I reached for the water on my table side, but drinking from it brought me no comfort. I may as well have been slurping gravel. I spat it out and somehow managed to reach my phone without causing myself any more pain.
News notifications. State of emergency declared 3 hours ago. London ablaze with cleansing fire 2 hours ago. Be thankful for Seoul, says Prime Minister 1 hour ago. Missed calls. Mom, 28. Andy, 17. Unknown, 9.
Sweat dripped down my forehead and the panic increased. While I was able to read what was on the screen, it wouldn't respond to commands to make calls, and the damn thing was still too hot to hold for more than a minute. I tried in vain to click the voicemail function before putting it by my table to let it load. Turning on the TV, it flickered to life, and I realized it must have still been on the news channel as I recognized the banner at the bottom. It was a live stream of the sun. The temperature still registered 42 degrees Celsius, even as the day had now gotten later in the day. I could barely believe it. The garbled voices through my television seemed to be reveling in the madness. Overjoyed we were all burning and that it was going to be even hotter tomorrow. It made my head spin. I decided to turn back to the window for comfort, my sole refuge in this sweltering environment. The man in the street is gone. A small pool of something left in his spot, but nothing more. Looking around, every house was practically dancing in its spot, moving to a rhythmic beat only they could hear. In a couple of partially covered windows, I could spy my neighbors prostrating themselves before the sun, screaming in its direction amid faces mixed with agony and ecstasy. It was unsettling. I didn't dare look up at the sky again. Not yet. I don't think I'd be able to break away. The TV abruptly shutting off with a loud pop snapped me from my stupor, and I began to hear the voicemails crackle through my desiccated phone. All of them telling me to come outside and bask in the flames. My mind is now racing with thoughts of what had occurred and a desire to share with the wider world. My rational mind knows we should not be this hot at all, let alone for this prolonged period of time. I don't want to hear from the uneducated climate deniers either. You idiots would call it fake news even as your flesh melted into the ground. Someone has to know why this isn't stopping. My head is still spinning and my situation isn't going to get better if I stay in the chair. It's going to be even hotter tomorrow too. How am I supposed to handle this for another 30 hours? All I can do is rest and hope tomorrow brings me some comfort. Maybe it won't be so bad. I've sent my mom a message on the laptop in between documenting this, hoping someone sees I'm in a bind and helps. All I have is time. Wish me luck. Why did we stop drawing the sun with a face? Look back through human history, and for centuries, we drew it with an almost regal appearance as it bore down upon us, shining humanity with the necessary light we needed to function. Like a loving parent gifting its child with nourishment, we recorded odd events involving it as if documenting the sun's descent into bouts of madness. The 1561 phenomenon in Nuremberg that split the sun in twain, dividing itself. Or the 1566 phenomenon in Basel that saw the sky fractured as the sun fought amongst itself to the horror of a far more simple era of man. They thought it apocalyptic, the end times and a sign of the terrors to come. They didn't understand the sun was simply preparing itself, growing and masticating until it was ready to reveal itself to a more enlightened age. Us. I looked out the window, the curtain fully drawn back, and I stared up at the broad strokes of red and yellow across the sky. I saw it. It saw me. Our sun has a face. A beautiful face that is permanently stuck between total ecstasy and that of apoplectic rage. It's so close that I can make out the sun's spots hiding and bursting from its amber surface. Thousands of small human-like shapes ascending to meet it. My mother's voice rings out over the voicemail function, no longer saying to come outside or honor the sun. She says she's been trying to reach me and is terrified I have heat stroke, that I'm not completely stuck to my chair and I've got to drink some water. Fool. She has no idea. She must be addled and hiding from the sun's brilliance. I do not need water or distractions. The warm glow of the sun is all I need. I don't know what the man that stood outside my house thought, but I know he experienced divinity, and I want to experience it too. Maybe, after reading this, some of you will as well. Now, I'm going to free myself from this leathery prison, even if it tears my flesh to the muscle. I will crawl out of my house if my limbs fail me. I will stand in front of that sun, and I will praise it. I don't have the courage to put this feeling into words, but we both know it's true. When you die, it won't matter to me. That line is never spoken during a breakup, but it's never truly absent. Ending a romantic relationship means removing an everyday person from your everyday life. Each meeting thereafter will be a special occasion, a break from the norm. And the next inevitable parting will be nothing more than a return to the normal.
We can still be friends.
No, we can't. Friends share a common interest, when said interest was exposing each other's most vulnerable body parts for frantic roping. Every subsequent interaction will always be a drastically diminished version of what connecting once was. Both parties know there isn't any point, so they drift. Everyone is drifting, because permanence is an illusion we've created to deal with the omnipresent knowledge that we only have 30,000 days on Earth if we're lucky. Those who don't drift together inevitably drift apart. One day, the person who shared your secret fetish is just someone that you used to know, but don't anymore. And when one of them dies, the other one almost certainly won't know about it. The drift will have been too great. With years gone by since the last conversation, the final vestiges of communication will be long gone. Neither party will know who dies first. Breaking up means accepting this, every part of it. in a single instant. I wanted to explain these thoughts to Veronica after her "we can still be friends" line. Instead, I shouted, "I agree, Veronica, because fuck me, fuck Michael. I deserve to hurt for being me, and I could never suffer enough to make you happy." The dam broke, and she sobbed. The blonde hair fell over her face in the way that I had always thought was cute, and her tiny shoulders shook. That had always been my cue to hold her tight and kiss the base of her neck, but I let her shake all alone while I stared down at my interlocked fingers. I was hurting her, and it was cathartic. She stopped crying, and the silence was awkward. Then her pain wasn't cathartic anymore. Snippets of the words I'd wanted to say settled fuzzily on my brain like dew. "Look, I didn't say it right. Just give me a second," I explained softly. "Just give me a chance to say it better." She got up and walked to the door. I darted after her, and the words swirled inside my head. "Just give me a second. I can say it better." She always hated it when I yelled. Veronica didn't look back as she pulled open the door and ran outside. "Wait!" I struggled to put on my shoes. I hopped, fell, split my lip, and swore. By the time I'd gotten to my feet and headed out the apartment door, she had gone too far for me to discern the direction she had taken. Veronica never answered my phone calls or texts after that. The drift had already gone too far. I knew she was trying to get me to stop contacting her by cutting off all communication, but I was determined to persevere. If nothing else, I wanted to be right one last time. She took that away from me. She didn't care if I died, and she was going to face that fact. I had climbed to the 19th floor from our formerly shared apartment on the 13th, and was staring at the slate gray sky that Portland, Oregon thought was best suited to comfort me. "Tell you what, God," I said to the sky. "I'll give you until the end of this cigarette to show me a sign that you care." I flicked away a tear. "One day, you're gonna take me anyway. I'm giving you a chance to show why I'm loved enough to delay the inevitable." I told myself I didn't want a sign. I really wanted a sign. I sobbed when the burning edge came within a quarter inch of the filter. My eyes burned. "I hate you," I whispered as I pitched forward. In a panic, I scrambled to grasp the edge, but was far too late. A spark illuminated a face, and I was afraid. He was lean, nearly gaunt. His countenance was far too wise for the smile that he was faking. The sandy blonde hair was deliberately unplanned. He wore a dark coat with the collar flipped up past his ears. The spark was the cigarette perched delicately between his lips, the smoke slightly obscuring his features. "Who are you?" I asked in breathless shock.
So many people want to know that, Sojourner. Why not concern yourself with the same question?
I looked for a response, but found none. He breathed deeply from the cigarette, then let the smoke out slowly.
But names allow us to pretend we understand the people whose history we'll never know. If I say, Veronica, how does that make you feel?
Adrenaline and nausea flowed through me.
Did you know she's already fucked another man? What does the name Trevor mean to you?
The nausea and my heart rate both doubled.
But they're just names, Sojourner. You will never know those people.
That's
true. And you hate the fact that you knew it before I told you.
His fake smile offset his forlorn inflection, and I gave up trying to understand. The man sighed.
When I sat in the fourth corner of Delhi, watching the Trinity balance the scales, someone called me Agni. Let's pretend that's the extent of who I am.
I pressed my palms against my eyes, and I tried to remember why my head would be exploding in pain after a soft touch. but it was far too late. I yanked my hands away and stared at Agni. Holy fuck! Did I just die and go to hell?
What makes you think dying is necessary to visit hell?
He shot back with the cigarette bouncing between his lips. I had no answer.
What do you think heaven and hell are, really?
Agni pressed. A panic attack was lingering at the edges of my vision, smacking its lips at the prospect of devouring me whole. Why are you doing this to me? I whispered.
Agyan!
He yelled as though he'd been burned.
I'm just a bystander in the life of every person who wants to blame external circumstances for the choices they make.
He pulled deeply at the cigarette, which didn't seem to be getting any shorter.
Now, Sojourner, answer my question honestly.
Images of every shitty thing about my life rushed into my head. Rat hole apartment, a boss that saw me as a meager tool for generating money, a mom who knew I didn't care, and an ex-girlfriend who defined happiness as never talking to me again. Heaven is never feeling anything else, ever. Pain bounced around my head like a ping pong ball as I wiped the tears from my eyes. Agni narrowed his gaze.
And hell?
I turned my head away from him. Hell is feeling everything. All the pain, all at once. He burrowed his cobalt blue eyes into me before plucking the cigarette from between his lips.
Then tell me, O Muse, what is the difference?
I snorted in disgust. Isn't it obvious? The man slowly rubbed his palms across one another, precariously pinching the end of his cigarette between two knuckles.
What if I told you, Sojourner, that the only difference between what you love and what you hate is choice?
I would call you a liar. The words escaped my lips before I could think of a response, but the reaction seemed justified. He smiled, but it wasn't happy.
2 doors, Sojourner.
I became aware of 2 plain, white doors sitting in darkness. They did not suddenly appear, but I did not know how long I had been conscious of them.
1 door,
Agni explained with sudden weariness,
leads to peace. You will see nothing, feel nothing, know nothing. Pain is simply unable to exist beyond this door, in the same way that colors cannot be used to measure your height.
He didn't point to either door, but I simply understood that he meant the one on the right.
Beyond this door,
Agni explained as he reached for the knob on the left and pulled it,
is pain.
The scream was so guttural, so bass, that my first instinct was to kill the wretch that suffered badly enough to make that horrible noise. Then I realized it was my mother. I saw her frail, sobbing form beyond the door, shaking like a dry leaf in a hot storm. I reached out to her.
Wait!
Agni yelled, dropping his cigarette to the ground as he blocked my advance with an outstretched arm.
This is a changing door. Once you go in, you can never come back.
His voice was strained.
What has been done can never be undone.
I stared in agony at my screaming mother, understanding innately that she could neither see nor hear me. I didn't realize that I'd been crying until I heard my own gurgling voice. Is she in hell? Agni plucked his cigarette from somewhere unseen and took another drag.
Heaven and hell aren't places you can be, Sojourner. They can only ever exist in you.
I pulled my hair in frustration. But what's making my mom feel hell? Agni looked at me sadly.
You are.
The image beyond the door shifted to a broken body laying on a gurney. It was so shattered that several moments passed before I realized I was looking at myself. Blood and torn flaps of skins were interrupted by the odd protruding bone. I realized that it was the most painful thing that a parent could see. The visage was hell incarnate, handcrafted to deliver the maximum amount of agony that any human was capable of processing.
Well, Sojourner, which door do you choose?
Rising panic made my head spin. I don't want either, I hyperventilated. I mean, I want parts of both. Agni shook his head.
It doesn't work that way.
My breathing quickened. Well, I don't know the full story. How can I make a decision without understanding all the facts? He smiled.
It does work that way.
Too many thoughts swirled at the same time. I hated my mom for being so hurt and understood how much she must be hating me. It was because she loved me, which I both didn't and did believe at the same time. I wanted to be with Veronica because she was perfect, except that she didn't love me, which was the worst thing in the world, so I didn't want her. I stared at Agni. His image was blurred by my tears. I hate you for making me choose. He nodded once.
You're welcome.
I stared longingly at the door on the right as I walked through the one on my left. Skin-shattering pain wrapped me like a blanket made of hurt. Tiny pinpricks of agony licked every crevice of my body as icy fire shredded nerves I had not thought capable of feeling so much. I gasped. Mom screamed. She lunged at me.
Stay back!
A disembodied voice called from above me.
He's been through hell, and he still has a long way to go.
I had landed on an awning and bounced into a cluster of bushes. The fall was so high that I'd broken both femurs, both tibias, my left arm in 5 places, my right arm in 6 places, and had more broken ribs than whole ones. Mom had to care for me around the clock, which is something that she had not needed to endure since I was a year old. It didn't make any sense. The fact that I was great enough to evoke hell in someone was a heaven that I'd resigned myself to never experiencing. She had to sacrifice all of her favorite things to care for me at all hours. That didn't make any sense either. Giving up the things that had defined her life brought Mom a joy that I'd never truly seen. I'm sorry, I mumbled through a mouth of broken teeth.
I love you too,
she answered. I cried after wondering if I'd ever be whole again, and stopped crying when I'd considered that I'd never been whole in the first place. I wanted to ask Mom if Veronica ever reached out to her, but never went through with it. We die in parts, and it happens too quickly. It's best to keep the living pieces whole. Mom fed me applesauce. It spilled on my scruffy chin and raggedy t-shirt. The entire affair was far beneath the dignity of what I'd expected at this stage in my life. Why don't you hate me? I asked as she wiped my face like she did when I was a baby. Mom stared at me in silence for a while.
You've given me a way to hurt. That's all you ever were.
She sighed and squeezed my hand.
Never told you about your father.
She pressed, her breath catching. Yes, you did. I whistled through broken teeth. He left you after finding out you were pregnant. She wiped her eye.
I lied.
She heaved with a trembling breath.
He never knew about you.
So, Dad hadn't chosen not to love me. He'd simply gone through the door, feeling nothing. Her fingers crushed mine. Part of me wondered if she knew how much she was hurting me. Another part understood that she was well aware.
He left me before I knew about you.
Muffled sobs overtook her.
And I was going to follow where your footsteps almost led. I decided on pills, though. Not a rooftop.
Her voice was delicate as glass. My arms were too broken to wipe my eyes. Did you hear a voice offering you 2 choices? She looked out at the gray sky morning and nodded.
It was yours.
It was for our own protection. That's what our father said as he meticulously checked each of the 7 locks on the door. Penelope and I watched him cautiously from the dark of the living room. His hands fidgeted with the knobs, toggled the deadbolts, traced the square edges of the new padlock that had been installed with what was almost mistakable as gentleness. The dreary light of sunset filtered through the windows, catching dust motes and lighting them up with a ghostly incandescence before they stirred and settled in the gloom along with our father. His shirt damp and stained, his hair disheveled, his eyes rheumy with a pessimistic, sleepless sort of worry. For weeks, he had been telling us that Halloween was canceled for us, that this year, we'd be keeping all the lights off, the doors locked, and the shades down. He'd said it with a sort of nervous electricity each time, the kind we'd seen over and over again as we'd grown up, the kind our mother had warned us about through her teeth when she finally left him. If his words hadn't convinced us to listen, the way he made himself tall and broad, like a wall when he said it, had, there would be no disobeying him on this. The locks, it seemed, were there to make sure of that. Still, we could see the other children, costumed and wandering along the street. I felt Penelope tense as she looked on and squeezed her hand. Then, absently, I scratched the side of my head.
I don't understand why we can't go out for a little bit,
Penelope said, her voice high and brittle, like a bell in the silence.
Just a little bit. We would stay right out front, right where you could see us. If anything bad happened, we would come right back.
Though she was speaking to him, she didn't turn her head away from the window. Outside, a lanky boy with a jack-o'-lantern for a head and a skeleton suit for a body stopped at the edge of the driveway, stared up at the house, and then shuffled on.
My decision is final,
my father replied, his voice phlegmy but emphatic nonetheless.
We're all staying in tonight. Lights off, doors locked, windows shaded like we'd said. I need to keep you here to keep you safe, especially with this shit your mother has been pulling lately.
Penelope and I hadn't needed to be told that she was the reason for his worry. In the last week alone, she'd driven by a half a dozen times and parked her car at the end of the driveway twice without getting out. The one time she did get out, she'd walk the entire length of the driveway, casting furtive glances over her shoulder and eyeing the house teary-eyed. We could tell by the way her black sedan skewed in the gravel and the look in her eyes that she'd been drinking again. It was a surprise that Russell, her long-term boyfriend, or his son, Dane, weren't with her. When the front door hadn't budged, she trudged through the overgrowth along the side of the house to the back. Our father hadn't known she'd still had the key, but the noise she made trying to come in through the front had been enough to tip him off that she was around again. When she'd finally managed to put the key in the back door's lock and turn it, our father was there to meet her. Without a word, he'd slammed the door back in her face, sending her scrambling and screaming backwards, then running back to her car while nursing her bloodied nose. Now, the back door was tacked permanently shut with 3 heavy 2x4s.
It's only a matter of time before your mother, or someone caught in her clutches, comes back to the house again. She's the one that decided she doesn't want to be a part of this family anymore, who decided that her new life with Russell was more important than us. Neither she nor anyone who showed up on her behalf are coming in to talk to you or your sister. The fact that today, of all days, they could show up on our doorstep with masks on to hide their judgmental faces and lying mouths should be enough for you to just trust me and do as I say.
Penelope put her hands to the side of her head and sighed. The red light sliced through the shades and cast her face with a hellish glow, pooling where her damp hair pushed up between her fingers. Across the street, a group of miniature princesses shrieked as a spidery, mechanical scarecrow came to life as they reached for the cauldron heaped with candy at the base of its feet. As night fell over our neighborhood, Penelope and I watched the ebb and flow of trick-or-treaters on the street. With the no lights rule our father was enforcing, that meant no television, no computers, no nothing. He'd briefly suggested that we go upstairs to read, or maybe even that we call it an early night. But the self-same magic that captivated us as we watched the costume figures flit from door to door like buzzing, brightly colored flies refused to let us grow tired. Here was a group of boys dressed as pirates, some with red and black bandanas strung like garland around their wiry frames. Others with austere tricorn hats catching the streetlights with their blade-like edges. There was a group of older girls, high schoolers like us, their black dresses hemmed short, their heels rubbing red into the cold white of their ankles as their makeshift covens strode confidently and undoubtedly towards some Halloween party or another. And with each passing car, I wondered silently if our mother would return tonight. If she would fulfill my father's prophecy and try to steal us away. But the cars never entered our driveway, never slowed as they passed. And Penelope was silent, though I knew her eyes were following the same crowds and cars as mine were. Our father was nowhere to be seen. As midnight approached, the stream of costume visitors to our neighborhood had slowed to a trickle. That the fewer people there were on the street, the more concrete the fact that we'd missed Halloween became for her. With her penchant for bright colors, ghost stories, and her insatiable sweet tooth, it had always been her favorite holiday. Missing it was a huge letdown, but watching it pass had been worse. I put my hand on hers and squeezed lightly. "It'll be okay, Penelope. There's always next year." Penelope scoffed.
I hate when you say that it'll be okay. Whenever you say it, it never is.
She bit her bottom lip and sighed.
And how do you even know that next year will be any different? Dad has always been this way. Will always be this way. Afraid of this or that, pissed at Mom, or whoever he thinks she's trying to reach out to us through. He'll throw more fits, slam more cupboards, scream at us more. He'll always be there to stop us from just moving on. Or from having fun. It's not fair.
I slung my arm around her and pulled her closer. You're right. It's not fair. But hopefully we won't have to deal with this much longer. Besides, he's just trying to protect us. As messed up as his idea of protection might be, he means well enough, even if he is a little demanding. Penelope shrugged.
If you say so, I think I'm done here. I'm gonna head upstairs.
I sighed. Okay, I'll follow your lead. We stood up from the couch, and for a moment, I felt spacey and unsteady, as if I were floating far away from my body. But just as I was going to reach out for Penelope to steady myself, we heard the gravel of the driveway crunch, and a white light blasted through the shades and illuminated the entire living room. Immediately, we were back at the window. The bloom of the light was blinding, especially after spending the entire day shrouded in the indoor darkness. But as my eyes adjusted, I could see the dark stretch of our mother's black sedan. The doors swung open, the headlights went black, and the doors closed. 4 figures, varying in height and width, stood silhouetted against the streetlights.
Dad!
Penelope yelled.
Dad, someone's here!
Slowly and purposefully, they advanced toward the house. As they approached, we could see that each held something. One a crowbar, another a pair of bolt cutters, the third a baseball bat. They climbed the porch stairs, the wood groaning beneath their collective weight. Penelope and I both instinctively stopped panting, our breaths growing shallow and harsh. We could hear them talking through the wall.
"Are you sure this is the place?"
"I'm positive,"
a familiar voice answered.
"This is where she said it was. I've been by it before."
"And you're sure that we can have our fun here without someone finding out? You're sure there won't be any problems?"
"I doubt it,"
said the familiar voice.
"And if there is, there's 4 of us at least."
The first voice laughed in response.
"Good. Then what are you waiting for? Turn on the lights so we can make this quick."
There was a small click, and the yellow beam of a boxy flashlight flared to life. Through the slats in the shades, we could see them now. High school boys, all of them. One of them was tall with long, greasy dark hair. Another stood above the rest, his hair lighter and curled, his face pockmarked with acne and scars. A third stood behind them, a baseball cap on his head, his hand wrapped around the grip of the baseball bat on his shoulder as if it were a claymore. The last, the one with the flashlight, we recognized. First by the skeleton suit he was wearing, and then by his sunken eyes and pinched nose. It was Dane.
"Come with me, now!"
Our father materialized from the darkness, and I almost screamed. Penelope leapt up from the couch, taking his hand, and I followed. As we heard the metal edge of the crowbar jam between the door and its frame, our father pushed us down the hall towards the kitchen. We passed the back door and stopped at the entrance to the basement.
Listen to me. Don't go down to the basement. Stay at the top of these stairs, and no matter what you hear, don't come out. You hear me?
The door swung open, and we stepped inside.
I don't know what these boys are up to, but your mother must have sent them. And she's not getting her grimy fucking hands on my kids.
The door slammed, and darkness enveloped us. I could feel Penelope shivering next to me as our father locked the door from the other side and walked away. The side of my head began to itch, and I scratched it, anxiously pulling at the roots of my hair. We heard the wood of the front door groan and crack. Seconds later, we heard it slam back into its frame. There was a silence, and then something smashed into a window pane, shattering it into our home. One thump followed, then another, and a third, and a fourth. Footsteps on the wood, the floorboards protesting. Penelope's breath was loud in my ear, her body quaking, her nails digging into my skin. The silence above seemed to stretch on without end, and I wondered where our father was, what his plan was. I wondered if he could stop them. Then, the linoleum outside the basement door creaked, and I pulled Penelope close and covered her mouth. The lock slid on the other side, and the knob turned. The door swung open, and the four boys stood, staring at us with half grins on their faces. Their grips on their tools tightened, the beam of the box flashlight swung up from the floor until it laid directly on Penelope and me. I felt my breath catch in my throat, my chest heaving as I tried to breathe. My brain was telling me to scream, to cast Penelope down the stairs and throw myself at them. But instead, I just stared back at them. The light of the flashlight on my face, my body anticipating what came next.
"Here we are,"
said Dane with a chuckle.
"Just what we were looking for."
He took a step towards us, closing the space.
"We're going to do it down there?"
The greasy-haired boy asked, following close behind.
"Where else?"
Dane laughed.
"This is where it has to happen."
He took another step, and then another, until we were eye to eye, our faces almost touching. I could smell a faint hint of chocolate on his breath, could feel the heat radiating from his body.
"We're right behind you,"
one of the other boys said, and starting with Dane, one by one, the boys walked through us into the basement, as if we were no more than a projection, a mist, a mirage. They passed through us, and I felt the walls around me begin to warp and stretch, like I was far away from my body, like I was in two places at once. I turned and locked eyes with Penelope. In my peripheral, I could see the boys canvassing the basement with their light.
"This is where he did it,"
Dane said, quietly to the others.
"This is where my stepmom's ex-husband shot both their kids in the head, where he lined them up and used one bullet to kill 2 children. A clean shot, temple to temple, and then hung himself from the rafters with an extension cord. It happened exactly a year ago today, and to this day, my stepmom swears that they're still here, in this house, trapped forever because of his actions."
I stared at Penelope, and she stared right back. And from the darkness, our father watched. As midnight approached, the stream of costume ghost. Happy Halloween, y'all. So I got home at around 11 p.m. Late night at the office turned into an even later night at the bar. About 4 drinks deep at this point, and I'm tired. just about ready to fall asleep as I stumbled through the doorway. I lay down on the couch and reach for my bag of joints, and spark went up as I pull YouTube up on my laptop. I'm in the middle of watching some luxury cruise tour, close to passing out when I hear the front door open. I sit up and turn my head slightly, just enough to see my roommate coming in. He hangs his jacket in the closet and doesn't say anything and slowly walks to his room, which is normal enough. I'd been living with him for about 3 months, long enough for me to pick up on most of his tendencies. The guy really doesn't talk unless spoken to, which was far from a problem for me. He also generally kept things clean on his end, never causing much in the way of problems. I really couldn't complain. So I go back to watching YouTube, and about 5 minutes later, I hear the shower in his room turning on. Once again, nothing strange. At this point, I'm watching bare-knuckle boxing highlights with my eyes half open, maybe 1 or 2 minutes away from passing out. I remember waking up in darkness, my head hurting, my throat dry as hell. I sat up slowly, waiting for my grogginess to settle into something manageable. Once it did, I grabbed my phone, checked the time. Around 3:30 a.m. from what I remember. I was starving, and so I got up, began walking towards the fridge, and then I noticed it. A soft but ever-present noise in the background. It took me a few seconds to really recognize what it was. The shower. Suddenly, the events of last night began replaying in my head. Drinking at the bar, Ubering home, laptop, couch, my roommate coming home, the shower turning on. I stood there for a while, trying to make sense of it. Maybe he went to bed and forgot to turn it off? I shook my head. There's no way that happened, I thought. Maybe he slipped and fell. Realizing the implications of this, I rushed towards his room and found his bathroom door locked. I began pounding on it. "Hey man, you alright?" No response. I considered kicking the door down, but decided to call 911 before I did that. I took my phone out, preparing to dial when I noticed that I had an unread text. One from my roommate. "Hey man, I couldn't sleep, so I went over to my girlfriend's place. Not sure when I'll be back." Sent 2 hours ago. I looked at the bathroom door, then back down at my phone. Everything about this was wrong. First of all, my roommate barely texts me, and certainly never tells me that he's going out. Second of all, I know for a fact that he's single and has been for a while. And third of all, who the fuck was in the shower then? I tried calling him. No answer. Sent him some texts, but no response. I walked over to his desk and saw that his keys and wallet were still there beside his laptop. My head's starting to spin at this point, and I get out of there, go back into the living room, and turn on the lights. I'm pacing around in a circle, trying to follow the plot while also trying to ignore the shower, a noise that I never could have imagined being so dreadful in any context. Sometime later, I hear something vibrating on the kitchen counter. I move towards it and see that it's my phone, my roommate's phone. The panic begins setting in, and I immediately grab my keys and run out of the apartment. I make my way down the hall and take the stairs down to the lobby, but even that doesn't seem far enough away, and so I make my way over to the McDonald's across the street. I sit there for a while, considering calling the cops, but for some reason feeling too nervous to do so. But even though there's hardly anybody in there, the place begins to feel suffocating, and I decide to leave, walking back out into the empty streets. Almost immediately, I get this feeling that I'm being watched, and I feel my gaze drifting up and towards the apartment. Soon, I'm looking at my balcony, and I see somebody standing there. A dark figure stood completely straight, stiff to the point where it nearly resembled a mannequin. But it wasn't one. If I look closely, I can see it just slightly swaying. I froze in place, my mind hardly able to understand or accept what I was seeing. It's not my roommate. It's too tall. In fact, it's too tall to be anybody I know. Its head nearly scraping the bottom of the balcony above. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't make out any of its details. The darkness and distance may have been enough to explain that away, but there was something about it that drove me towards a different conclusion. That this thing simply possessed no details that could have been observed. that the only element of its composition was that of unadulterated darkness. Of course, my gut instinct was to get the hell away from it, but the voice in my head was telling me that if I were to try and run, this thing would end up following me. I went back into the McDonald's instead, locking myself in the bathroom as I finally dialed 911. I told the operator that somebody had broken into my place, but that I had gotten out of there without them noticing, but that they were still in there. It was the story that most accurately represented the situation without making me come across as batshit. The operator told me that they'd be sending someone over for me to hang tight. I left the bathroom, waiting at the table closest to the exit until I could see the red and blue lights cutting through the darkness. I went outside to meet the cops, looking up at the balcony to find it empty, though the door to the living room had been left open. They pelted me with a bunch of different questions that I found difficult to answer. Is the intruder armed? Do I have an idea who it might be? What are their intentions? I told them I didn't know, that I couldn't figure it out, but they just kept on asking. Soon, I was practically yelling at them to go up there and check it out for themselves, and I suppose the terror in my voice was enough for them to begin taking this seriously. They told me to wait by the entrance, and I watched on as they entered the building. I was out there for a long time, growing increasingly anxious at the thought of what they were going to tell me when they came down. A few minutes later, the silence was broken by a single, muffled gunshot. My heart dropped into my stomach, and I continued to wait there, unsure of what to do otherwise. 20 more minutes of silence, and the officers still hadn't come down. Soon, I could hear more of them approaching in the distance. Before I knew it, 4 more cop cars had pulled up around me, and the scene had fallen into chaos. Officers shouted over at each other and into their radios, more questions being hurled my way, none of which I was able to answer. The first few sequences were mostly a blur, but I remember the building being evacuated, the tenants frightened and confused as they were ushered outside while the officers became more and more frantic. I remembered hearing more scattered gunshots, some screaming, other noises that were difficult to make sense of. There were a few lapses in my memory after that, but I recall being pushed into the back of a police car. After being driven to the station, I was led into one of the interrogation rooms where I found 2 nondescript men in suits waiting for me. They didn't introduce themselves and immediately went into a series of questions, each one more bizarre than the last. What company was your roommate employed by? What was the nature of his job? How many different people have been inside your apartment since your roommate moved in? Have you ever heard voices inside the apartment from the hours of midnight to 3 a.m.? Voices that did not belong to your roommate? And one of the most unsettling ones. Have you ever seen somebody standing at the foot of your bed upon waking up between the hours of midnight to 3 a.m., only for them to disappear moments later? If so, do you remember what they looked like? Any distinct features? As they continued probing me, my mind began conjuring up some of the strange shit that had happened after my roommate had moved in. Shit that I'd written off as figments of my imagination, simply because I had no other explanation for them. I did hear the voices, always coming from the room next to mine where my roommate slept. I was always so tired when I heard them, but I do remember it either sounding like a young woman or a man with an extremely deep voice. I could never make out any words. It always sounded like gibberish. And then there was that one time where I went to the bathroom in the middle of the night, still half asleep. I didn't bother turning the lights on as I entered, but as my eyes began adjusting to the dark, I could have sworn that somebody was already sitting on the toilet. Somebody extremely tall. Of course, when I turned on the lights, nothing was there. It was easy to chalk it up as a product of late-night drowsiness at the time, and I had never really thought about it since. After doing my best to give them useful information, the suits spent a good few minutes taking notes on their phones. Once they were done, they sat up quickly, told me that they'd be in touch, before leaving the room. A cop came in a few minutes later and told me that since I couldn't return to the apartment, they would set me up in a nearby hotel until they were able to get the situation under control, and that I should stay put until they gave me a call. "What happened?" I asked him. "What did you guys find up there?" He stared at me for a long time, not as if he were in deep thought, but as if he held deep aversion for what he was considering telling me. Eventually, he just shook his head. "I don't know," he said. "I mean, I really don't know." I nodded, tried to smile, though I'm sure it didn't come across very well. It's the next day now, and I'm in the hotel. Of course, I couldn't sleep, couldn't really eat. The officer hasn't called me yet. When I try searching up information about the evacuation on the internet, all I can find are articles claiming that it was due to a fire. A fucking fire.
Update. I fell asleep and I just woke up. It's 1 a.m. now. And I can hear the shower.
Who goes there? I thought it was made abundantly clear by the state of decay of this place that we are closed. Ah, fine. Come forth now, child. My warmest welcome to you, traveler. It seems that you have come in the pursuit of knowledge. May I help you find anything in particular? No, I don't suppose so either. After all, no one finds what they're looking for here. Only the things they don't. You seem to think I'm joking. No, my friend. The books here are nameless. I had questions too once. Questions about why they're all here. Who brought them here? Who built this place? You have no such idea the amount of times I've asked with nothing in the way of a response. Well, go on. Have a look. Pick a random tale. Anything. A man can spend his life here and never witness the same story unfold twice. I have read many, though the details tend to escape me. Ooh, that one is rather interesting from what little I recall. To refresh my memory.
Delete me.
I looked up at my study partner, surprised at her sudden statement. "What's up?"
Nothing? I haven't said anything.
She replied. I eyed her suspiciously. "Are you 100% certain? I mean, I don't think the printers in the library are going to start walking and talking to me. Not unless I've taken enough edibles to see God."
How can you be so sure they don't wander off to a secret location in the middle of the night when campus is closed?
Does a bear shit in the woods?
No, but I know you've had a fair share of close calls on the side of the highway.
I chuckled. Fair, but also fuck off. We laughed in stupid bliss. I dismissed it as her just cursing herself for having to do so much coursework. But even as I brushed that off to a collection of other meaningless interactions, I felt like I was missing a piece of something. Not necessarily as though I were an incomplete jigsaw puzzle, but rather that not all my life made sense. Like aimlessness in a world of people that never questioned their future. No one else wondered about what they would be, if there was ever anything greater than the present moment. There were no speeches about academic achievement and aiming higher for brighter career paths. The preachers in the town squares led no moral convictions, as if people ought to do good because, why not? No hell to be sent to, no reason for the good deeds we did. But that was always the way I spoke to people, the way I thought. Forgive me, for I often speak in extremes. Everything about my life just felt bland. Existence seemed to be an unseasoned chicken while my mind wandered to more flavorful plains. Greener pastures where the sun kissed my skin and the wind tucked me in at night beneath a sky of twinkling stars. An existential utopia where death cuddled up to me in harmony with Mother Nature at my side. I used to believe my ideas to be real. I used to think that such was the order of all things. I'm not so sure anymore. I'm locked in a humdrum cycle, rinse and repeat, go to school, graduate, go to another school, and now I'm in college, working towards a degree that I don't even want. The following night, I met back up with my study partner to work on our project due by the end of the week. It was a rather chilly evening, and we sat in a dimly lit corridor with windows. I could see all the small lights along the walkways, streetlights in the distance, ruled by a dark atmosphere with few stars in the heavens above. Snapping myself out of a momentary pause, I opened my laptop to pull up the document we'd been collaborating on from my Google Drive. Everything was placed as it should have been, but the document that was supposed to be our group project appeared to me as a blank note, entitled Observer.exe. I stared at the project for at least 5 whole seconds, failing to understand whether or not I'd gotten pranked.
Delete me.
What? Why do you keep saying that? Genuine concern was written on her face.
Dude, are you okay? I asked if you could paste in the citations.
No. You keep saying delete me. Are you okay? You're not making any sense.
What are you talking about?
My study partner started to lean away in fear, appearing visibly disturbed at my confusion. I began to feel dizzy in my chair, looking back at my screen to see all of my documents were corrupted. Each one was a black square in my account, all either titled Observer or Error. I could feel rivers of sweat roll down my face. My hands began to tremble.
Delete me!
My eyes rolled back, and I felt limp in all the senses of the word. My world descended into shadowy derangement. In the next frame of my awareness, I was shocked, staring down at my own body as it convulsed out of the chair and onto the floor. I was practically foaming from the mouth, seizing uncontrollably while my colleague screamed in horror. She fumbled with her phone to call 911 and stood, trembling at the sight. I looked down at my own hands, half expecting them to be translucent like you would see in the movies. They weren't. My flesh was intact. I still felt the weight of my own body standing on solid earth. It was like my body duplicated and I was no longer a visible part of the world. Hey, I'm okay. I tried to tell her. No use. The words carried like a choir in an empty hall. But it was a reverberation that only I could perceive. She nervously gave the 911 operator the location of the incident and what had happened. She was told to stay put and prop up my body, but instead of doing any of that, she freaked out and ran away screaming. I was outraged and lost for words. Finding movement in my legs, I tried to chase after her. All I needed was an answer. What the hell was happening to me? Outside, I was greeted with frigid air, wholly unusual for this time of year. Chills crept up my spine. My study partner was nowhere to be found. I turned frantically for anyone that could help, only for my eyes to randomly glimpse a motionless silhouette standing underneath a nearby streetlight.
Stop chasing the truth you seek.
My eyes couldn't fathom his complexion. He wore a trench coat weathered with age, dusty as an abandoned library. His clothes were torn and ragged, but his head... I had to blink. It was an orb of inky darkness connected to... nothing. No neck, just a floating sphere that spoke to me in the dreary quiet. You can... see... What? Why do you have... I took a breath to compose myself. I have so many questions right now. Why the fuck do you have a ball for a head, and how can you see me? What's going on?
Listen, you have a lot of questions. I ain't got a lot of answers. There are things at play you would never be able to comprehend simply by me conveying the magnitude. It's better for both of us if you just follow me.
What about my body? His silence for a moment frightened me more than whatever the hell was going on.
It's not real. Telling you won't help you understand what's happening, so it's better to just see with your own eyes.
I stared slack-jawed at the stranger for a few moments.
Are you a fucking statue? Come on, let's get moving.
Hesitantly, I followed as he began to wander through the trails on the outer edges of campus. What else was I meant to do? Stand there staring at the stars, waiting for an ambulance to wheel away my body? This figure was my only connection to some sort of reason to organize this madness. Yet, even in my logic, the burning questions were branded into my skull. Would knowledge ease my fear of the unknowable? Or would the nature of my situation serve to be a curse on my awareness? Would knowledge lead me to reason? Or would it cast me into unseen depths of mortal chaos? I feared to know, but I had to, even if the implications fractured my worldview, even if the truth killed me. We walked through the trails that led to the outer edges of campus. Crickets and frogs looped like repeated sound effects as we ventured forth. When the moon failed to light our way, the orb pulsated with blue bioluminescence. Its beauty hypnotized me for a mere moment as I struggled to remember what any of this was even for. We neared what should have been a road as we pushed through bits of shrubbery and maneuvered through trees. What was before a street was now an elongated path up towards an imposing mountain. That's not even possible! This has gotta be some kind of fever dream! The observer turned to me. Well, his shoulders did. I don't know if the sphere did anything. He spoke with such clarity.
So many others are locked in a perfect stasis. You might call it bliss. We say it's a level of ignorance to strive for. They are the ones dreaming. We are awake, and we are in a living nightmare. Can't you feel it? Every day so dreary, so humdrum, like every cycle was meant to repeat without variation forever? Like every day was the same song and dance you were already sick of? You were only dozing off while everyone else started talking in their sleep. None of this is real, and you are the only one who can see it.
So what's with the people? Are they supposed to think I'm dead or something? I've got a family. I've got dreams. I can't leave it all behind. Will they try to bring me back to life?
Yeah, and they'll do it with simulated emotions. They meet up, go home, send out RSVPs for community gatherings, and when they see your body on the floor, they'll bury you and give everything to your loved ones. It's just like the real deal, but none of it means anything. Not to anyone. The loss of a loved one, absent the mourning. They were only someone I saw at a passing glance. They were but an acquaintance. That's what these people actually think. One day we're lovers, communicating in our own cryptic little way, and on the next day I'll be dead, and my family will ceaselessly smile like I was never there. Starting to get the picture now?
The light shook and turned red as he rambled on, growing brighter with his frustration. He stopped himself and urged me to continue.
I'm sorry, but we must keep going.
I'm sorry too, I said as we resumed our stroll. I don't know any of what you've had to endure to find me here, but even if none of their love is real, at least you always know it's genuine when I call you an asshole. The observer chuckled.
You remind me a lot of my brother before the corruption. Before everything started to feel so monotonous.
Tell me about him. Did he have a sphere for a head like you?
Oddly enough, he was a cube when all of this happened. Don't know where that came from. He was a good man, though. Always did what was right, and our parents were always proud of him. Sometimes I wish we pulled each other up. Like how it's supposed to be. I miss him.
I reached out a hand with the instinct to console him, but decided against it. I flinched at the thought, and it hurt me to place myself in his shoes. Taking another look up to the night sky, I began to notice an odd tint to the atmosphere. And the longer I looked, the more I could see that something was deeply wrong with the fabric of reality. The moon looked like a damaged piece of cardboard, a low-resolution image struggling to load in. The texture was grainy and distorted. There were no craters, just pixels in the billions. It was like a lazily dragged icon across the screen. Stars were no better to gaze upon, and on a more careful inspection, they looked as simple as light bulbs being held on strings by the millions, dangling from imperceptible heights, like party decorations for a god that just didn't feel like cleaning up the mess. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly was the corruption? His blue light dimmed slightly before he replied.
We don't exactly know what happened, but we have our theories. I have my own ideas about what happened next. I chose you for a reason.
Wait, so there are others like me?
Countless. We aren't religious, but even we fear that this may have been the rapture. Consider your awareness to be your atonement. Everyone else drained by the machine failed to repent. I'm sure you can see where I'm going with this, right?
I see what you're saying with these examples, but that doesn't explain why I'm the perfect person out of everyone else.
Because you're the best chance I have at understanding how this thing took everything we love. I see my brother in you. And perhaps foolishly, it gives me hope that it can be reversible after all.
Climbing the mountain, we ascended to a bird's eye view, and the observer cast my attention to the stark reality that glared in my face. The campus we just walked from was one out of hundreds that surrounded our high ground. Each layout was exactly the same, like copy-paste instructions hammered in without a single breath.
Each one of those places contains a lost soul. None of us have much time, so research is very limited. We could never study all of you, but you, I need you to help me, to bring back my brother.
My heart ached for him. A deep part of me surged with emotion I'd been suppressing all this time, and I finally found the courage to place my hand on his shoulder. I don't think your brother is dead, but I also don't think he's alive. Learning the secrets of the universe won't change what happened. You need to live for the memory. You need to live for yourself. I will never be your brother, but you will always be my friend. The observer let out a shaking breath before wrapping his arms around me in a tight hug. And though he didn't have a face, I could only dread to imagine that it was twisted into anguish. He let out a sob into my shoulder, and I kept him there with me for as long as he needed to let out his emotions. It wasn't your fault, but you also don't need to erase your destiny because of what was stolen. Thrive in spite of it.
You're right. I don't know what to do, and it makes me feel like I'm letting them all down. I just wanted to be like him. I'm sorry. I need to regroup. It's still not safe to stop here. We need to keep going.
The path forward led to a staircase that went nowhere. At the summit of the mountain, there was a set of stairs that climbed into the sky only to suddenly stop.
This is where my knowledge is at its limit,
he solemnly declared.
Are you ready to reveal the truth?
I stared at the orb for a good 30 seconds before weighing my reply with as much consideration as I could muster. What would you do with reality if you finally understood what it all meant?
Maybe I'd accept my life for what it could be, rather than what it could have been. What about you?
I don't know what to do with any of the shit I already deal with. Hitting me with forbidden knowledge of the universe is one way to get me drinking away the sorrows. But the only thing that scares me more than potentially ruining my life is the idea of never knowing why we've been doomed.
I get that. I feel like I'm praying for a version of heaven, but I'd be okay with hell right now. Because even if I suffered for this, it would be better to eliminate the ineffable, to be sure that I'm still worthy of everything I was deprived of.
Then let's approach the door together. Let's meet our makers. We ascended the stairs, and when they stopped, the observer merely put his hand up to the empty space and pushed it open like a gateway. The fabric of the world clipped away, revealing a golden light spilling through the ripped simulation. I was mesmerized with the beauty of the rays as they danced on my skin against the lifeless dusk. With our anticipation growing, we stepped through the veil to glimpse the truest nature of our existence. And we screamed. I saw empires of bone and sinew ruled by gargantuan beasts of mortifying anatomy. It was impossible for our brains to understand and categorize it within its many systems. It defied even the shape our vision tried to impose on it. They were undefinable masses of flesh that harbored disdain for our mere existence. Beneath the tendrils and limbs, I could make out crying men, women, and children. They were like frightened animals in prisons. They were livestock for a carnivorous abomination that ruled over the lands. I watched as they grabbed a handful of random people and casually tossed them into their mouths like popcorn at a movie theater. I saw slaves taking the bones and building temples for the things that called themselves gods. I was completely lost in shock, disgusted by what we were bearing witness to. For a moment, all I could feel was confusion, but it immediately burnt away when they all stopped to stare in our general direction. They couldn't quite see us, but they could feel our insanity creeping in. Radiant gold beams started to emerge from their thousands of eyes, beams of light that scanned up and down the heavens. The monstrosities hissed and gurgled, snarling as they commanded the vermin beneath them to pick up their work. One of the lights found our doorway, and immediately, all of the beams zeroed in directly on us.
Close the door! Close the door!
I'm trying! It won't shut!
God, please close the fucking door!
The fabric of reality would not fix itself. The barrier was irreversibly opened. Their tendrils began reaching for the threshold. We ran down the stairs and practically sprinted down the mountain path back to the campus. There were no flashing lights, no ambulance, no one to carry away my body. We're still screaming, still trying to hold our minds together as they're falling apart, still trying to come to terms with everything we've lost, everything that encompasses our existence. Everything is predicated on a lie, and the description is what shields our human innocence from the cruel ways of the universe. But the worst part is that we've not yet gleaned the final frontier. Whatever was there, it was still only an incremental step towards the truth. It was only one piece of a much larger puzzle for the nature of our creation to be understood. We are still trapped. We are still dreaming.
Well, that was quite something, wasn't it? There were a great many parallels to life, though very fantastical, as you might agree. Pondering one's purpose, why we work so tirelessly for things that will never truly be ours. Nietzsche would have called that waking nightmare an eternal recurrence, the dreadful notion that we live the same day over and over again. Ooh, there's a bit of Plato in there as well. He warned of shadows on cave walls. Most people mistake the shadows for truth, you know. They cling to them. But one must face the light eventually, even if it should blind them. Funny thing, those who escape the cave rarely return unchanged. Though I might suppose whoever wrote this tale must have been under the influence of some hallucinogen. What was that? You said, why didn't the characters have any names outside of the Observer? But this is the library of the Unnamable. The Observer, though? Fascinating. Perhaps we'll just have to keep reading to find out. I do hope to see you again, dear traveler. Be safe in your endeavors. Goodbye for now.
I stood in the ice-cold morgue, looking down at the butcher's latest victim. Her naked body lay upon the metal gurney, her appalling wounds clearly visible, evidence of the horrendous torture she'd suffered before her brutal murder. My partner Mike stood by my side, barely controlling his emotion as he read the coroner's report aloud, going through the victim's long list of injuries.
Teeth extracted, 5 in total, pulled out one by one with pliers. 3 digits removed from her left hand. Half of her tongue has been cut out, numerous cuts and burns across her body, internal hemorrhaging too. The cause of death wasn't from any one of these injuries, however. Oh, her life was ended by lethal poison injected into her veins. They sent a sample away for testing to identify the substance used.
I looked over the body in closer detail, trying hard to hold my stomach as I took in the sheer horror. I could imagine the young woman's terror and pain during her final hours of life. The agony she must have felt with every fresh cut from her psychotic captor. My blood boiled at this latest atrocity. It would be easy to disassociate from the victim. And here, she was just a slab of dead meat, the soul having exited its flesh prison. But this young lady had been a real person. She had a life, passions, loved ones, and dreams. But all of this was so cruelly snuffed out by an act of unspeakable evil. What was her name? I muttered solemnly as I focused upon her now shut eyes.
Emily Grant.
Mike replied with a barely suppressed emotion.
A 20-year-old student nurse from the West Side. She was reported missing by her roommate 3 days ago. They found the body dumped in the woodlands 5 miles out of town. An anonymous tip led local police to the location.
Mike cast me a suspicious look, which I did my best to ignore. I knew the last part already, since I was the one who made the call, confidently from a payphone without CCTV coverage. But no one could know this, not even Mike, who I'd known since the academy and trusted with my life. Not even he would understand how the knowledge of the body's location had come to me. And I couldn't reveal the truth without bringing unwanted scrutiny. So, victim number 6 then, I stated as I looked my partner in the eye.
6 that we know of,
Mike answered while shaking his head. They found the note with the body? I asked cautiously, even though I already knew the answer.
Yes.
Mike confirmed.
The same note as the last 5, and the same phrase, for the greater good. This sick bastard. Does he really think he's fooling anyone?
I looked away from the corpse, focusing on the clock adorning the tiled wall of the sterile morgue. I don't know, I said thoughtfully. I think he actually believes what he's doing is necessary. Mike rolled his eyes in frustration.
Oh, come on, Annie,
he exclaimed.
Are we really going to have this conversation again?
What? I replied defensively whilst turning my head to face him.
You know,
Mike answered.
This is the part where you tell me he isn't your usual garden variety serial killer, that his motive isn't sexual.
I sighed and shook my head. This was indeed a familiar argument between Mike and I, one we'd been having ever since we'd been assigned to the case. I had better information than he had, of course, but this was more than I could reveal. None of the victims showed any signs of sexual violation, I reiterated. No trace of semen has been found on any of the bodies, and he doesn't keep trophies from the victims. Even the body parts he cuts off are left with the corpses when they're dumped.
Yes, I know all of this,
Mike replied.
But the profilers say that—
I don't care what the damn profilers say, I interjected angrily as the pent-up frustration got the better of me. They're all wrong about this guy. Nothing about this bastard fits. Just look at the victims. 3 male, 3 female, all from different races and social classes. There's nothing that links them.
Oh, nothing except that they were all kidnapped, tortured, and butchered by a psychopath,
Mike added flippantly. Well, that's another thing, I stated. All the victims were killed brutally, but never in the same way. The method of torture changes every time, and so does the coup de grace. Travis and Matthews were shot, Sanchez and Kane were strangled to death, Ellie's throat was cut, and now this girl. I pointed down at Emily's mangled body. A homemade lethal injection? It makes no sense.
He's changing his MO with each murder,
Mike stated without much conviction.
It's a strategy to avoid detection.
Then why leave the notes? I interrupted. We haven't revealed that detail to the press, which rules out copycats. The notes prove that he wants us to know it's him. Mike nodded his head in agreement.
Sure, I guess he must be trying to assuage his guilt. You might be onto something, though. Perhaps he really believes he's doing this for some greater cause. I guess it just proves how sick and delusional the son of a bitch really is.
Maybe, I answered thoughtfully. But I think there's still something deeper to this case, a piece that we're missing.
Oh, yes,
Mike said sarcastically, a sly glint in his eye as he shot me a look.
So, it's all a vast conspiracy, huh? What makes you think that?
I could have kicked myself, because, once again, I'd revealed too much. Mike surely knew I was hiding something from him, but I had to keep up the pretense. I don't know. It's just a hunch, I answered. Mike laughed at this.
One of Annie's famous hunches. With all your insight and wisdom, I'm surprised we haven't caught the killer already.
I took the facetious comment in the good humor it was meant, slapping Mike playfully on the back as I drew the morbid conversation to a close. Don't worry, partner. We'll get this asshole. We have to, for Emily and the others. We both took one last mournful glance at the young woman's mutilated body, using our shared anger as fuel whilst we silently vowed to end the butcher's reign of terror. The remainder of our long workday was emotionally draining and ultimately frustrating. Mike and I interviewed multiple witnesses, none of whom were able to give us any useful information. Speaking with the victim's family and friends was always the toughest. As the lead investigator, you have no choice but to confront their shock, raw grief, and anger. But the worst thing was that we had no answers for Emily's devastated parents and were no closer to delivering the killer to justice. Mike and I parted ways that night, despondent but not defeated as we arranged to meet the next morning to continue our investigation. I don't know what Mike did once he went off duty. Maybe he hits the bars and chased after women. If so, I couldn't blame him. Our job wasn't easy and a man needed some way to blow off steam. But there would be no relief for me on that night, because after I drifted off to sleep, the real work would begin. The purpose of this account isn't to tell my life story. This isn't about me. It's bigger than me. But the special abilities I was born with are the reason I am where I am today. I became aware of said abilities shortly after puberty. It was then that I realized I could connect with people in a way others couldn't. And my dreams, they had deeper meaning, showing me events and places I shouldn't have known about. The psychiatrist I went to during my teenage years didn't believe in my abilities. He said I just had an enhanced level of empathy, and that's why I could read people's hidden pain and detect their darkest secrets. I knew this wasn't the case, however. No one could understand my power, and so I vowed to keep it a secret. Nevertheless, these psychic abilities have shaped my adult life. My choice of a career in law enforcement was an obvious one. My visions and dreams, they've shown me the best and the worst of humanity. I've seen and experienced the pain of victims and looked into the twisted minds of vicious predators. My goal is to stop evil wherever I can. But the butcher we were chasing was a killer like no other, because I knew he was like me. That is to say, he shared my psychic abilities, and his power was strong, because he'd been able to penetrate my subconscious and invade my dreams. The killer controlled what I saw through the telepathic link he established. I witnessed horrifying violence in my nightmares, but it was all a blur. I had glimpses of the killer etched into my memory, but never enough to identify him. One thing he did was give me the bodies. I saw the burial sites in my dreams and obtained the details necessary to locate them. But I couldn't go directly to my superiors. I couldn't even tell Mike. How could I explain it? And so I'd taken to calling in anonymous tips with the bodies' locations. These actions put me at risk, of course, but I couldn't live with myself if the victims weren't brought home. At least then, the families could achieve closure. But of course, it wasn't enough. All I could recall from my blurred nightmares were flashes of violence, cold bodies buried in shallow graves, and a faceless killer who repeated the same phrase over and over. "Judge me not, Annie. I do this for the greater good." But after Emily's murder, I'd had enough. When I went to sleep that evening, I was determined to use all my mental powers to break through the killer's walls and discover the truth of his identity. Although, as it happened, I didn't have to fight very hard, because this was the night when the butcher let me in. Once I entered the dreamscape, I was instantly dropped into an unfamiliar and frightening place, one which I'd never visited before and hoped to never see again. I would describe the nightmarish environment as a labyrinth, a network of subterranean tunnels which I was forced to traverse, guided by a dim light illuminating my path through unspeakable horrors. My senses were alert, and even in this dream state, I could smell the stench of death, feel the sticky and uncomfortable heat, and hear the blood-curdling screams echoing down the dark tunnels. I'd never experienced a nightmare so vivid and could only assume this hellscape was the product of the butcher's twisted mind. He wanted me to see all this, wanted me to follow the lights down to the end of the tunnel. I dreaded what awaited me, but couldn't turn back. I needed to know the truth, and so I walked forward through the narrow passages, ignoring the distant screams and foul smell as I approached the entryway illuminated by burning torches. What I found inside was a literal chamber of horrors. The rocky walls were covered in blood and the cave floor littered with body parts. The stench of death was nearly overwhelming and the heat was close to unbearable. But I pushed on, hiding my disgust as I approached the stone altar at the center of the chamber, where a dark figure stood over a fresh corpse, carefully applying his bloody trade as he cut into flesh with a scalpel. The butcher surely knew I was standing behind him, but he feigned surprise when he turned around to face me. I didn't need to act surprised, however. This was the first time I'd seen the butcher's face, and what I couldn't believe was how normal he looked. He was a clean-cut man in his 30s, his black hair short and slicked back, his white teeth perfect as he smiled, and his blue eyes sharp and focused. intense, but far away from madness. I suppose I should have known. I'd built up this image in my mind, one of a monster, a demon from the pits of hell. But despite his unusual abilities and proclivity towards violence, the butcher was just a man. There were some theatrics to his welcome, his eyes lighting up as he greeted me with a mocking bow.
The famous Agent Annie. So glad you were able to come. Please, make yourself at home.
I scoffed, looking the killer over and noting the blood-splattered apron he wore over his suit. Nice place, I said sarcastically.
Thank you.
He replied whilst keeping up the act.
All this, it's not real, of course. All the product of my imagination. Not everyone's taste, but my work has taken me to some dark places.
He laid his knife down beside the body, wiping his bloody hands on his sleeve. I swallowed my fear as I spoke my next words. So, you know my name. Are you gonna tell me yours? The butcher lowered his head and broke eye contact.
I think it's best I don't, for now.
I scowled, wishing I had my sidearm, or indeed, any physical agency in this dreamscape. All I had was my wits and my voice. I don't get it, I said, closely watching the butcher's every move. You've brought me here, let me into your inner sanctum. I've seen your face. Why are you giving me all this?
I'm willing to give you everything, Annie.
He said with a twisted smile.
You want to catch me, and I'm going to let you.
Why? I asked.
Because my work has hit a wall.
The butcher answered with an evident frustration in his voice.
I can do no more. And the time has come to move on.
I racked my brains, trying to figure out why the killer would turn himself in. Why now? But what interested me more was this talk of his work, the greater good. That's what you wrote in your notes, right? I asked. You really think you're doing good work by butchering these people?
I know I am.
The butcher replied confidently, his eyes narrowing with a fiery intensity.
Why do you think I chose you, Annie? We share the same special ability, the same power. I've reached out to you through your dreams to let you know the truth. Yes, I've done terrible things. I realize this. I've tortured, murdered, and mutilated human beings. But their sacrifice is not for nothing. Every time I've taken a life, I have learned something new.
What do you mean? I interrupted in annoyance. What can you possibly learn from all this pain and suffering?
Honestly, Annie, I'm disappointed. I thought you would have worked it out by now. Like you, I can see into other people's minds. I can experience what they experience. When my subject is on the verge of death, something very strange happens. I hold their hand, and in that moment, we are connected. I can see through their eyes, see to the other side.
I saw his eyes widen and noted how his tone was becoming increasingly excited. He was on the verge of becoming unhinged. But I didn't believe the butcher was crazy. The other side, I muttered.
Yes.
The butcher confirmed with a thin smile.
This is my life's work. To see, to document, to study.
He sighed deeply, the passion suddenly leaving his voice.
I have learned much about the afterlife, but my research has reached a dead end. I can't make the breakthrough to confirm my theories. Perhaps my abilities are lacking. In any event, my time on this world is coming to an end.
Let's cut to the chase, I interrupted. My tolerance for the Horde Cave was dwindling, and I doubted I could stay embedded in this dream world for much longer. You say you want to give yourself up?
Yes,
the butcher replied after a brief pause.
My location. Can you see it?
I could, as suddenly an image came into my head, a street name and a house number.
So be it.
the killer said with a regretful tone.
I look forward to seeing you in the real world, Annie.
With that, he clicked his fingers, and a moment later I was taken from that wicked place, awaking in my bed with my forehead covered in cold sweat. I shot up, struggling to control my breathing and regain my composure. I knew what I had to do, and the next morning would be the time of reckoning. I stood on the street pavement shortly after dawn, staring at the house I'd seen in my dreams with something close to disbelief. I hadn't fully believed my vision was real, not until I saw the building in real life. The house was nondescript and unremarkable, a detached home in a quiet suburb. On the surface, there was nothing out of the ordinary about the property. Sure, the grass on the lawn was a bit too long, the paint on the door was peeling, and the windows were covered by blackout shades. But otherwise, the house was identical to every other on the block. That was only surface level, however, because I knew the truth about this house of horrors. I could see through those walls and knew the evil which dwelt within.
I still don't understand why we're here, Annie.
That was Mike, who was standing on the sidewalk beside me. My partner was with me, but there was no one else. We didn't have a warrant. How would I have got one? Judges don't recognize visions as probable cause. Besides, the butcher said he wanted to surrender. We shouldn't need a SWAT team to bring him down. Mike was the one I trusted more than anyone, but I still couldn't reveal the truth to him. I have a hunch about this place. I think there's a connection to our case. Mike shook his head and laughed.
Another one of your famous hunches. I should have known.
I grabbed my partner's arm and forced him to look me in the eye. Listen, Mike, I know this is crazy, but I just need you to trust me right now. There's somebody inside who we need to talk to. I know we don't have a warrant. I only want to knock on the door. Are you with me? Mike must have seen the intensity in my eyes, and he knew I was serious.
Okay, Annie,
he said with a firm nod.
Let's go knock on the door.
We walked slowly down the path as I reached out for the doorbell. But then something hit me. A terrible foreboding that something wasn't right. Mike saw my hesitation and looked puzzled.
What the hell is wrong with you?
He asked. Mike pushed past me and approached the entrance.
Weird, it's already open.
He announced. That was when I had a premonition. One of imminent violence. Mike, get down! I screamed while simultaneously grabbing his shoulders and pulling him away from the door.
What the?
Mike cried. But a moment later, there was an almighty boom before buckshot tore through the thin door.
Jesus!
Mike swore. He should have retreated to cover so we could call for backup, but Mike must have forgotten his training in that critical moment as he drew his 9mm from its holster and charged inside the house.
Freeze, asshole!
He screamed whilst advancing down the corridor. Mike, don't! I called after my partner, but there was no stopping him, and I had no choice but to draw my own weapon and follow. I ignored my instincts and the stench of death as I ran into the darkness. Mike was ahead of me, at the end of the corridor and facing towards an internal doorway. I saw the fear in my partner's eyes as he raised his gun to fire, but the butcher had the drop on him. I could only watch in shocked awe as my partner was struck in the head by buckshot, and his skull exploded in a gruesome display. A second later, and Mike's headless body collapsed onto the floor like a lifeless ragdoll. Grief and guilt would follow, but in that moment, I reacted with rage. Pushing past Mike's body and entering the doorway, I found the butcher inside a darkened room, desperately trying to load new shells into his double-barreled shotgun. "Drop it!" I screamed while aiming my pistol. The butcher stopped what he was doing but didn't comply with my order. Instead, he met my gaze and smiled a twisted grin. I saw red in that moment, thinking of Mike's mangled corpse and the promise that the butcher had broken. And I squeezed the trigger, firing 2 shots in quick succession. The butcher was hit in the chest and he dropped his shotgun before collapsing against the far wall. Meanwhile, I moved forward, my gun still aimed as I advanced upon the gravely wounded killer. "You dumb bastard!" I screamed in fury. "You said you wanted to surrender!" The butcher managed to smile despite the pain, blood in his mouth as he spluttered his reply.
I said my time was done, and so it is.
I saw the 2 holes in the butcher's chest and the blood pouring out of him. In all likelihood, he would bleed out within minutes. Part of me wasn't too concerned. He had murdered Mike after all, but I was still a law enforcement officer, and my duty was to secure the suspect and call for backup. So I took out my cuffs and reached forward. But the butcher surprised me by using the last ounce of strength to grasp out and grab hold of my arm. I tried to break free, but it was too late, because I was suddenly transported to a hellish realm. I found myself underwater, surrounded by the cold and the darkness. The water was filling up my lungs, and yet I could not drown. That would have been too easy a death. Looking up, I saw a distant white light at the surface, and beneath me was the butcher. His eyes dead, but the twisted smile still on his blue lips. The killer was slowly sinking and made no effort to swim upwards. But to my horror, I felt an icy grip on my ankle as he seemed determined to pull me down with him, down to the black abyss. But I wouldn't accept this. I could not surrender to the darkness. I screamed in fury even though the water drowned out my cries, and I kicked and fought for all my worth. The butcher's grip was strong, but my determination was stronger. I slipped from his grasp, feeling a burst of elation, but also a strange sadness as I watched the butcher slowly sink into the dark depths. But I only paused for a second before kicking my legs and swimming up towards the light. It's been weeks since the shootout at the Hell House, and I've had to deal with the aftermath. Mike's funeral wasn't easy to get through. He received full posthumous honors from the agency, but I couldn't bear to look his parents in the eye. Such was my guilt. I also could not explain what had brought me to the butcher's location. I told my superiors that we received yet another anonymous tip about the house. It wouldn't hold up to much scrutiny, but they didn't ask too many questions. And why would they? I was the hero of the hour, the agent who brought down the butcher. When the house and grounds were searched, they discovered 2 fresh bodies in the basement and the remains of 5 further victims buried in the backyard, confirmation that the killer had been more prolific than we knew. A collection of horrifying videos were found on the butcher's phone, during which he recorded and documented the torture and murder of his multiple victims. But one piece of evidence didn't fall into the investigators' hands, because I removed it from the scene for my own personal use. As I write this, I can hear the screams of my Bond victim from the cellar. He can cry out as much as he likes, because no one will hear him. I can't fully explain what happened to me when the butcher died, but I guess some of his darkness rubbed off on me. I like to think I'm a more just killer, because while the butcher abducted the innocent, I only target the guilty. Take my current guest, the man screaming in the cellar. He's a multiple rapist who walked free from a court on a technicality. Nobody will miss him. But punishment isn't the point of the torture. You see, I inherited the butcher's journal after he died, including all the details of his experiments into the afterlife. His mission has now become mine as I continue his important work. Once I find the link between this world and the next, then it will all have been worth it, because now I understand. The bloodshed and the slaughter, it's all for the greater good. Now if you'll excuse me, I have an experiment to conduct. The following was recorded in the year 1346, the 23rd year of King Joffrey II's reign, during the final expansion of Pridora's Northwest Territory. Footsteps, labored breath, twigs snapping underfoot, disorganized battle formations, shapes wrapped in black rags beneath the mask of twilight. With no moon to reveal their positions, They flanked the outskirts of the sleeping village. They moved disjointed, with no regard for who they might harm. They quickly fanned out through the fields beyond the first cottages. Fences lay broken ahead of them. Posts torn loose from the soil, shapes loomed over the oppressive gloom. Too large to be men, too still to be animals. The smell reached the unsuspecting citizens first, rot like pus and disease, putrid, wet, and old as the hills they came from. Somewhere in the town, something screamed. With weapons drawn, the foes unleashed all manner of chaos upon their lands. A war cry split open the perfect silence of the countryside. Reports of a brutal attack on the northwest countryside of the Prodora Kingdom flooded from panicked whispers. No bodies were recovered from the scene. Officials from the King's Board called it a senseless attack perpetrated by mysterious assailants said to come from the lands of evil. The press was hesitant to elaborate on more specifics regarding the massacre. All the public knew was that nebulous forces planned a coordinated strike. The identities of the assailants were pretty much anybody's guess. The motive was subsequently inconclusive as well. Almost immediately, finger-pointing became a popular pastime for the troubled people of the lands. Many questions were being asked about the possibility of neighboring powers being behind it. Of course, they would deny involvement, but the fire that was spreading was quickly becoming inconsolable. Prodora had just survived the greatest ever threat of its nation. Rumors were half of the conversation that wasn't left to small talk. The claims indicated that a pervasive smell of iron lingered even beyond the city lines, that the blood spilled had fertilized every farm, seeping across the acres into the soil. As a result, King Joffrey II ordered that citizens of Prodora be forbidden from traveling to that place. After this, life would continue at its normal, butter-churning pace. It was just accented with occasional whispers. Over the coming months, the loudest questions would die down. Everyone slowly began to accept that answers would not be readily available. Concern lingered as shape just beyond the light, but the plebeians had faith that their government would keep them safe, at least for the time being. On a dreary evening with thick clouds boding rainfall, the High Council was summoned to the King's royal palace to discuss what was to be done about the situation of the besieged village. Their faces were all grim with responsibility and fear hanging over their heads. Chancellor Garrus Holt began the meeting with a dark, drawn-back expression on his face.
Thank you all for coming tonight. I have brought with me a proposal for added defenses on the sector that recently suffered the brutal attack from outside forces. This plan I've drafted is subject to change, which is why I brought this to the board for us to collectively sign off on my strategy.
After some courteous nods from the other councilmen, Holt pulled out a scroll containing the document.
Clearly, the threat cannot presently be reasoned with, so diplomatic options are not on the table for consideration. All possible foreign nations have verified that they had no connection to the attack. With that, I believe that our best course of action to ensure maximized economic efficiency and public safety is to send a squadron of the Prodora military to the region so that we may open up the route for trade. Merchants will be allowed to travel around the perimeter of the village, while civilians are yet barred from access. This ensures that the crime scene is preserved, our territory is protected, and the economy remains afloat.
And the villagers?
Another voice interjected. The Chancellor did not look up from the scroll.
Civilian access will remain restricted at this time, Chairman.
The rogue voice, Councilman Edrin Harth, shifted uncomfortably in his seat.
Will there be any aid to the survivors? Perhaps a team of builders to repair what was damaged on the night of the strike?
The request for aid is duly noted. If there are no more concerns with logistical challenges, does the board agree with the plan as I have presented it?
Without a second thought, the rest of the chairmen replied enthusiastically with a strong aye. Harth was the only one that abstained from the vote.
This meeting is officially adjourned. The cavalry will be sent out at first light. Progress reports will be sent shortly thereafter.
As the council left for the evening in their carriages, Harth took one more look back to the palace, disdain filling his heart for the lack of empathy shown by his colleagues. But at the present moment, all that remained in his power was to watch the progress of the troops, frustrating as it may have been. The knights' armor glimmered in the early glow of a melting sunrise. Blades of grass swayed gently. The trees wrapped their branches against one another along the beaten path. The air was crisp with the scent of dew riding the breeze. Hooves trampled the earth as they moved forth. The hills silently watched with bated breath. They carried with them swords and shields to dissuade the lurking threat. At least they hoped to. The king oversaw their departure from his terrace with a bejeweled chalice in his hand. He contemplated what his course of action would be in the event that something went awry. There would be plenty of reinforcements, not a single measure spared. Operations like these were always more intense when he knew something the public didn't.
Sire?
A voice called to him, snapping him from his trance. It was a servant from the royal kitchen.
I do apologize for not announcing my presence sooner. I did not mean to frighten you. What would you prefer for tonight's feast in the dining hall?
No worries, I'm fine,
he replied, uncertainty still lingering in his voice.
Prepare for our guests a roasted boar. Bring us assorted fruits and vegetables and make some use of those imported spices. We will need to make an impression.
Yes, my liege. I shall relay your orders to the team of chefs.
As the man walked back to the lower chambers of the castle, King Joffrey let his gaze rest on the horizon of the lands he conquered. It was not out of pride that he stared. Quietly eating at the edges of his composure was fear. The disquiet that meant something challenged his dominance. The possibility that for once in his life, something stood to be insurmountable to him. No, that would have given away his dread. The only way to move forward was to slow down and take a breath. All would straighten out if he acted as the voice of reason. Everything hinged upon the success of the protection along the border. Almost as soon as the troop reached its destination, swords were drawn. The atmosphere was potent with a foreboding silence. First came the scent of death, sweet in the worst possible definition, bitter like rot as the stench of iron made its home in their nostrils. The soil beneath their feet was almost tinted in the dried crimson from all the bloodshed. The architecture was but a reminder of what used to stand in that place. The land did not protest. Homes were obliterated. Even the local church was brought to little more than its foundation. Defensive barriers were set up around the town while the few remaining souls watched from within what was left of their houses, left with nowhere else to go, nothing to hold on to, barely the clothes on their aching backs. This destruction, this barbaricism, it stunned the hearts and minds of the cavalry who took several moments to regain their composure. Morale was already low. Tensions seemed to peak when the extent of such brutality was unveiled. Nevertheless, there was a job to be done, an order to be fulfilled. Protect what remained. The first progress report came from a messenger in the group whose express purpose was to relay information back and forth. For the rest of the kingdom, this meant a breath of relief. If nothing else, it was a sign that peace going forward could be maintained. According to the messenger's report, all was going well. Even if the knights were unsettled by the things they had seen, a boundary was established, hopefully deterring any more bloodshed in the event of another attack. Many on the board were satisfied with Chancellor Holt's plan. Trade continued in the region because of the safety net of nearby enforcers. Edrin, however, was left unsettled. It wasn't that he didn't believe in the efficiency of his strategy. Everyone saw how the merchants could freely travel around that area of the countryside. But he believed that in the crown's desire for economic viability, the common man was left to fend for himself. The interests of the government were placed above that of the people it answered to. Harth thought back to the proposal at the meeting, how his concerns for the citizens were completely brushed aside only to make room for a cold bureaucracy. Even if Holt's proposal worked and Perdora never suffered again, he would never forget how the men who sat in their thrones abandoned the well-being of the ones who mattered most. The air whispered beyond the busy streets of the capital city. Harth gazed from within his study at the impregnable cover of dusk, trying to connect the dots that he knew should never be questioned. If Perdora was truly being targeted in a covert operation and its people were being made martyrs, why did no one at least care about the survivors? They should have been top priority along with security. Something was not adding up logically. The situation had quieted down overall. The conspiracy theorists and so-called free thinkers had piped down for the time being, giving the illusion that peace had been maintained. The people of the region would not be prepared for just how incorrect that notion was. The kingdom was beginning to enter an ominous phase of unrest. The messenger's reports took on a wholly unusual cadence that, for the most part, went unnoticed by the board of officials until it was far too late. It began with a repeated phrase in each progress report, barely traceable, but present nonetheless. Nothing remains. The first red flag should have been that the claim was immediately inaccurate. To some extent, there was a shell of the village left. And from what they already knew of the incident, there were definitely survivors. Truth be told, everyone had already been so exhausted from stress that they may have just glossed over it. But somebody was lying. Hearth knew while everyone took their time to relax, something else entirely was taking place. Nobody could have been certain that his deception was deliberate, but Edrin could not leave that stone unturned. He had to know what was really going on. Officials began scratching their heads when the messages began to lose their coherence. It devolved from clinical precision to fearful prattling, lingering on the edge of speculation. One such report read,
Day 46. There have been no sightings of enemy forces near the border. Knights patrol the defensive lines on shifts to ensure constant security, but I can't help but feel that we are not alone. The silence that surrounds this place is terror in its truest form. Merchants pass by during the day while we keep an eye on the wilderness beyond at night. It is strange, however. Paths into the tree line have grown over at an exceeding rate. I see vines and shrubbery where before there were trails that tucked into the lush forest. The reports from before indicated that the blood may have fed the soil well, so much that it took on a crimson hue, but I don't see how this is possible. I just don't have an answer for this. Perhaps there will be more to glean upon a more careful inspection, but for now, there has been no breach. The point is still secure.
Of course, the board categorized it as a manifestation of paranoia. Under pressure, one is plagued with the most unpleasant thoughts. It's more or less expected. Fearing that something else was afoot, Edrin arranged a private meeting with Chancellor Holt and King Joffrey himself to air out his problems, to plead his case where it was most important. They met in the king's chambers. This time, it was Hearth that began the meeting.
Your Highness, Chancellor,
he began, gesturing at them.
I have brought us together because I am worried for our citizens in the Northwestern Territory. The decisive action to ramp up defense along the border has served us well, but there are important factors that I believe are being overlooked. When we opened up the route for trade, it seemed to me that there weren't enough questions being asked on the behalf of the survivors of the attack. As I am reviewing the initial event along with the letter sent back to the castle, I am troubled by inconsistencies in certain details.
I think you'd find instead that our measures have brought nothing but peace for our kingdom.
Holt interjected.
It is the case that we suffered a tragedy. It is also the case that if the world shuts down over one attack, we would never get anything done. Do not be daft in the assumption that I do not care for our citizens. The issue has been under control.
Do you even know where the attack came from? Do you seriously know for sure that something like this will never happen again? As a matter of fact, I'm asking rhetorically right now, because I already know that you are clueless. You couldn't tell me if it was a band of rogue pirates or a troop from a foreign nation. Diplomats ask around, but do you really think that they're going to declare that they were the perpetrators? This whole process has been riddled with small holes.
Gentlemen.
Both of them turned to King Joffrey.
On this issue, we must not fight. I understand your frustrations, councilman. I also admire the Chancellor's dedication to efficiency. It is my duty as the monarch to look after each of my citizens. I don't rest until my people can, with this I am certain. The survivors are safe, and their concerns are being met with aid.
A dark look briefly flickered in Edrin's expression.
Then why is it so difficult to learn anything about them? Why are they a footnote at our bureaucratic meetings? Why does the messenger only speak of foul omens and utterly fail to report the condition of the Northwest citizens?
You dare question the integrity of...
King Joffrey raised a hand to silence Holt.
There is only so much information I can give to the public. But I want you to sleep easily tonight because even without revealing what I am forbidden to say, it doesn't change. They are safe.
Why is this knowledge not privy to us? If the people do not deserve to know, what could you possibly know that even we shouldn't? Don't you think your advisors would prefer to be clued in on crucial details?
Holt gaped upon the sight of his attitude to the king. Joffrey did not show any sign of anger in his expression. His demeanor instead gave off a blank stare devoid of any real emotion. That worried them even more.
This matter is resolved. Continue with your duties. It is what's best. I don't think you should concern yourself with this any longer. Go home to your families and be grateful. You will never know how much you have left of your lifespan to appreciate the ones you love. Good night, gentlemen.
With that, the meeting adjourned. Edrin walked back, staring at the ground as he went. Every aspect of the interaction breathed on him wrong, especially not with the shell of his face. A direct contrast to the vibrant smiles he flashed in the face of his loyal subjects. What he saw was a soul-drained man, not a king, a God-fearing man. And if something made him detach that far from his usual self, how horrible could that hidden truth have been? What worldly evils could he possibly have glimpsed? Edrin was, of course, a man of empiricism. He was meant to stay grounded in some form of inalienable truth, but a chill ran up and down his back as he weighed the case in his mind. No adversary had ever brought the king to such silent dread. No fleshen enemy could stand against the resolve of an absolute monarch. Any mortal threat should crumble beneath the force. By no means was Joffrey a quiet man behind closed doors. Never in service of his country had he ever witnessed a king try to hide so much unrest in his soul. It was impossible to accept any other answer than the preposterous notion that somehow this was a threat from the world of mysticism. All forms of magic had been banned in Perdora for nearly 100 years, but was it the fear of all the harm it could wreak or the fear of never understanding its implications? If it could never be used without consequence, it could never belong in the nation of rising hearts. At least that was what everyone else said. Though Edrin was still on the fence of believing in the ephemeral, that horrible notion would not stop bothering him that whatever victimized those citizens, no sword could pierce it. The wariness sprouted wings and took a new shape in his chest. Somehow, he knew those nights would not return. The reports would come in less frequently until the bastion went silent. He prayed that he was wrong, that it was nothing more than concern for the future. But he needed to act quickly, even if it meant breaking the law. He had to know what really happened to those people. Edrin visited the Royal Chamber of Records meant for keeping track of criminals. He was certain he'd heard of a case perhaps 5 years prior about a man who was cast into exile for his practice of witchcraft. He couldn't quite remember his name, for it had been so long. That was going to take a while. So many reports, too many unrelated leads. Just as he thought that it might have been a waste of time, he found it. Valkyrin Bale, accused of promoting black magic in defiance of the one true god. Witnesses described an odd aura surrounding him, a rippling power emanating from his presence that frightened him. Sentenced to exile with no chance of return. Well, at least this one wasn't executed. There was still some hope after all. The reports from his arrest didn't elaborate on anything crucial, and it was a disturbing pattern that Edrin began to recognize. Were the transcribers just that lazy? Or did the government genuinely offer no sympathy? On the list of relatives, there was only one name to be found. Edith Bale. It was also failed to specify her relation to him. For all he knew, she could be anything on the spectrum between his study partner and his wife. Well, if evil wizards had wives, he'd have to ask around for breadcrumbs on her whereabouts. She held perhaps Edrin's only real hope of finding Valkyrin out in the wilderness beyond their lands. Venturing alone outside the capital city, Edrin made his way to smaller villages along the western lines. He desperately tried to blend in with the common folk. He clothed himself in the tunic of a working-class man so as to avoid drawing any unnecessary attention to himself. Most people didn't want to talk about an outlaw. Talk of magic was taboo. Men would get an unreadable scrunch in their expression while the women would try their best to become invisible. They'd look around as if to pretend like they weren't talking to him. As he walked away from what might have been the 15th rejection, his moral compass tossed and turned with his disguise moving in lockstep. Was what he was doing really a bad thing just because it was against the law? What was the helm of his morality? A narrative of society or the will of an individual? He found himself once more leveling his gaze at the dirt at his feet as he continued, beginning to wonder if this was a pointless venture. Just then, he and a woman had suddenly bumped into each other. She wasn't very observant of her surroundings either. The force and sudden surprise caused her to fall on the ground, prompting Edrin to profusely apologize. Reaching out a hand, he gestured to help her up. She was perhaps in her mid-20s with olive skin and eyes of a smooth amber. Dark, waving hair fell with such grace upon her shoulders.
I'm terribly sorry,
Edrin said, brushing the dirt from her sleeves.
You're all right. I'm sorry for not looking where I'm going.
Guess we have similar problems.
He laughed.
Be safe. Have a good day.
But as she walked away, something clicked in his head. He turned to her as she was walking away. No, it was definitely her. When the talk of the town revolved around Valkyrin's case, there was a gossip of the possibility of a twin. He thought back to every time in the previous years he'd laughed it off whenever someone tried to prove the existence of a supposed sister. They called them crazy and took them for grains of salt. But they described her almost exactly as he was seeing her. Valkyrin was a scraggly thing, unkempt and unshaven. Edith was the embodiment of worldly beauty, clean complexion with the most beautiful skin the kingdom could ever know.
Hey, wait!
He called out to her. She hadn't heard him. He picked up his pace and got closer, calling for her once again. She definitely heard it that time, but she pretended her best not to. She kept moving with her head tilted down. It was because she was trying to avoid the attention too. She knew that he was onto her scent. Edrin didn't have such time to play games. He damn near ran up to her and put out a hand on her shoulder to get her to stop. Instantly, she spun around with a look of cold defiance on her face.
What do you want, Councilman Hearth?
Shit.
He thought. The cover immediately was blown.
How do you know?
Where do you get off stalking me 5 years after you persecute my brother?
It wasn't me that punished him. It was...
Why do you not care for the subjects of this kingdom? My brother did nothing wrong, and you fools cast him aside and called him a criminal. Have you no...
Listen to me, goddammit. I had nothing to do with Valkyrin's exile. I need to find him before it's too late. I believe that Perdora is in peril. Right now, I am acting on my own accord. This is not a mission of the crown. I care deeply for my citizens. You will hold your tongue when questioning the respect I have for this nation's people. Where is your brother gone?
I could tell you, but you must not report it to the knights.
Your truth is safe behind my lips.
He lives in secrecy in my cellar. We were somehow able to smuggle him back in even after he was banished.
Edrin nodded with a brief moment of unbroken eye contact. Edith nodded as well, and they walked back to her home together. The Bale residence was unassuming upon a cursory glance. It was a house that fit the profile of almost every other weather-damaged shelter in the area. Everything even appeared normal within, but it was the atmosphere that felt heavy. Perhaps it was the stress of the situation weighing down on him, but that house did not feel like a home. Just as he was about to ask Edith to lead the way, a gruff voice caught him off guard.
I spent a long time wondering,
Valkyrin stood in a gloomy corner, peering out at them.
How could a good-hearted man be cast aside by the people he so loved?
Valkyrin, my name is...
I know damn well who you are. An advisor to the king. You people sit in that old ivory tower and cast your judgment on other good-hearted men, not dissimilar to myself. I was once a practitioner of medicine in the capital city. I could have been a beacon of hope and good health to my people. You stand there and look upon me in this state with nothing more than a memory to my name. What is it that you want with me, Edrin?
Nothing excuses what was done to you, Mr. Bale. It's as you say. I informed the king's policies, but I played no part in your banishment. I fear that my colleagues hide a secret so grave that it threatens this nation's very foundation. They sent a squadron of knights to defend the village, but I have the worst feeling that they won't prevent anything. I know there's a part of you that still cares for the citizens of Perdora. I sought for you because all other explanations have been ruled out in my mind. Whatever it is out there is not a troop of soldiers that wish to bring slavery and death. It is wrath in itself. It is judgment for something. I can't be sure. I can't articulate what else it could possibly be, but every other logical approach I take fails. I need your help because no one else will come this far.
A heavy moment of silence sat between the two of them as Valkyrin gazed directly into his soul.
And why would I want to save the nation that has forsaken me?
Because you are a principled man, and you know deep down that it wasn't the people of Perdora that abandoned you. It was its doctrine. There has to be some shred of you that sees the good in the common folk you treated. Come with me to find out what's really happening so that innocent civilians won't be harmed by what's coming.
The carriage ride was bumpy, uncomfortable, silent. Silence, Valkyrin decided, was worse than the jolting. He complained about having to duck in the body of the carriage when they happened to pass merchants. Edith watched with worry carved in her expression as they set off on their mission. Edrin assured him that it was the only way to minimize the risk of being caught. The entire endeavor was a Hail Mary to begin with. They had to be extremely careful if they didn't want anyone to know about what they were investigating. The plan was simple. Approach the outskirts of the town at dusk so as to be camouflaged by the cover of twilight. The military would very likely be on their patrol, but sneaking under the total darkness would drastically reduce the odds of being caught. The hope was that they could determine once and for all by staking out the scene what the enemy really was. In a twisted way, Edrin prayed he was wrong. He silently pleaded for the soldiers to be there when they arrived, at least for the sake of the survivors. Stars glimmered like infinite gems under a canopy as they left the carriage in the thick forest beyond the tree line. They ducked low, constantly scanning for barely visible silhouettes ahead. Perhaps torches being carried around. They found neither. It made Edrin's heart falter, pitifully sinking like a gulf of dread. Pitch black. No horses or men to be found. Along with that was a pure, unyielding quiet that bared its fangs at them. The insects dare not make a sound. Valkyrin felt something deeply wrong in the absence of anything. First and foremost was the primal urge to tuck tail and run, but underlying that was the sensation of a disturbance, the uncanny feeling that something wasn't right. It could have been almost natural, but one oddity fractured the whole image. His knowledge of the arcane extended far, but it could not penetrate the aura he was getting from that place. Quietly approaching the village, realization flashed in Edrin's brain upon seeing the buildings. They were entirely intact, nothing demolished, no debris of what was supposedly left behind. His eyes widened with bated breath as he realized something else. Everything in the reports had been a dramatization. The messages detailed a pervasive stench of rot and iron, one that would make eyes water at the very proximity. Could it be that they were fabricated? Founded on lies?
I don't like this one bit. What exactly do we hope to achieve here, Edrin?
I needed to know. I had to. I'm not so sure anymore, though. We need to immediately find the survivors. I have a bad feeling about what the government has hidden. This silence can never be good.
Edrin started speedwalking towards the nearby homes to desperately dissuade the rising terror in his stomach. Valkyrin quickened his pace to keep up. In Edrin's haste, he tripped over a hard object sticking directly out of the ground. Cursing, he pulled himself together only to stop and stare into the darkness at his feet and kneel to inspect the protrusion. It was a hand of stone, like a buried statue reaching up from a shallow grave. A look of disturbed confusion washed over their faces even in the dark. They glanced ahead to where they were just running to and froze where they stood. A motionless figure standing at an odd angle, as if frozen in time midway through bending over to pick something up.
Hello? Are you okay? What's happening here? Can you hear me?
It elicited no response. The person was perhaps more still than an undisturbed lake. Valkyrin took a few steps forward before he gasped and began to shake as if mortified by something that suddenly clicked. It was another statue. It eerily faced them in the obscurity of the walkways between the houses. More stood in gardens and laid with blank faces in their beds. Every home was occupied merely by the outlines of sculpted people.
I know of this curse,
Valkyrin said shakily as Edrin's frown deepened with unease.
Please don't tell me that I'm right. Please, God, I don't want to be right.
I'd only ever read about something like this. I never would have thought it to be real. It's impossible. Edrin, I think this may actually be the hand of God. What are we supposed to do to protect the kingdom? What can we do?
There has to be a way. I refuse to believe that this is what we're destined for. The fact we aren't just turning just by being here has to mean that there's a way to fix all of it.
I have no way of knowing how to combat it. I took it to be a myth for years. There's nothing that prepares you for something like this.
Can't you apply your knowledge to it? To see if at least the logic tracks?
I don't think you quite see what I'm seeing. Everything I've learned is but a blink in its eye. I can't map my logic onto something that vastly supersedes me.
Salutations, travelers.
Both of them just about jumped out of their skin. A form within a translucent veil had appeared before them. Edrin fell backwards, slack-jawed at its presence. Valkyrin took a step back, not being able to even think of actions to take. It glowed a faint white, draped in tattered rags without so much of a structure that it resembled madness itself. There were small orbs of light that indicated where its head probably was, but it was otherwise a figment composed of fog and waste. It spoke with two tongues, alternating between voices of reason.
May we engage in discourse?
The first voice asked.
What was it that you wanted from these people?
Edrin demanded.
What did they do to deserve this?
This used to be a place of worship, you know.
It cast its gaze out to the hillside.
Long before the kingdom of man's materialism claimed the wilderness by force, there lived a people that respected the lands. They built temples to bring themselves closer to absolution with nature. The pious ones murdered the tribes and destroyed those temples. Man's hunger for power makes them numb to all else.
Why the children then? What were they guilty of?
My judgment is without conscience. I am merely the will of nature. This persecution is void of any hatred. I am not without compassion, but I have no control of these injustices.
Valkyrin didn't reply at first. He stared at the statues, at the quiet preserved in their faces.
It isn't choosing them, and it isn't sparing ours.
Edrin turned sharply at him.
Valkyrin!
No. Listen to it. It's not an evil that we can rectify. It's a corrective force.
You would let this continue, while everyone else in power lies about it.
Valkyrin finally met his gaze again. There was no anger in his eyes, only certainty.
I would not presume I have the right to stop it.
Is there some way the rest of my nation could be spared? They need not suffer. Not every man ravages the plane he walks. Not every man antagonizes the environment. Surely there are those who could consciously spare.
Edrin, you're the smartest person I've met in a long time. You were able to find me and figure out that there's something deeply wrong with the official narrative, but surely you don't believe that you can somehow alter the course of fate.
Fate? This is the fate of people who have done absolutely nothing wrong? How can you accept this?
Because it was my fate to be exiled, regardless of whether or not people thought the practice of magic was good or bad. These things are meant to occur. The ones that deem it so only do it because that's the way it ought to be.
The spirit gazed absently at them.
I understand it may be difficult to accept. Your government has lied to you, and your people left you behind in the wake of hysteria. But I want you to know that this is not malevolent. What I'm about to do has no root in ideology or retribution. This is not a curse, but you have no hope of stopping this. I'm sorry for everything.
Take it all. Reclaim the kingdom. Leave nothing left of civilization.
Edrin balled his hands into fists.
I'm not giving up on the good of my people. Have you no love left in your heart? How could you be so fucking cruel?
It takes a heart to do this. I don't expect you to be able to justify this in your worldview, but please don't try to stand in my way.
I hate to agree, but I think it's right. We must leave this place and never return.
I'm not leaving it all behind.
That is your grave to dig. I will not be the one to bury you. But know this, I tried to tell you.
I will die here before I knowingly let them fade away.
I'll be seeing you, Edrin. I must go. My impermanence has no place in these lands.
With one pitiful glance back, he made his way to the mountains further north, away from the village, away from everything. From within his robe, he pulled a leather-bound journal and began to write a final message, even with the hope that no one would ever read it.
My impermanence has no place in these lands. I understand it clearly now. It wasn't the hand of God that we saw on this day. Nature's will is not his wrath. It is the will and the way of all things. I know tomorrow that Pradora will not stand as a kingdom ruling over this place. Come first light, there will be nothing left of man, only an empire of moss and stone.
Dawn approached once more. Light spilled across every meadow, peered above every mountaintop. It illuminated the kingdom of Pradora and left behind a jungle of ruins. Every street was overrun with vine and shrubbery. Each home was reclaimed by thick vegetation. The castle lay as a shell of what it used to be. Pillars, reduced to fragmented boulders of chipped stones. The crown was left as little more than a ring of thorns of whatever used to be gold. And there he sat, the king, facing the northwest, slumped backwards in his throne, calcified into the silhouette of a man. And before him was what remained, a nation of statues, a world of corpses.